Introduction. She is none other than the esteemed little princess of the Ling Empire, inexplicably cast adrift in the historically obscure Long Xuan Dynasty. As if that were not enough, she has become a concubine to the emperor, occupying the lowly rank of a minor consort. No matter, she will endure. Once she escapes the palace, she shall spread her wings to soar through the heavens and dive into the vast oceans. Yet, it appears that destiny finds her aspirations too fantastical to grant, leading her to mistakenly identify the emperor as a eunuch, and even forming an unexpected camaraderie with him. As for the emperor, one can only wonder what madness possesses him, as he resolutely refuses to release her. The emperor of the Long Xuan Dynasty, Ouyang Zhengxuan in this lifetime. My love is yours alone, my harem exists solely for your sake. The usually inscrutable Prince Jin holds a peculiar fondness for her. Though we may share different beds in life, we shall rest together in death. Even the world's foremost assassin, Ouyang, joins the fray. I am willing to lay down my sword for you. Everything has become chaotic. Is this her stroke of fortune or misfortune? Let us see how she navigates the inner palace while indulging in the delightful pursuits of playing the piano and shooting basketball in this ancient setting. Chapter 1. With the sound of a bell, the once quiet campus erupted into a cacophony of noise. A young girl, exuding confidence, casually flung her backpack over her shoulder and strode out of the classroom. Countless eyes followed her every move, and sure enough, a couple of daring boys mustered their courage to approach her. "Classmate Aoshue, please accept my flowers." Ling Aoshue showed no intention of stopping. She merely replied coldly, "No." A flicker of pain flashed across the boy's eyes as he hung his head in disappointment, seemingly resigned to the inevitable. He did not press on, fully aware that he had been firmly rejected. He understood that persisting further would only lead to one conclusion: getting beaten up. It wasn't that he lacked determination, but there were simply too many bloodied examples to ignore. "Aoshue, would you grant me the honor of dining together?"
No.
"Classmate Ling, how about we catch a movie?" "Not interested." "Aoshue, would you like to join me at the amusement park?" "Childish." "Ling, I don't understand some of the coursework. Could you help me with tutoring?"
No.
"Aoshue, with such lovely weather today, why don't we go to the park to admire the flowers?"
Boring.
They just kept coming. Several burly men obstructed her path, the leader grinning as he addressed her. "Ling Aoshue, don't be so temperamental. Why not accompany Big Brother to the bar for a drink?" Aoshue recognized him. He was the notorious thug collecting protection fees at school, well known for harassing female students, and now he dared to set his sights on her. It wasn't as if she was provoking him. He courted trouble himself. "I'm not going." Aoshue firmly refused. "You can't just say you're not going. How am I supposed to maintain my reputation on the streets?" This little girl seemed completely unafraid, leaving him feeling embarrassed. "Well, then don't hang around. There's no future in his line of work. He might as well turn over a new leaf. You're going whether you want to or not." The thug grasped her wrist tightly. "Daring to touch her hand? That's a death wish." Ling Aoshue decided to give him one last chance. "Let go." "No way. A ruffian like him would never back down, always preying on the weak." He had assumed Aoshue was just a fragile girl, but he hadn't done his homework. She was the school's belle and a feared force in her own right. "You said it," Aoshue replied, twisting his wrist and delivering a solid punch to his face. "All right, you dare strike me." The leader signaled to his lackeys, who quickly surrounded Aoshue, effectively trapping her. Before long, anguished cries filled the air, and soon enough, all of them lay groaning on the ground. Suddenly, a smile broke out across Aokshue's stern face. A girl came jogging over, casually linking arms with her, glancing at the fallen boys and grinning. "Aoshue, how many have you rejected today?" "I didn't have time to keep count. I've noticed the crowd seems to be thinning. Can't you be a bit gentler? You've scared off so many. There might even be your destined prince among them." This Ling Aoshue may have a serene visage, but beneath that facade lies an undeniable tempest. Many unsuspecting individuals had been deceived by her striking beauty. Moreover, she was well-versed in taekwondo, karate, judo. Any boys foolish enough to challenge her invariably ended up looking like beaten piatas, just like those poor souls on the ground. If they're so easily scared away, they don't deserve to be my destined prince. Ridiculous. If someone wants to be my husband, they'd better learn to hold their own against me. True enough.
Wow.
Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a surge of shrill screams. Aoshue covered her ears in annoyance and turned toward the source of the ruckus, spotting a group of girls staring dreamily in her direction, some even cupping their hands theatrically as if lost in ecstasy, while others boldly blew kisses. I only recall being popular with the boys, since when have the girls? Aoshue was perplexed and intended to ask her friend Xiao for clarification, only to find Xiao sporting a similarly lovesick expression. No way? Does even Xiao have a crush on me? What should I do? I don't want to hurt her, she's my best friend. But I like boys. Am not into girls, better to end this quickly and explain the truth. Yes, that's settled. With a deep breath, she tried to muster her courage, feeling cruel for rejecting someone for the first time. Perhaps she'd been too merciless in the past. Xiao,
Huh.
That strange Zyrus gaze wasn't on her, but rather following a handsome boy who just brushed past. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. That boy is handsome enough. Zhifeng, a miracle. You're saying that? Peeking over, she thought, surely the sun hasn't risen from the west. So, he's the culprit. He made me question myself. This is intolerable. Zhifeng, what does it have to do with him? You're the one fantasizing all alone. Aoshue shook her fist. I enjoy my fantasies, it's none of your business. Zhifeng, I'm out. Aoshue, wake up. The boy's gone. Ling Aoksha's lion-like roar startled Xiao back to reality, simultaneously catching the attention of the boy. Zhifeng, wow, he's so handsome. That lingering glance is captivating. Feng Qing smacked Zhifeng. You're delusional, he wasn't smiling. Zhifeng, you don't understand, it's literary embellishment. If you don't get it, be quiet. Returning to earth, Xiao tugged desperately at Aoksha's clothing. Aoshue, look, he's staring at me. He's really looking at me. Wow, he's so incredibly handsome. Hey, I still need this outfit. Ignoring Aoksha's protests, Xiao tugged even harder. Our school's heartthrob. Without a doubt. Being his girlfriend would be worth it. Seeing Xiao prepared to sacrifice everything, Aoshue gave up her resistance and inquired, who is that boy? With that, Xiao shot her a withering glance. Seriously? You don't even know who he is. He's Yin Xiaofeng, the Prince Charming in the hearts of all the girls at our school. And he's in the same class as us. Never seen him. There are very few boys who catch her eye. If she had seen this one, she surely wouldn't forget.
True.
You sleep on your desk as soon as you enter class, and as soon as the bell rings, you vanish. Besides, Yin Xiaofeng often skips class. Your chances of running into each other are indeed quite slim. The most infuriating part is you two always occupy the top 2 spots in every exam, while the rest are left scrambling. Xiao rambled on endlessly. Aoshue thought of how much harder Xiao worked than them, and sighed in envy. Why was she always ranked lower? Stop. What's this third wheel nonsense? That sounds awfully ambiguous. The boy is indeed handsome, but whether he'd make a good boyfriend remains to be seen. Feng Qing. Hey, don't get too ahead of yourself. For all you know, he might not even look your way. Aoshue smirked. Well, that depends on how you write it. I'll treat you to dinner. Feng Qing hesitated. Zhifeng, don't be swayed, we have integrity to uphold. Aoshue, you have a seat at the table too. Feng Qing scoffed. You think one meal is enough? I expect at least 2. Everyone else burst into laughter. Oh, but you've reminded me. You two truly make a handsome pair, a campus belle and a campus heartthrob, an exquisite match made in heaven. It would be a shame not to play matchmaker. I'm off home. With that, she started to make her exit.
Wait.
I've just realized something serious. After knowing you for so long, I've never been to your house. Aoksha's heart skipped a beat, and she stammered, well, my home is quite simple and ugly. You, being a young lady, would surely find it unsuitable. Besides, it's rather remote, let's just forget it. But she looked closely, and the person had vanished. As if visiting her home was a death sentence. Why was she so scared? Close call, almost gave myself away. Aoshue sighed in relief, patting her chest. A luxury sedan pulled up beside her, and Aoshue habitually slid into the back seat. The car stopped in front of a lavish ancient castle, where a doorman opened the door for her. 2 rows of staff stood in neat formation, all simultaneously calling out Miss. Aoshue boldly walked forward with an air of confidence. Indeed, she is the little princess of the Ling Empire, heir to immeasurable wealth, the sole successor. This ought to be an enviable life. Yet it's not the life she desires. She doesn't want all this responsibility, nor does she feel capable of shouldering it. Due to her status, she has never been able to find genuine friends, so she resolved to hide her identity. Sitting in front of her computer, reading through a time travel novel, Aoshue couldn't help but muse. If time travel were a possibility, she would hope to escape it all and pursue the things she truly wished to do. Sigh, but is there truly such a thing?
Huh.
Why am I feeling sleepier by the second? My eyelids are getting heavy. I can't hold on any longer. I'm off to sleep. At the very moment her head drooped, the computer emitted a blinding light. Chapter 2. The Unexpected Journey. Mississippi in a haze, I heard someone calling out, "Please, be quiet. Today is Sunday, and there are no classes. Do not disturb me." Aoshue, with impatience, waved her hand dismissively. "How dare you disrupt my beautiful dreams? Are you seeking death, miss? How did you end up sleeping here? Be careful, you might catch a cold." The incessant chatter persisted by my ear. "What is it?" Aoshue finally opened her bleary eyes, finding before her a girl dressed in ancient attire. Her delicate features radiating concern. "Who are you? Why are you dressed like that? Are you filming a drama? Miss, what is wrong with you? Are you still not awake?" Aoshue surveyed her surroundings, which were steeped in antiquity, resembling the ancient palaces portrayed on television. "I merely dozed off for a moment. Could it be that I have been kidnapped? But that cannot be right, for captives do not enjoy such splendid treatment." "Who are you? And where's this place? Could it be, miss? What are you saying?" "I am Long Xuan, your personal maid," the girl exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "How could you not recognize me? Personal maid? What dynasty is this?" Aoshue's mind raced. "Heavens, do not tell me I have traveled through time. Miss, this is the Long Xuan Dynasty. Have you forgotten even this? Long Xuan Dynasty? Is there such a dynasty in history, or have I entered a different realm?" "So, you mean to say I have traveled through time?" Traveled through time? Long Xuan was utterly perplexed. How could the miss, after a mere nap, begin to speak such nonsense? "It's nothing. Wait a moment. A mirror." "A mirror? The girl addresses me as miss. Could it be that I have taken over her identity? No way." Long Xuan was startled by Aoshue's sudden outburst. The miss had always been gentle and soft-spoken, never raising her voice, but now she seemed like a different person. Nevertheless, she fetched the mirror for her. "Thank goodness, it is still me. But do I resemble her? What about her?" Aoshue pondered, touching her own face as she gazed into the mirror. "That Long Xuan, right? I have no recollection of my past. Perhaps I have lost my memory. Could you enlighten me about my former self? Since we are here, we must make the best of it. Consider it a complimentary journey to the ancient world. However, to avoid revealing my true identity, I must first gather all the information." "What? Miss, you have lost your memory. How could that happen without reason?" "You are not playing a prank on Long Xuan, are you?" Aoshue replied earnestly. "Do I seem like I am joking? Perhaps I inadvertently bumped my head? I have already stated that I have lost my memory. How could I recall how it happened?" "I am sorry, Long Xuan. I truly cannot bear to deceive you, such an innocent girl. But if I were to tell you the truth, you would only think I have gone mad. That may be true. Miss, you are Xiao Yuqing, the daughter of the governor. You are also the most talented young lady in the capital." Aoshue's heart swelled with joy at this identity. She recalled the heroine from a time travel story she had read, who became an empress upon arriving in the past, trapped in the palace and desperately seeking a way to escape. How troublesome. But she, merely a governor's daughter, could roam freely, exploring the world, and perhaps even encountering a chivalrous figure to share a romance that would transcend the heavens and move the spirits. What a delightful thought. Long Xuan, observing Aoshue's silly grin, added, "Moreover, a month ago, you were selected in a beauty contest and were conferred the title of Zhengxuan by the emperor." A thunderbolt struck. Poor Aoshue, lost in her splendid daydreams, had yet to fully awaken when Long Xuan dropped this bombshell. This meant that she was in the imperial palace and I was the emperor's concubine. How could I accept such a harsh reality? Yes, although Zhengxuan is not a high-ranking title in the harem, with your intelligence and talent, you will surely carve a place for yourself. What? Not only am I a woman of the ancient era, but I am also a lowly concubine. Aoshue seethed with indignation. But wait, you said I was the most talented young lady in the capital. How could I possibly end up as a Zhengxuan? No empress, at least a favored consort. The miss is kind and does not compete with others. You have always regarded wealth and nobility as mere fleeting clouds. Your father painstakingly adorned you. Yet you insisted on appearing without makeup during this election, hoping to avoid entering the palace, but the emperor still chose you. Oh, I see. But wait, has the emperor been here? It is said that with 3,000 beauties in the harem, the emperor might not even remember the Xiao Yuqing. Well, Lan Er hesitated, and Ao Shui's heart sank. Speak. Not at all. Thank goodness. Ao Shui sighed in relief. Since the emperor had forgotten her, escaping the palace would be much easier. However, on another note, she thought, how dare that despicable emperor forget my face? Should I encounter him again, I shall make sure he never forgets. As night slowly descended, Ling Ao Shui found herself with nothing to occupy her time. There was no computer to play on, nor television to watch. How dreadfully boring. So she decided to retire early to her dreams. Fluffy clouds drifted by, seeming to surround her, and in a moment of whimsy, she reached out to grasp them. Yet no matter how she tried, they eluded her. That moment, a girl in ancient garb approached slowly. Upon closer inspection, Ao Shui realized the girl bore an uncanny resemblance to her. The two of them gazed at each other in confusion. Who are you? Why do you look just like me? Ao Shui stroked her chin and declared, I am Ling Ao Shui. The girl exclaimed in surprise. So you are Ling Ao Shui. Ao Shui was even more astonished. You know me? Yes. When I awoke, everyone said I was called Ao Shui and spoke of something called the 21st century. And you? Could it be that you are Xiao Yuqing? Indeed. How did you know? Ao Shui smacked her forehead. I should have realized it sooner, because when I woke, Lan Er said I was Xiao Yuqing. It seems our souls have swapped. Soul swap. Xiao Yuqing found it hard to believe. Just then, two melodious female voices chimed in, and both Ling and Xiao turned towards the source of the sound, only to see two translucent figures materializing before them. Who are you? They asked in unison. I am Yundan Fengqing. You may call me Fengqing. And I am Sui Feng. Ling Ao Shui inquired, why are you here, and why have we swapped bodies? Fengqing replied, do not be hasty, dear guests. Allow me to explain. First, I must correct you. You have not merely swapped souls, but rather, bodies as well. Currently, we are in both of your dreams, and the reason for your exchange has been orchestrated by us. Ao Shui, upon hearing this, fumed. Why have you swapped us? Are you two simply bored? Sui Feng replied, indeed, we were just too bored. Seeing others travel through time, we thought we would like to try it too, so we chose the two of you. Xiao Yuqing's gentle voice chimed in. But you should have asked for our consent. Fengqing and Sui Feng simultaneously protested. That is unjust. We were merely fulfilling your wish. Ao Shui was left speechless. And what of me? Xiao Yuqing's voice, though soft, held a commanding presence. Sui Feng explained, because your true fated partners reside in each other's worlds. When the time comes, if you still wish to return to your original world, we shall send you back. Fengqing added, consider it a journey to a foreign land. We are leaving now. Take this opportunity to get to know each other. As Fengqing and Sui Feng began to depart, Ao Shui halted them. Wait, since we are to embody each other, we must know more about one another to avoid suspicion. Moreover, it is quite lonely. Can Xiao Yuqing and I meet often? Sui Feng, adopting a serious demeanor, nodded and said, that is a reasonable point. Very well. I shall generously gift you a pair of rings, Lingxi rings. How do we use them? Xiao Yuqing inquired. Fengqing explained, it is quite simple. Each of you takes one, and if either wishes to see the other, simply press the red button on the left side of the ring. The other ring will emit a red light. Look, she pressed the red button on one ring, and indeed, the other began to glow red. Fengqing continued, if the other also wishes to meet and it is convenient, press the red button on your own ring, and you will both fall into a sleep state to meet in your dreams. If it is not convenient to meet, press the blue button on the right side of the ring, and the other ring will flash blue. Then, you can press the right button as well. Ao Shui rolled her eyes. It is simple, but you made it sound overly complicated. Besides, it is already dawn, Sui Feng declared. Then I shall not disturb your heartfelt conversation. Farewell. With that, the two vanished without a trace. Ao Shui, it appears that we shall be each other's companions for a while. Yuqing smiled helplessly. How delightful. I shall embody the role of Xiao Yuqing splendidly and will not bring you any shame. Who knows, I might even have the opportunity to become the queen. Aoshue was quite confident about this, without discussing anything else. Just look at the female protagonists in those time travel novels. Which one of them isn't indulged and embraced by handsome suitors? However, I would never be like those protagonists who, despite having countless admirers, choose to fall for an emperor with a multitude of wives. I have no ambition for the role of a queen. My father sent me to the palace not to seek power or status, but rather because he has always hoped that I could assist the emperor in governing the realm. Oh, so your father is the kind of good official who is concerned for the country and its people. Yes, my father is the governor of the capital. Though he possesses a heart full of patriotism, he is constrained by his lowly position. The capital is filled with imperial relatives and high-ranking officials. And my father cannot afford to offend any of them. I understand. This scenario has been depicted on television countless times. Rest assured, I shall ensure that your father has the opportunity to realize his ambitions. No, he will be my father in the future as well. Then I shall trouble you to take good care of him. I shall also rely on your assistance for my father. Aoshue, after saying this, Aoshue, or rather now Yuqing, looked at her with a cheerful smile. Oh, right, Miss Yuqing. Ha ha ha, their laughter echoed like a dream. Now, it is my turn to share my story, Yuqing. Henceforth Yuqing will be the former Aoshue said. Chapter 3. The Eunuch. Xiao Xuanzai sigh, how utterly boring. Loner, do you have anything fun to do? I had originally planned to enjoy myself in the palace for a few days before sneaking out to explore the world and carve out my own path. Ideally, I would catch the martial arts conference. If I could encounter a peerless master and learn a move or two, that would be exhilarating. However, after spending a few days in the palace, I realized that as a mere concubine, I cannot go anywhere at all. This side speaks of Concubine Jing's palace, and that side is the private garden of Concubine Wronged. I initially thought the imperial garden was public, but to my surprise, a eunuch appeared, speaking in a strange tone, saying that the empress was admiring the flowers and forbidding me from disturbing her. I have come to understand that in order to live like a human in this palace, one must curry favor with the emperor, and oh wonder those concubines vie for favor so fiercely. However, to live like those ignorant women, spending a lifetime merely for the emperor's occasional visit, is simply out of the question. Miss Loner observed that Yuqing was lost in thought once again and couldn't help but ponder. This young lady is becoming increasingly peculiar. She has been daydreaming for days, constantly complaining of boredom. In the past, she would hold a book all day without a word, yet now it seems she hasn't even picked one up. Ah, what did you just say? Loner suggested that if the young lady found herself bored, she could play the piano or read a book, as she used to do. Play the piano, read a book. I might as well take a nap. The former Yuqing lived like this, but I cannot endure it for even a day. Oh, I have an idea. Why don't we fly kites? In the 21st century, finding an open space to fly a kite is somewhat challenging. Stepping outside, one is met with skyscrapers and buildings. Fly a kite? That might not be possible. The young lady is now a noble lady, and we are currently in the palace. What if something goes wrong? Stop what could possibly happen from merely flying a kite? Regardless, even if the emperor comes, I shall still fly it. Yuqing, I doubt he will come. Fengqing, you are mistaken. Ha ha ha. Go fetch it for me. A young man dressed in a green robe hurriedly traversed the winding corridor, closely followed by the chief eunuch, Li Gongging, who respectfully addressed the man as he walked. Your Majesty, please slow down. It is far too dangerous for you to venture out alone in disguise. Perhaps we should send the Imperial Guard for protection. Sending the Imperial Guard would ruin the purpose of your disguise. Do not follow me any longer. But your Majesty, there is no but. This is a decree. Emperor Ouyang Zhengxuan said in a deep voice, and upon hearing this, Li Gongging immediately halted. Although this emperor had grown up under his watchful eye, he was acutely aware that he was merely a servant. Angering the emperor would lead to a most unfortunate fate. He could only watch as the emperor's figure gradually receded. Having shaken off Li Gongging, Ouyang Zhengxuan let out a sigh of relief. That eunuch was becoming increasingly loquacious. He quickened his pace and continued onward. Suddenly, he slowed down, for not far ahead, a captivating scene unfolded. A young girl in white lay on the grass, her eyes gently closed, resembling a celestial being who had accidentally descended to the mortal realm. She held a kite string in her hand, and a butterfly-shaped kite soared freely in the sky. It seemed as if an irresistible force drew the emperor closer to her. Yuqing, basking in the sun, flying her kite and listening to the birds chirping, felt utterly at ease, only to notice that the sunlight above her was suddenly obscured. Upon opening her eyes, a blurry figure came into view, which gradually became clearer with strikingly handsome features, deep-set eyes, a slightly upturned nose, sensual thin lips, and a chiseled jawline, his contours sharply defined. My goodness, even the finest sculptor could scarcely carve such a figure. How extraordinarily handsome! Have I encountered an angel, such a breathtakingly beautiful man, truly a figure who could bring calamity to a nation? When did I become such a lovesick fool? Yuqing chuckled at herself and spoke. Hey, do you realize you're blocking my sunlight? The emperor was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that her first words would be so casual, and he could clearly sense the astonishment in her gaze. What are you doing? Ouyang Zhengxuan inquired cheerfully. Isn't it obvious? Am I not flying a kite? Ancient people really are rather dim-witted, unable to see the obvious. Such insolence. Never has anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Given that this girl appeared to be a concubine, which one among his concubines would not fawn over him? What kite? What nonsense! She was clearly fabricating lies while daring to shout at him. Yuqing, infuriated, sat up and stared at him. Zhengxuan gazed at her fierce expression and suddenly felt as if he had genuinely erred. His tone softened. Who are you? I am simply me. Another foolish question. With such good looks and such low intelligence, it seems the heavens are indeed fair. A person like me, who possesses both beauty and talent, is truly one of a kind. Sui Feng, is that really a foolish question? It's quite normal for someone to ask such when meeting someone for the first time. Yuqing, a foolish question is a foolish question. Besides, I'm on strike. Sui Feng, all right, you are the protagonist. You have the final say. What is your name? The emperor inquired again, this time in a good-natured manner. It was the first time someone dared to speak to him in such a manner, and it was rather amusing. Xiao Yuqing. And you? Yuqing replied nonchalantly. The emperor was taken aback once more. You don't recognize me? This girl dares not to know who I am. No wonder she is so audacious. Indeed, I am not wearing the dragon robe. The fact that someone does not recognize him might just allow him to find a true friend. Who has the time to recognize you? She just arrived in ancient times. How could she possibly recognize you as anyone special? Even if my ancient mother stood here, I wouldn't recognize her. Hey, looking up at you like this is quite uncomfortable. I dislike this feeling of being looked down upon. Let us lie down together. Saying this, she lay down first. This girl too bold, inviting a man to lie on the grass in broad daylight. Doesn't she know about the propriety of gender separation? However, she is a concubine. Lying together doesn't seem inappropriate. The problem lies in her ignorance of his identity. Hey, are you going to lie down or not? If not, then don't block the light. This man is not only foolish, but also overly verbose. Such a handsome exterior, yet devoid of substance. The emperor hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to lie down. He was unwilling to leave just like that. There was something about her that compelled him to know her better. To draw closer. How had he never noticed someone like her in the harem before? Lying on the grass, basking in the sun, felt so comfortable, gazing at the kite soaring in the sky, fluttering up and down. It felt as if his heart was also soaring freely with the wind, escaping the confines of the imperial palace. Turning his head, he found an exquisite face still with her eyes gently closed, lazily lying beside him. It stirred something deep within him. You still haven't told me who you are? Surely you're not a prince, are you? Turning his head, he discovered the man was staring at her intently. And she felt he had grown even more handsome. Her cheeks flushed with a sudden warmth. Is there something on my face? The sweet sound of Yuqing's voice pulled Zhengxuan from his reverie. And he realized she was also looking at him, her rosy cheeks making her even more alluring. No. Then you must be a guard. Not at all. I really want to see if she can figure it out. Not at all. Could it be? Yuqing looked incredulous. Figured it out? If you can't guess, I shall begin to doubt your intelligence. The emperor pondered Yuqing's shock, then knelt down, feigning humility and begging for forgiveness. Yuqing sighed dramatically, a look of sympathy on her face. Alas, what a pity. What a pity. Zhengxuan had envisioned countless expressions from her, but he had never anticipated such a reaction. What does that expression mean? Alas, so handsome, yet he is a eunuch. What a waste of talent. What? A eunuch? The emperor was so astonished that his mouth fell open. She actually thought he was a eunuch. In what way did he resemble one? Oh my, where did this woman come from? I apologize. I ought not to bring up painful memories for you. Though you are a eunuch, I harbor no disdain for you. Henceforth, we shall be good friends. Yuqing cheerfully draped her hand over Zhengxuan's shoulder. The emperor finally regained his composure, for the recent blow had been quite significant. She actually mistook me for a eunuch, yet she would apologize to one. Reflecting on the other concubines, who regard these eunuchs and palace maids as inconsequential, it is remarkable that she wishes to befriend a eunuch. She is truly a kind-hearted girl. Everyone else bows and scrapes before me. Yet she dares to address me so candidly. If she were to discover my true identity, would she not treat me like the others? Ah, I am but a servant. Xiaoxuzi, let me indulge in this friendship. What does it matter about being a servant? We shall simply be good friends. From now on, I shall call you Xiaoxuzi, and you shall call me Yuqing, shall we? Yuqing blinked her bright, sparkling eyes. Those eyes, as clear as water, were utterly irresistible. Perhaps she is indeed a fairy who has fallen into the mortal realm, a divine gift bestowed upon me. Very well, Yuqing, you are quite amiable, Xiaoxuzi. Yuqing laughed joyously. She had just made her first friend in this ancient time. Suddenly, the kite string snapped. It broke. I will help you retrieve it, no need. If it is meant to leave, let it soar freely. Freedom is the most precious of all. Life is indeed valuable, and love even more so. If it is for the sake of freedom, both may be forsaken, Yuqing said with a hint of sentimentality. The emperor's heart quivered, murmuring, life is indeed precious. And love even more so. If it is for the sake of freedom, both may be forsaken. As an emperor, how could he abandon everything for freedom? Such a notion felt exceedingly distant to him. At the same time, the young woman before him astonished him once more with her unique perspective, thoughts that even he, as a man and a sovereign, would not dare to entertain, yet she expressed them so naturally. Indeed, how he longed to escape the confines of the palace, for being trapped here was exceedingly tedious. You wish to leave the palace. Indeed, I am currently devising a plan. Yuqing seemed to remember something. Casting a sly glance at Zhang Xian felt an ominous premonition. What are you planning? You have likely been in the palace for quite some time. I may need to ask for your assistance. Certainly. Do remember to inform me when the time comes. I am losing my mind, aiding my own wife in her escape from the palace. Besides, if you wish to leave, it is but a word from me. However, I shall not allow you to depart so easily. How does it feel to lie back and gaze at the sky? Quite refreshing, I presume. Refreshing. It is indeed comfortable. Communicating with those from ancient times is quite challenging. Yes, it is very comfortable. I have never seen the sky in such a manner. It is truly beautiful. On that day, the palace presented a picturesque scene, a pair of young souls leisurely reclining on the verdant grass. Gazing at the clouds drifting above, the world around them seemed to pale in comparison. Chapter 4. The first encounter with Jin Xian. Miss, please be careful. Why must you climb the mountain right after finishing with the kite? Lawner looked up with concern at the swaying figure above. What has gotten into this young lady? She has become so restless. Nevertheless, this spirited demeanor is quite endearing. Of course, the previous version of her was delightful as well. The contrast between her lively and tranquil sides is hard to fathom, yet this is undoubtedly the same young lady. Why, then, does it feel so peculiar? Fear not, for I am quite agile and shall not suffer a fall. Before she could finish her sentence, she stepped into thin air and plummeted to the ground. This is disastrous. I shall certainly fall in a most unbecoming manner. I wonder if I will mar my appearance? In this ancient time, there are no cosmetic clinics. Truly, the heavens are envious of beauty, Yuqing thought with trepidation, closing her eyes in preparation for the painful impact, yet the anticipated agony did not arrive. Huh? Why does it feel so soft? Could it be that someone is providing me with a free human cushion? Who is so unfortunate? Upon opening her eyes, she was met with yet another handsome face. If Xiaoxuzi was the crowning achievement of a sculptor, this one appeared to have stepped straight out of a comic book. Today must be my lucky day, encountering two such dashing gentlemen in succession. And of the most stunning variety at that. There are indeed many handsome men in ancient times. If I could bring a few to the modern era, I would undoubtedly profit immensely. I hear the company is seeking a spokesperson. He would be a perfect fit. Miss, are you all right? A low, resonant voice inquired. What a lovely voice, a handsome man with a charming voice, truly perfection personified. In modern times, he would certainly be a celebrated star. I'm fine. At that moment, she realized she had been cradled in the embrace of the handsome stranger and immediately sprang back. The first time being embraced by someone other than her father caused her cheeks to flush with warmth. The usually stoic man couldn't help but smile at the sight of the somewhat flustered girl before him. Earlier, he had observed a glimpse of her white figure darting about the artificial hills. He could not tear his gaze away. Just as she seemed about to fall, his heart inexplicably tightened. Have you signed a contract with anyone yet? A person of your caliber must have been snatched up long ago. This girl must not have injured her head. Her words are quite nonsensical. Her silence and unspoken acceptance. Yuqing felt a twinge of disappointment, but refused to surrender. Would you like to join our company? Our Ling Empire offers high salaries, excellent benefits, and I assure you our offers are competitive. Initially, this was not a task that required her direct involvement, but since fate has brought them together, why not do her part for the family business? Although she was not particularly invested in the company's affairs, it was her father's enterprise after all. Miss, are you certain you're all right? Would you like me to summon a physician? Miss, at this moment, Xiao Yuqing finally realized she was not in the modern era. How could she be so flustered at the sight of a handsome man? Where had the skills she had honed over the years gone? It seemed she needed to refine herself further. She offered an awkward smile. I'm fine. I was merely jesting with you. Lana rushed over, her face etched with worry. Miss, are you unharmed? You frighten me. I'm fine. Before Yuqing could finish, Lana noticed the young man beside her and gasped. I have seen His Royal Highness, Lord Zhengxuan, at ease. Ouyang Zhengxuan replied nonchalantly. A prince? You are a prince? Yuqing asked in astonishment. How could she have considered signing a contract with a prince? She wished to bash her head against a wall to see if it contained any semblance of sense. How utterly embarrassing. She had never felt so humiliated in her life. Indeed, Zhengxuan smiled again, his charm akin to a refreshing spring breeze. Yuqing mused. This man's smile is truly enchanting. Little did she know. The guard behind Ouyang Zhengxuan was so astonished that his jaw could hold an egg. He had served the prince for over a decade, and the usually stoic prince had smiled at this girl, not once, but twice. This was nothing short of a miracle. He immediately resolved to share this triumphant news with everyone in the estate. Today, their most esteemed and aloof prince had smiled. Oh, then I thank you for saving my life. This, she presumed, was how one expressed gratitude in ancient times. It was a mere gesture. You need not thank me, he replied. If possible, he hoped such opportunities would arise more frequently. He would not mind receiving her gratitude repeatedly. Though this thought was somewhat wicked, he believed he possessed the ability to save her without a scratch. For you, it is a trivial matter. For me, it is of utmost seriousness. What if I were to sustain a fracture, a concussion, or worse, mar my visage? Wouldn't that ruin my entire life? Xiao Yuqing exaggerated. Had she perhaps taken the matter too seriously? Observing her animated gestures and earnest demeanor, Zhengxuan found it difficult to suppress his laughter. This girl is indeed a delight. By the way, what is your name? Yuqing inquired, her tone neither submissive nor arrogant. After conversing for this long, she realized she did not yet know his name. Ouyang Zhengxuan. Ouyang Zhengxuan? What a splendid name. At least it is more pleasant than that emperor, Ouyang Zhengxuan, for reasons unknown. She harbored a strong aversion to that emperor. Those depicted on television were often portrayed as individuals who could only share adversity with others, never prosperity, and were burdened with excessive suspicion. They were typically indifferent and fickle, and not a single emperor seemed worthy of respect. Princes, on the other hand, were often wealthy and talented. This one possessed a handsome countenance as well. Truly, he was flawless. If she were to seek a soulmate in this realm, he would undoubtedly be the ideal candidate. At that moment, Yuqing felt as if she had been struck by a revelation. What was she rambling on about? Zhengxuan, touched by her simple compliment, smiled for the third time that day, for reasons unknown. He found himself inexplicably elated by her presence. May I ask for your name, fair maiden? You may call me Yuqing, Xiao Yuqing. The girl before him was unlike other demure maidens. Her free-spirited and unrestrained nature rendered her extraordinary. Which version of her was the true essence? Was it the lively, animated girl, the shy and bashful one, the assertive yet respectful one, or the bold and carefree version standing before him now? Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Let us be friends. Saying this, she extended her hand, a gesture that could prove advantageous, for should any trouble arise, he could bear the brunt of it. Ha ha ha, whispers of the wind. What a cunning child. This. Jinxian looked at her outstretched hand, bewildered. What is she doing? Shake hands. How utterly primitive of her, not knowing the custom of handshakes. Shake hands, but men and women should not engage in physical contact. Is that appropriate? Yet, gazing at her slender, delicate hand, he longed to hold it forever, never to let go. Ouyang Zhengxuan, unable to restrain himself, reached out and clasped her delicate hand. In an instant, a warm current surged into his heart, thawing the icy solitude that had enveloped him for years. That moment, the long-sealed chambers of his heart swung open, such warm hands, a sensation of comfort for the first time in this distant realm. His grip was one that instilled a profound sense of security, as if nothing could threaten him while held by such hands. I asked my true love here, she mused. Could it be him, Mississippi? What has transpired between you and the prince? Why do you both stand there, transfixed by one another? Huh? What? Yu Qing, as if awakening from a dream, realized he still held her hand and hastily withdrew it. Miss, it is getting late. We must return. Ah, yes, we should indeed head back. By the way, Jinxian, you are a prince, presumably a brother to the emperor, correct? I ought to learn a bit about your background first. Who knows? I might need your assistance in the future. I am the emperor's full-blooded brother, stationed at the borders for many years, and have only just returned to the capital. When did he become so chatty? Hearing her call him Jinxian filled him with an inexplicable joy. Wow, guarding the borders, your martial prowess must be remarkable. A paragon of both literary and martial skills. How admirable. You flatter me, young lady. Just call me Yu Qing. Very well, Yu Qing. That name shall remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. Miss, it is indeed quite late. Observing their delightful conversation, he felt reluctant to interrupt, yet it was undeniably late. Moreover, the palace was teeming with people, and being seen together might tarnish her reputation. I understand. Then, I shall take my leave. Jinxian, do remember to come and visit. A hint of reluctance lingered. Why did this Loner always act as a third wheel? I will seek you out. We shall meet again. Yu Qing took a few steps before turning back, casting him a radiant smile and waving farewell. She then skipped away. Jinxian gazed at her receding figure, filled with an overwhelming sense of loss. Although he did not grasp the meaning of her last words, that fleeting smile had already etched itself deeply in his heart. Your Highness, we must depart. The Emperor awaits, Aishan reminded, observing the prince's stillness. The Emperor. Noting Yu Qing's attire, she was clearly not a maid but likely a consort. Turning swiftly, he executed a light-footed leap towards the imperial study. Your Highness. Before Aishan could react, Zhengxuan's figure had vanished. The prince's behavior today was exceedingly unusual. Was this truly the mature, composed figure who remained unflappable even in the face of calamity? Chapter 5. The beauty of adulting within the imperial study. Ouyang Zhengxuan held a memorial, yet his thoughts drifted far beyond, soaring to the heart of that white-clad maiden. Elder brother, Little, who dares to make such a ruckus? Who is so bold as to raise a commotion in the imperial study? It seems to be Prince Jinxian. This servant shall investigate. Third brother, that seems unlikely. He is typically so composed. How could he be so flustered? Even during the past invasions, he maintained his calm demeanor. He had always believed that, even if the world were to end, his third brother's expression would remain unchanged. Elder brother, Zhengxuan stepped out to find Jinxian slightly breathless, as though he had rushed over. What matter could have him in such a state of urgency? Disregarding even his stoic royal facade, third brother, what has caused the usually unruffled Prince Jinxian to be in such a flurry? It was rare to see him display such emotion. Naturally, he was eager to tease him. Elder brother, Jinxian stammered, his face flushed, seemingly struggling to articulate his thoughts. Zhengxuan, incredulous, watched as Zhengxuan's complexion shifted, his curiosity piqued, for he had never witnessed his brother in such a state before. It was simply too amusing. Third brother, what is there that we, as brothers, cannot discuss? Since childhood, their bond had been exceptionally close, sharing secrets without reservation, a rarity in the royal family. Zhengxuan hesitated, then suddenly knelt on one knee. Elder brother, what are you doing? I have never asked the emperor for anything, but now I have a request, and I hope the emperor can grant it. What? His third brother, who was always so wise, was now seeking something from him. This must be a significant matter. The emperor helped him up, speaking gently. There is no need for such formality. Just speak your mind. He then turned to pour himself tea, awaiting Zhengxuan's momentous request. Elder brother, if I were to fall in love with one of your consorts, would you be willing to part with her? Before he could finish, the tea the emperor had just sipped erupted from his mouth. Your Majesty, please be careful. Li Gonggang gently patted the emperor's back. What? Did I hear correctly? You have fallen for one of my consorts and wish for my consent. The emperor had never been particularly concerned with any woman. Save for the late Miss Situ, he had never truly held any other woman in high regard. Thus, he had never considered that the emperor might refuse. Yet, what if he actually did consent? This was the first time he had felt such stirring emotions for a woman. He did not wish to relinquish her so easily. Wait, were you in such a hurry for this? The normally dispassionate prince had lost his composure over a woman. What sort of enchantress could have such an effect on him? Indeed, Zhengxuan nodded solemnly. Are you serious? The emperor still found it hard to believe. Zhengxuan rarely jested, yet for a woman, the possibility seemed almost improbable. Elder brother, will you grant my request? Zhengxuan asked urgently. Of course, it is merely a woman. Given that my younger brother has requested something, how could I deny such a wish? Besides, the prince's residence ought to have a mistress. He and Zhengxuan shared a bond that transcended mere concerns for a woman. Even if he desired a queen, he would grant it without hesitation, as long as Zhengxuan was agreeable. In truth, he had never truly scrutinized the queen's beauty, merely hearing tales of her captivating allure. Even Wei Zhongxian's daughter, no matter how beautiful, would ultimately remain simply that, Wei Zhongxian's daughter. Thank you, elder brother. Zhengxuan beamed, like a child who had just received candy. Thankfully, he had acquiesced. He presumed he had yet to meet Yuqing. However, the emperor feigned gravitas. What is it? Zhengxuan, anxious, grasped the emperor's sleeve, fearing he might change his mind. The emperor chuckled, watching his typically composed brother exhibit childlike behavior, and replied, What if that woman has already been with me? Well, as long as your majesty is willing to part with her, even if she has been with you, I would not mind. From the determination in his eyes, Zhengxuan sensed that his brother was genuinely enamored. And this was not a fleeting infatuation, he was truly smitten. It intrigued him to see which consort possessed such captivating charm. Haha, it seems that you are quite serious, dear brother. Very well, I shall issue a decree to bestow her upon you. Pray tell, who is she? His younger brother's infatuation bore a striking resemblance to that of the late emperor. No, elder brother, I desire not just her presence but her heart, until she willingly loves me. I shall not force her. A fruit forcibly plucked is seldom sweet. This lesson is one I fully comprehend. Having witnessed my older brother's misfortune, I know better than to repeat it. The tragedy of the late crown prince haunted Zhengxuan's heart eternally. Haha, who would have thought my younger brother was such a romantic? I shall support you in this. May you swiftly win her affections. Thank you, elder brother. In that case, stay in the capital for a while longer. There is no pressing matter at the borders. You need not worry. Besides, it would be prudent for you to cultivate your feelings with the one you admire. As an older brother, he had done his duty. He could only hope that in the future, he would not regret this decision. Prince Zhengxuan regained his usual composure. Wei Zhongxian's daughter has become the queen, indeed. Why is that? Wei Zhongxian has amassed significant power. If his daughter becomes queen, will not the Long Xuan Dynasty be forced to bear his name? I understand that this will only embolden his arrogance, yet he is the chancellor, and many officials are his prot-gs. Presently, his faction is formidable, and the military strength in the capital largely rests in his hands. It would be unwise to provoke him at this juncture. Moreover, the Empress Dowager dotes on Wei Yingxian. Pressing me to make her queen, Even if she ascends, so what? It is merely a title, a temporary one. One day, I shall depose her. The title of queen is reserved for those I have promised. Calm him and by time, Jin Xian stated, as if merely discussing the weather with the emperor. Indeed, for now, that is the only course of action. Yet, must I face that queen? Never mind. The emperor turned, picking up a memorial, stating, "This is an urgent report from the governor of Hangzhou, who has petitioned for disaster relief funds due to an unprecedented flood, seeking the court's assistance in constructing levees. What are your thoughts?" Younger brother, what is Wei Zhongxian's stance? He naturally presents a facade of concern for the nation and its people, urging me to allocate funds immediately, while proposing Li Qing as a special envoy. Who does not know that Li Cheng is his confidant? The emperor scoffed. One day, I will bring these corrupt officials to justice and restore fairness to the people. Governor Zhang Qing of Hangzhou, however, is a good official, But if Li Cheng were truly appointed as the imperial envoy, I fear that before even leaving the capital, half of the disaster relief funds would be lost. I am quite troubled by this matter. Should I dispatch another envoy? I find that not a single official, civil or military, can be trusted. Even if I could trust one, I fear that Wei Zhongxian would stifle him in his cradle. In these times, the imperial court is a heavy burden. What does your majesty think of the fourth brother? The emperor suddenly realized, how could I have forgotten my fourth brother? Involving him in state affairs would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But he would certainly relish the opportunity to contend with that old rogue Wei. He is indeed the most suitable candidate, although the fourth Prince Yixuan is not of the same mother. He was raised by the current Empress Dowager, and he regards him much like he does Jin Xian. Yixuan is carefree and self-assured, showing no interest in the throne. Thus, they have no such concerns. Where is he now? Since Jin Xian returned to the capital, his dear brother has yet to visit him. Each time they meet, it is as if a mouse encounters a cat. Does he truly have such fear? He is likely at Yanyu Lu or at Qinchun Yuan. This fourth brother is quite the libertine. Jin Xian shook his head helplessly. It is understandable for the fourth brother to be so frivolous. He simply does not wish to repeat the same mistakes, not wanting to follow in the footsteps of our late father. Hangzhou suffers annually from floods, and merely providing relief is likely to be a superficial remedy. Jin Xian returned to the main topic. Yes, this issue has been sought after for solution since the time of the late emperor, yet no effective measures have been devised to date. The emperor wished to avoid discussing such a dreary subject. This is not a matter that can be resolved overnight. The earlier image of my younger brother, so childlike, was indeed charming. I had not yet seen enough, and now he has reverted to the former Jin Wang Yi. How dull. No, I must tease him a bit. Where are you off to? To meet that lady you fancy, of course. Let us see if you can remain so composed. As expected, he began to fidget. Your Majesty. Perhaps it is best to let it be. It is rather late, and she must be asleep by now. It would be best not to disturb her. I shall take my leave. With that, he vanished without a trace. How swiftly he came and went. Why rush so hastily? I shall not devour him. Yet that lady has piqued my curiosity even further. Ouyang Zhengxuan exited the imperial study, and Yi Tian promptly followed. My lord, I seek information on one individual, Xiao Yuqing. Jin Xian instructed. Yes, my lord. Why are there so few messages? 555555. Your support will be my greatest motivation for writing. Chapter 6. The First Kiss. I and the Stillness of the Night. The imperial palace was aglow with lights, revealing the emperor's diligence. Your Majesty, the individual you inquired about has been identified, reported the emperor's personal guard. Chen Han, respectfully. Oh? Which household does she belong to? The lady is the daughter of the governor of the capital. Xiao Qiyuan, it is rumored that she possesses both virtue and talent, surpassing all others, and is regarded as the foremost talented woman in the capital. She entered the palace last month during the selection and was conferred the title of Xiao Zhirong. Xiao Zhirong, just last month she entered the palace. Why do I not recall her at all? Though it was a selection, it was merely a charade, for the empress had already made her choice. I was so vexed that I had no interest in observing the appearances of the candidates. Each one was dressed flamboyantly, utterly lacking in refinement, so I merely selected a few at random. There was one who stood out, her face unadorned, and thus I included her as well. Could it be her? How fortunate I was to avoid a lifetime of regret. Why did I not take a better look back then? the capital's foremost talented woman, judging by her appearance. I am skeptical. Indeed, Qin Han affirmed. The emperor pondered. It is true. For someone to compose such a profound poem effortlessly indicates her exceptional talent. Zhang Xian smiled, reminiscing about that moment when suddenly a peculiar voice echoed, unmistakably that of a eunuch. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister and several officials request an audience. Announce them. The emperor's expression shifted, a cold smile escaping his lips. It must be regarding the disaster relief. How could that old rogue let this matter rest? We pay our respects to your Majesty. Wei Zhongxian, leading his confidants, strode into the imperial study. Feng Qing remarked. If others did not know better, they might think it was a coup. Sui Feng replied, it is only a matter of time, only a matter of time. At ease, what business does the Prime Minister have at this late hour? The Emperor deliberately added the title of Prime Minister. Disturbing your Majesty at such an hour, I am deserving of death. However, the matter of the Hangzhou floods is urgent and cannot be delayed. Thus, I, along with several officials, had no choice but to enter the palace at this late hour to request your Majesty's decree. Oh, the Emperor raised an eyebrow. Did I not assign the disaster relief to Prince Yi? Does the Prime Minister have other insights? I dare not presume. I have just received news that the area affected by the floods in Hangzhou is rapidly expanding, with a risk of dam collapse at any moment. What? The disaster has escalated to such severity. Indeed, your Majesty, Prince Yi is of royal blood. How could we allow him to be placed in danger? As subjects of the Long Xuan Dynasty, we ought to serve our nation loyally. And as a royal relative, Prince Yi should lead by example. How could he cower in the face of danger? Wei Zhongxian exchanged glances with Li Cheng, who immediately stepped forward. Your Majesty, Prince Yi has spent his life in the palace. Surely, Li Cheng, do you doubt Prince Yi's capabilities or my judgment? The Emperor's voice boomed. Li Cheng was taken aback and hurriedly knelt. I do not presume, your Majesty, though Prince Yi is astute and capable. The floods are perilous. If the Empress Dowager were to learn of this, she would certainly not permit Prince Yi to be harmed. The officials, frightened by the Emperor's outburst, dared not breathe, save for Wei Zhongxian, who remained unperturbed. He was entrusted by the late Emperor, and in his eyes, the Emperor was but a child. All were aware that although Prince Yi Xian was not the biological son of the Empress Dowager, he had been raised by her since childhood after his mother's early demise, receiving her affection as if he were her own son. The Prime Minister need not worry. I have my own methods to address the disaster in Hangzhou. Prince Yi is my fourth brother. How could I place him in harm's way? You, old rogue Wei, dare to use the Empress Dowager to pressure me. What means does your Majesty have to resolve the disaster in Hangzhou? The calamity in Hangzhou has persisted for many years, and no one has been able to solve it. I refuse to believe that a mere youth has the answer. The hour is late. I will address this matter at tomorrow's court session. You may all withdraw for now. I will buy time, but in the end, you must heed my counsel. You cannot outmaneuver me, Wei Zhongxian thought triumphantly. After the officials departed, the Emperor sank into his dragon throne, dejected. If I cannot conceive a solution by tomorrow morning, must I truly acquiesce to his demands? Would that not condemn the people of Hangzhou to catastrophe? What purpose does my reign serve? The moon quietly revealed half of its face from behind the clouds, the mist thick and heavy. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the fog, only for it to gather anew elsewhere. The willows brushed against the lake's surface, creating a scene of tranquility. Yet one individual, unwilling to remain in solitude, shattered the lake's stillness. Xiao Yuqing, feeling bored, took a small boat to row alone in the dead of night. Sui Feng remarked, does this girl have a problem, out at this hour, scaring whom? Yuqing replied, this is called ambience. Do you not understand? What a magnificent night, the moon shining brightly, truly an ideal time for mischief and intrigue. As Yuqing floated on the boat, she whimsically thought to herself. On a whim, she began to sing. The world is full of laughter. Infatuation is the most tiresome plight. To be indifferent to it all is fine. Yet my heart remains untroubled. I long only for half a lifetime of leisure. Awake, I smile at others. In dreams, all is forgotten. Alas, the night falls too swiftly. In the next life, love and hate will be erased in a stroke. With wine in hand, I sing, wishing for joy until old age. Though the wind is cold, I do not wish to flee. Though the flowers are beautiful, I do not desire them. Let me drift. the higher the sky, the smaller my heart, asking not the cause of it all. I intoxicate myself alone, crying today, laughing tomorrow, seeking no one to understand me, with pride in my being, as the song plays and the dance unfolds. The long night stretches on, unaware of dawn, in search of happiness. What a splendid line! The world is full of laughter. The emperor, in a state of turmoil, wandered about, when suddenly he heard a melodious voice. He mused, who is singing? How can one sing so freely, so disdainfully? Following the sound, he beheld a woman dressed in white, gently gliding on a small boat. He could not help but marvel, hearing the voice. Yuqing turned her head and beamed at the emperor. Little Xianzi, it is you. How could it be her? For some reason, upon seeing her, all his earlier worries dissipated. Indeed, why could it not be me? I thought there would be no one at this late hour, yet here I find a familiar face. This eunuch truly so idle, at this hour, wandering about aimlessly, yet it is good to have him accompany me. I shall not be too lonely. I truly wonder if I might become the only person in history to perish from sheer boredom. How delightful, yet I did not expect our reunion to come so swiftly. Could this be fate? It indicates that we are destined to meet. Hey, come aboard. Yuqing maneuvered her small boat to the shore, extending a generous invitation. Zhang Xian stepped aboard, chuckling. My lady, you are truly at leisure. What can I say? Life in the palace can be utterly stifling. Do you still wish to leave the palace? Is my imperial residence truly so detestable to you? Even so, I shall not permit your departure. You belong to me. Of course, do not forget the promise you made. I do not wish to hear you speak of leaving again, so I shall change the subject. Yuqing, the song you just sang possesses an unusual charm, one I have never encountered before. Did you compose it yourself? Is that not permissible? You would not know unless you listened. I apologize, Sister Qinshua. I did not intend to infringe upon your work. Yet, your skeptical expression irks me. It is truly enchanting. Indeed, she composed it herself. Truly a talented woman. However, to drink and sing, to be merry until old age is easier said than done, is it not? What is so difficult about it? The world is inherently untroubled. It is the foolish who create their own strife. Indeed, but how many can truly achieve that? For fame, for fortune, who does not go to great lengths, ultimately causing suffering to the common people? It seems that you are the only one bold enough to declare that I am a fool, yet your words do hold some merit. You are quite the one to worry for the world before yourself. To worry for the world before oneself, well put. Zhang Xian stood up in great excitement. This phrase truly encapsulates the essence of rulership. Why are you so agitated? Be careful not to fall. I shall not come to your aid. You appear burdened with worries. What is it? Surely you are not troubled by matters of the heart. Never mind. You would not understand. National affairs have left the civil and military officials at a loss. What can a mere woman do? Do you look down upon me? Speak up. What is it? How can you belittle me so? I am, after all, a product of the 21st century. Even if I lack intelligence, I possess experience, do I not, in truth? It is nothing, merely the flooding in Hangzhou, which has yet to find a resolution. The flooding in Hangzhou, that is indeed a national concern. Should it not be the emperor's worry? What is it to you? Why trouble yourself unnecessarily? Truly, you are searching for trouble. Those of us who serve, must certainly share in the burdens of our masters. If our master is in low spirits, we servants shall not have it easy either. I nearly forgot. Before her, I am but the eunuch, little Xian. I suspected. The emperor is a tyrant. You truly suffer. Fortunately, the emperor does not recognize me. You see the emperor as so unworthy. Zhang Xian exclaimed in anger. I do not recall offending her. Why does she insist that I am not a good emperor? Why are you so angry? I am merely advocating for you. Truly, a dog biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize a good heart. You have misunderstood. In truth, the emperor is also a ruler who cares for his people, not a tyrant. Zhang Xian truly did not wish for her to perceive him in such a manner. Not defend him further. His character is of no concern to me. By the way, what was that about the flooding you mentioned? With ancient technology being so primitive and lacking weather forecasts, once disaster strikes, it could lead to a scene of carnage. The floods have ravaged Hangzhou for quite some time. The court has repeatedly allocated disaster relief funds, but ultimately, it is merely a drop in the bucket, only alleviating immediate crises. There has yet to be a fundamental solution. A mere eunuch cares so deeply for the nation and its people. Yuqing is deeply moved. Chapter 7. The First Kiss. 55555. Why are there so few supporters? Votes. 5555555. So disheartened. A mere eunuch cares so deeply for the nation and its people. Yuqing is deeply moved. I do not understand why every time a flood occurs, you all immediately think of building dikes and disaster relief. This is merely treating the symptoms, not the root cause. What insight do you possess? You boast so easily. It is quite simple. Do not build dikes, but rather divert the floodwaters to lower-lying areas and valleys, thus resolving the flooding issue, and any future droughts could also be addressed simultaneously. Such a simple problem, and yet you make it seem so complex. This is brilliant. The emperor paused for a moment, then praised her. A problem that has stumped others for centuries, and she casually proposes such an ingenious solution. What a remarkable Xiao Yuqing, what an extraordinary woman. Zhang Xian could not help but take Yuqing's hand, saying, Thank you, you have assisted me, aided the emperor greatly, and saved the people of Hangzhou. Observing Zhengxuan's intent to continue speaking, Yuqing quickly interrupted, Stop, if you go on, I shall become a savior. Indeed, you are. She is truly a gift from the heavens to me, to the Long Xuan Dynasty. I shall never let go. You truly jest. Do not mention such things that ruin the atmosphere. This beautiful night is best spent drifting on the water. I shall row. Zhang Xian reached out to take the wooden paddle from Yuqing's hands, determined not to let his beloved tire herself even a little. With the wind, so considerate, so touching, with the breeze. What nonsense. He is not doing this for you. Some people do not even appreciate it. Why must every sentence you utter contain the word truly? Yuqing moved the paddle away, refusing to let him take it. She was rowing perfectly well, so why should she give it up? It is a habit. Oh, I have another question. You certainly have many inquiries. Go ahead. I shall divulge everything I know and more. You are a eunuch, yet why have I never seen you in eunuch attire? This is because I am the emperor's most favored little eunuch. Thus the emperor has graciously permitted me not to wear eunuch clothing. Alas, I had to make that up. I do not wish to end this game so soon. Oh, so you're a favored person beside the emperor. Would you like me to speak more favorably of you to the emperor? Who knows, no need, Yuqing exclaimed, as if the emperor were a ravenous beast, and she added, You must never mention me before the emperor. Never mention it. This expression was both expected and unexpected for Zhang Xian. He did not anticipate her aversion to the emperor so greatly. Am I truly such a failure as an emperor? I had no intention of bringing it up. Hand me the paddle. Saying this, he reached out to snatch it. No, this boat is mine. Give it here. Yuqing held on to one end of the paddle and pulled it towards herself. Everything in the palace belongs to me. Hand it over. Zhang Xian grasped the other end of the paddle and pulled it towards himself as well. You think you are the emperor. Do not be greedy. Pull it back. I shall take it. What can you do about it? Back and forth they went, neither yielding. Suddenly losing balance, the small boat capsized. It is all your fault. Why must you engage in such a foolish tug-of-war? Now look, we have become drenched like drowned chickens. After finally reaching the shore, Yuqing shook her wet hair and pouted in complaint. Good heavens, does she not realize how enchanting she appears? The hazy moonlight cast upon her, the delicate fabric clinging to her form, revealing her alluring silhouette, while a gentle breeze tousled her hair. Zhang Xian, unable to resist, tenderly caressed her flushed cheeks, which had turned rosy from anger. Yuqing was startled by his sudden gesture, momentarily forgetting her thoughts. As Zhengxuan's face drew ever closer, she felt two soft lips gently cover her own. Zhengxuan's handsome face and gentle kiss ensnared her senses. Her mind went blank. She closed her eyes. Kissed. Yuqing's reciprocation only intensified Zhengxuan's desire. Pulling her closer, as if to meld her into his very being, the hand he placed on her waist instinctively tightened, causing Yuqing to awaken, becoming suddenly aware of what was transpiring. In a flurry, she pushed Zhang Xian away, yet in her haste, she forgot they were still by the lakeside, and her push sent him tumbling into the water. Fortunately, the lake was not very deep. The emperor stood up. and the water only reached his waist. The cold water extinguished his burning desire. Had Yuqing not pushed him away in time, he might have taken her right there. You. How could you do this? That was my first kiss. What do you wish to do about it? I want to kill you. Yuqing stammered in anger, furious that he had stolen her cherished first kiss, and even more so at herself for not resisting. What difference is there between your words and murder? Zhang Xian chuckled, watching her flail atop the bank, all fury and indignation. I do not know. I have never appeared so undignified. Then why do you not pull me up? Very well. Yuqing hesitated for a moment but reluctantly agreed. She was, after all, quite kind-hearted. Reluctantly, she extended her hand, and Zhang Xian grasped it, smirking mischievously. With a swift pull, he yanked her into the water as well. You are so despicable. Yuqing flailed her fists and aimed them at Zhang Xian. You cannot hit me. Cannot hit me. The emperor was not to be trifled with, deftly dodging as Yuqing's fists barely grazed him. The two began to playfully splash water at each other. Like children at play, with the wind, the mandarin ducks frolicking in the water are no different from this. With the breeze, how sour, someone has knocked over the vinegar pot. With the wind, what has been overturned? Who prompted him to seduce my family? Yuqing, Chapter 8. Governor Shao. In the early morning, within the Longda Hall, the emperor, brimming with vigor, sat upon the dragon throne, smiling down upon the assembled ministers. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! All ministers, rise. After the officials had stood, eunuchly proclaimed loudly, if there are memorials, please present them. If not, the court is dismissed. No sooner had he spoken than Wei Zhongxian stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present regarding the flood disaster. There is no need for the Prime Minister to worry. I already possess a solution. I anticipated that you, old rogue, would bring this matter up. What method does your Majesty have in mind? Will your Majesty still decide to send Prince Yi to provide relief? I have instructed the Ministry of Works to draft specific measures according to my wishes. This matter will be handled entirely by Prince Yi, so the Prime Minister need not be concerned any further. Of course, I understand the Prime Minister has devoted much effort to the Long Xuan Dynasty. But as the head of the ministers, do not overexert yourself. With a blend of grace and authority, the emperor rendered Wei Zhongxian speechless, forcing him to retreat in dismay. Are there any other matters to discuss? The emperor looked upon Wei Zhongxian, satisfied by his speechlessness. I have a memorial. I wish to impeach the governor of the capital, Shao Qiyuan. He is corrupt and unjust, treating lives as trifles. Minister Zhao Chuani presented. Shao Qiyuan, do you have evidence? Shao Qiyuan, father of Yuqing, your Majesty, this is the petition submitted by the victim, which I have detailed in the memorial. Please review it. As Zhao Chuani spoke, he presented the memorial. At the emperor's gesture, eunuchly approached Zhao Chuani to receive the document and presented it to the emperor. Zhang Shen took the memorial, unfolding it to reveal its essence. Wealthy merchant Zhang Dafu's daughter, Zhang Qiaoer, sought a marriage proposal from the Qin family's nobleman, Qin Zheng, enamored by his power. However, Qin Zheng had already pledged his heart to another and resolutely rejected her. Enraged, Zhang Dafu and his daughter bribed Shao Qiyuan to falsely accuse Qin Zheng of raping Zhang Qiaoer. Shao Qiyuan, having accepted bribes, imprisoned Qin Zheng, and his insatiable greed led him to extort even more from the Zhang family. When they refused, he heartlessly exterminated their entire household, framing the Qin family and executing Qin Zheng publicly. What audacity! The emperor stood in a rage. Please, your Majesty, defend the Qin family. The Qin family, with 9 generations of lineage, has but this slender bloodline. The Prime Minister suddenly wept bitterly. Why is the Prime Minister so distraught? What trickery is this old rogue up to? To speak frankly, your Majesty, Qin Zheng is the Prime Minister's nephew. My sister must endure the sorrow of burying her own child at such an age. Your Majesty, please take a stand. What does the Prime Minister propose? A life for a life is only just. But Shao Qiyuan is Yuqing's father. If I were to execute him, how would I face Yuqing? Moreover, the truth of this case remains to be uncovered. The reserved Jin Wangya, who had not yet spoken, interjected. Governor Shao is known for his integrity. There may be more to this matter than meets the eye. My esteemed brother believes we should thoroughly investigate before making any decisions. The facts are undeniable. What further investigation is needed? Wei Zhongxian asserted. I understand the Prime Minister is heartbroken over his loss and is somewhat emotional. However, this matter concerns lives, and we must proceed with caution. I am willing to personally investigate this case to uncover the truth and restore justice, Jin Wangye said calmly. The normally indifferent Jin Wangye's sudden offer to take charge caught Wei Zhongxian off guard. Besides, given Jin Wang's military power, he could not afford to underestimate him. Very well. For now, we will imprison Xiao Qiyuan in the heavenly prison and decide further upon uncovering the truth, Jin Wang. This matter is entrusted to you for thorough investigation. Court dismissed. Brother Jin, you have truly aided me greatly. Long live the Emperor. In the heavenly prison, an elderly man clad in prison garb, his hair disheveled, stood defiantly under the window, gazing up at the sky. Qing, I fear that from this moment forth, I shall be forever separated from you. I hope you do not harbor resentment toward the Emperor. My greatest wish is for you to assist him and benefit the common people. Jin Wangye has arrived. The guard's call interrupted Xiao Qiyuan's thoughts. Turning, he saw a handsome young man clad in brocade standing outside the cell door. Open the door. Yes. The guard swiftly opened the prison door. I pay my respects to the Wangye. Xiao Qiyuan knelt in greeting. Lord Xiao, please rise. Saying this, Jin Wangye extended a hand to assist him. I am a guilty man. I cannot trouble the Wangye. Do you believe you have committed a crime? Jin Xian retorted. No, I am innocent. I have not wronged the Emperor, nor have I wronged the people. I have beheaded Qin Zhang. And I am prepared to face death, Xiao Qiyuan declared resolutely. If you are innocent, why prepare for death? Qin Zhang is the nephew of the current Prime Minister and the cousin of the Empress. Having executed him, how could the Prime Minister possibly spare me? Then why did you feel compelled to execute him? Qin Zhang, relying on his uncle's influence, acted with impunity, committing heinous acts. Just days ago, he assaulted the young lady of the Zhang family. Afterward, the Zhang family reported him, and to silence them, he slaughtered dozens of their kin. When I apprehended him, he showed no remorse, boasting that even if he was guilty, no one could touch him, kill him. I would willingly sacrifice my own life. Reflecting on Qin Zhang's arrogance, Xiao Qiyuan felt no regret for his decision, but the memorial submitted to the Ministry of Justice tells a different story. Though that is what is said, I truly admire Xiao Qiyuan's defiance against power. The Ministry of Justice is not your direct superior, the Prime Minister. Moreover, the Minister of Justice is merely the Prime Minister's favored protege. To fabricate a charge, one need not worry for a lack of words. Oh, are you suggesting the Prime Minister has conspired against you? Ha ha ha. What does the Wangye think? Are you not afraid that I may side with the Prime Minister? After all these years in office, you surely understand the nature of official protection. Your arrival here merely indicates that you too doubt the Prime Minister's words, does it not? How do you know I am not merely putting on an act? Although the Wangye has been absent from the capital for years, and this is our first meeting, your reputation is well known throughout the realm. Excellent. A wise and courageous Governor Xiao. Does Qin Zhang have any admissions of guilt? Like father, like daughter, yes. He confessed and signed a statement, but after Qin Zhang was executed, the confession vanished without a trace. It is feared that it has fallen into the hands of the treacherous minister. Apart from that, is there any other evidence to prove your innocence? Even if the confession were found, it would not prove his innocence. Yes, there is a witness who can corroborate my words. He is a servant of the Zhang family and the sole survivor. Having witnessed the entire incident unfold, after the Zhang family was exterminated, he reported the crime. Where is he now? After Qin Zhang was executed, he left the capital. It is said he has returned to the countryside. A witness simplifies matters. Rest assured, Governor Xiao, if what you say is true, I will ensure your safety. Thank you, Wangye. Xiao Qiyuan knelt again. Lord Xiao, no need for such formality. Jin Xian assisted him up. He may very well become my father-in-law. Yi Tian stood outside the heavenly prison awaiting his lord, and upon seeing him emerge, immediately followed. Yi Tian, I must leave the capital for a time. You must protect Lord Xiao well. Yes, in the drizzling rain. Droplets fell like an unbroken thread upon the ground, the sky somewhat dim, evoking an inexplicable melancholy. This kind of weather is truly bothersome. It should either rain or not. If it rains, then let it rain heavily. Let the storm come with greater ferocity. This indecisive state is utterly meaningless. Yu Qing gazed blankly at the sky, lost in thought. Further spiraling into nonsensical musings, her heart was in utter turmoil. Memories of the previous day with Xiao Xian replayed incessantly in her mind. How could this be? The first kiss I cherished for 17 years has vanished just like that. I had always envisioned it as something beautifully poetic, though the circumstances were somewhat romantic and dramatic. It was not as I had imagined. Although the male lead was quite handsome and met my standards, the problem is, he is a eunuch. How could this happen? How can it be? I actually felt a damned flutter of my heart. He truly bears no resemblance to a eunuch at all, not a hint of a eunuch's demeanor, and he even exudes more charisma than ordinary men, an innate nobility radiating from him, far from what a servant should embody. Xiao Xian, oh Xiao Xian, who exactly are you? You are not a eunuch, right? You must not be a eunuch. I am certain you are not. This realization felt like discovering a new continent, and she slapped her thigh. Standing up and declaring, he is definitely not a eunuch, but if he is not a eunuch, then who is he? Yuqing slumped back down, her mind swirling with questions. Someone who can freely enter and exit the palace is either a prince or a guard. Yet he claimed he is not. Then what could he be? Once more, Yuqing stood up in excitement, this time not discovering a new land, but feeling as if she had just realized she was an alien. Xian, no wonder every time I call your name, it feels strange. Ouyang Zhengxuan, you have deceived me most terribly. Miss, it is terrible, it is terrible. Just as Yuqing was gritting her teeth, preparing to confront the emperor, Lana rushed in, panting. What is it? Did you see a ghost? No, miss, something has happened to the master. The master? Who? Miss, how could you forget your own father? He is your father. Alas, the young lady has forgotten her lord. Who then can rescue him? Oh, what about my father? What has happened to him? I promised Yuqing to take good care of her father. One must honor their commitments. Moreover, her father is now my father as well. The emperor intends to execute my lord, who is imprisoned. For what reason? What crime has my father committed? Was it not said that he is loyal to the throne and loves his country? It is because my lord executed Xinjiang. They accuse him of accepting bribes and taking lives indiscriminately. Everyone knows that Xinjiang was the nephew of the chancellor, who perpetrated misdeeds daily, committing every imaginable atrocity. My lord's action was a relief to the people. Get to the point. Yes, Lunar briefly recounted the events. This is how it stands. Miss, where are you going? To settle accounts with the tyrant emperor. I will reckon both old and new scores. Chapter 9. Intrusion into the imperial study. No, Mississippi, the emperor is in the study. You cannot barge in. It is still raining outside. At the very least, take an umbrella. As Lunar spoke, her mistress had already vanished from sight. Inside the study, the emperor was preoccupied with state affairs, holding the memorial from Zhao Chuani to impeach Xiao Qiyuan. He fell into deep contemplation. This memorial was clearly a fabrication. Zhao Chuani was undoubtedly acting under Wei Zhongxian's orders. Yet, lacking evidence, how could I save him? Wei Zhongxian is unlikely to grant him a chance at survival. Suddenly, a commotion arose from outside, aggravating the emperor's annoyance. He barked, "Who dares to make such a racket? This servant shall investigate." Seeing his master in a rage, Eunuch hurried to discern which fool dared to act recklessly. Meanwhile, Yuqing found herself surrounded by several guards. Having practiced martial arts for a few years, she could handle a few palace guards, but she could not break through their ranks. As more guards arrived, her strength began to wane. She was kept at bay. I demand to see the emperor. Is he so exalted that he cannot be approached? In the past, I needed no such effort to meet a president or a chairman. The emperor is not someone you can see at will. The leading guard remarked. He could easily tell that Yuqing was merely a common concubine, and given her status, she had no chance of seeing the emperor. If you won't let me see him, I shall insist on it. Cursed emperor, vile emperor, come out, Yuqing shouted toward the imperial study. Impudent. How dare you insult his majesty? Where did this madwoman come from to defame the emperor in broad daylight? She would not have enough heads to lose. And what if I do? Yuqing retorted defiantly. Truly, she was like a tiger fallen into a lowland, bullied by dogs. Who dares disturb the imperial presence? Eunuch emerged to see a frail woman confronting a crowd of guards. In the rain, she appeared even more delicate, yet possessed an arresting aura. What imperial presence? Tell him to come out. Presumptuous. Who are you? Tell Ouyang Zhengxuan that Xiao Xian has come to find him. Eunuchly cast a glance at Yuqing before entering to deliver the message. Moments later, a man clad in a dragon robe rushed out. He stared intently at the girl in the rain, so fragile, so pitiful. One could not help but feel a surge of compassion. Zhang Xian hastened to her side, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Do you not know it is raining? How could she not take better care of herself? So you truly are the emperor, Xiao Xian." Yuqing gazed at the regal figure before her. At that moment, he appeared both handsome and authoritative, evoking a sense of reverence. This was the essence of an emperor, and he embodied it flawlessly. Yet, for reasons unknown, Yuqing felt remarkably calm at that moment. Sui Feng, perhaps this is the calm before the storm. Feng Wang, our leading lady is not one to be trifled with, best to avoid her wrath. Zhang Xian then realized that his deception had been uncovered. Though, it was not entirely a deception. After all, it was Yuqing's own imagination that spun this tale, and he was merely playing along. Furthermore, with so many witnesses, if Yuqing were to act impulsively, it would not be a matter to be taken lightly. He did not wish to subject her to an impulsive punishment. The emperor coughed awkwardly. Ahem, the rain is increasing. Let us speak indoors. Yuqing entered first, with the emperor following closely behind. Eunuchly observed the two with curiosity. The emperor's demeanor toward this lady was anything but ordinary. Upon hearing of her arrival, he had rushed out without hesitation, displaying a level of excitement Li had never witnessed, even after years of serving him. The lady had insulted the emperor, yet he bore no grudge, instead worrying about her getting soaked. Perhaps she would become his master. In the depths of the palace, she was destined to carve out her own domain. Perhaps even overshadow the empress, with her beauty and courage, who among the harem could rival her. Yet, she was entirely ignorant of the ways of the world, and such reckless behavior could only lead to her downfall. Eunuchly could not fathom why he felt this way upon first seeing her, yet he found himself worried for her. Sui Feng, jealousy is a bitter pill to swallow. Why does she have such fortune? Loved by all, adored by carriages. Yuqing, of course, I am naturally gifted with beauty. Sui Feng, hey, I was not finished speaking. Why do you interrupt? I meant to say you are loved by all, adored by carriages. And even coffins would open for you. Yuqing, should you curse me like that if I were to die? Many would grieve, and they would all be handsome men, which you would surely regret. Sui Feng fell silent. Yuqing strode forward with great determination, only to suddenly turn around and see Zhang Xian wearing a broad grin, igniting an unwarranted fury within her. You little rascal, how dare you deceive me? What have I deceived you about? You deceived me into thinking you were a eunuch. When did I ever claim to be a eunuch? Regardless, you're in the wrong. Being unreasonable is a woman's prerogative. All right, let us say I am in the wrong. Indeed, be a bit more sincere. If you do so, I might consider forgiving you. It seems this emperor is somewhat teachable. Achoo, Zhang Xian could not help but frown. Just look at you. Getting soaked in the rain. Now you must have caught a chill. How can this girl not take better care of herself? It is not about being rained on. I am in excellent health. What does a little rain matter? It is all your fault for dragging me into the water yesterday. You know how cold it is. Was it not someone who pushed me into the water? You pushed me into the water, if not for you. Suddenly, Yuqing halted, recalling the events of the previous night, her face flushing with embarrassment. She glanced up to find the emperor gazing at her with a serious expression. His eyes slightly dazed, and they were closer than she realized. Yuqing quickly stepped back, creating distance. She did not wish for history to repeat itself. What do you intend to do? Do not act recklessly. Recklessly. Initially, you were unaware of my identity, but now that you know, surely you understand you are my consort, and it should not be deemed reckless if I wish to do something. In truth, he merely wished to tease her a bit. What are you talking about? I warn you, I have practiced taekwondo, and the number of people who have fallen at my hands is countless. I advise you not to become the 108th fool. Uncertain of how effective taekwondo would be against ancient warriors, she thought of those martial arts novels where every character possesses extraordinary skills. Did this emperor possess martial prowess? Never mind. She would first attempt to intimidate him. Murdering a husband is a grave offense, and she would not only be killing a husband, but also a sovereign, compounding her crimes. Zhang Xian grinned as he advanced toward her. You are not my husband. How could I not be? What was she saying? You are already my consort. How can you claim I am not your husband? Did she already have someone in her heart? A heavy feeling settled in his chest. You and the Empress are the legitimate couple. I do not wish to be the third party. How bitterly sour those words sounded. He had heard she already had an empress and several concubines. Did she not realize that in modern times, he would be guilty of multiple counts of bigamy? Do you not know that all concubines in the harem are mine? This includes you. The emperor closed in on her. You lecherous wolf, you heartless cad, I warn you once more, do not approach, Yuqing said, retreating. Her threats held no weight against the emperor. You still wish to kill me, although I do not know what you are saying. It must be some martial arts terminology. Furthermore, watching you swing your fists and claw about is quite adorable, making it hard to resist teasing you. Fear not. I will not kill you. At most, I will make you a cripple. Despite being cornered by the emperor, Yuqing steadfastly held her ground. Would you dare? Zhang Xian said teasingly. He had backed her against the bed, his hands propped against the bedpost, enclosing her within. His world. He permitted no intruders. Yuqing found herself cornered. I have nothing to lose. Very well. I sought you out today to discuss serious matters. Engaging in frivolous banter had nearly caused her to forget. Zhengxuan's expression turned grave as he wrapped his arms around her, allowing them to drop. He knew what she was about to say, and it was the very matter that troubled him most. You have come regarding your father's situation. The emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression impassive. Observing Zhengxuan's earlier playful demeanor transform into solemnity, Yuqing could not help but reflect. No wonder they say emperors are fickle. Serving a monarch is akin to walking with a tiger. The emperor could hardly have anticipated her question. He had assumed she would plead on behalf of her father, hoping that Zhang Shen would show mercy to Xiao Qiyuan for her sake. Perhaps she would even resort to tears, tantrums, and desperate measures. What he did not expect, however, was her calm inquiry regarding his opinion. This woman truly astonished him. What do you wish me to think? Zhang Shen tossed the question back to Yuqing. It is quite simple. If my father is innocent, I hope you will release him. If he is truly guilty, then you must act according to the law. I have dispatched people to gather evidence. If he is found innocent, I shall certainly release him. But if it comes to dire circumstances, sacrifices may have to be made. Naturally, Zhang Shen would not divulge this to Yuqing. Is that true? Yuqing asked, filled with skepticism. Although she had never personally experienced palace intrigues or the machinations of powerful officials, she had seen far too much on television and in history. Can you truly guarantee it? Will you ensure that you will not sacrifice my father for the sake of the greater good? Zhang Shen was taken aback that she could see through his thoughts. Her reasoning was beyond his comprehension. She always possessed a perspective that was distinctly her own. Chapter 10. Intrusion into the Imperial Study. Zhang Xian's thoughts were indeed laid bare before her. Her mind was something he could not grasp. She consistently entertained notions that diverged from the ordinary. If it truly comes to that, sacrifices will be unavoidable. I hope you will not blame me. The emperor felt a pang of sorrow. Of course I will blame you. Every life is equal. Do you believe that just because you are the emperor, you can manipulate the lives of others at will, dictating their fates, regardless of whether that person is guilty? Do you think that with a mere word, you can condemn them to death? How are you any different from a bloodthirsty tyrant? Yuqing's voice grew more fervent, entirely oblivious to the changing expression of the man before her. Impudent, tyrant. She dared to label him as such. He had only wished to be a benevolent emperor, one who sought the welfare of the realm. Yet in her eyes, he was merely a bloodthirsty despot. The entire world might misunderstand him, perceive him as weak or incompetent, or view him as foolish, but she must not, for she was the first woman he had ever cared for in his life. Why are you raising your voice? Yuqing took a moment to calm herself, realizing she had indeed been too harsh. I'm sorry, I was too harsh just now. I believe you know the truth of this matter. Indeed, I am well aware that Lord Xiao is innocent, yet others may not understand. Wei Zhongxian, in his high position as a minister and advisor, wields power that is beyond your imagination. His nephew has died. He will not let this rest. He will undoubtedly conspire with other officials to pressure me, and at that time, I will be powerless. And what of the powerful ministers? In the worst case, they could end up like the likes of Ao Bai. Did Kangxi not also cleverly eliminate Ao Bai when he was merely a teenager? Throughout history, has any powerful minister met a good end? He has his trusted allies. Do you not possess any? I refuse to believe you have not cultivated your own influence. With his ambition, he will never be satisfied to be a puppet emperor. The emperor smiled faintly. To have a confidant in life is a treasure beyond measure. She understood him so well, so profoundly clever and spirited, delicate yet mischievous. How many such women exist in this world? He was determined to have her, no matter the cost. With my power, I could indeed contend with him. But the time is not yet ripe. Unless I have absolute certainty, I do not wish to confront him. So even if I were to marry his daughter as empress, you would not resist? I can hardly abide such political marriages. Thankfully, I have extraordinary parents who, despite their noble background, would never force me. 100% freedom in love. It is merely a title for her to owe him. Women had never been a factor that influenced his choices. They were simply tools for satisfaction, warmth in bed. Yet since meeting her, everything seemed to have changed. He began to care for her. A title. You speak so lightly of it. Do you not realize that it represents her lifelong happiness? And it will also affect your happiness? My happiness will never equate to hers. Zhengxuan shouted at Yuqing. Does she not understand that my desired happiness is her? Truly, she was a slow-witted, muddled girl. Who else could it be if not her? You are married, after all. Honestly, you have already taken her as your wife and yet speak such irresponsible words. What a fickle emperor you are. My wives number more than just her. With 3,000 beauties in the harem, which one is not superior to her? At the very least, the one before me surpasses her by far. Those do not count as your wives. They are at most concubines. Why am I even discussing this with you? It is none of my concern. How can it not concern you? I have heard that you are among them. Zhengxuan smirked devilishly. She was his woman. And she could never escape. Every moment spent with her felt so effortless. Teasing her seemed an amusing endeavor, especially when he witnessed her flustered expressions. It was simply adorable. I refuse to be anyone's concubine. Marriage is sacred. It is a matter between two people, and I will not share a husband with anyone else. I will not be the third party. Her words were crystal clear. She would not engage in a polyandrous arrangement. And as the emperor, he could not have only one wife, thus rendering their union impossible. Surely he understood. Right. The emperor felt a heaviness in his heart, taken aback by her singular view of love. It was something he could not provide. Yet, he could offer her the finest palace, the best life, to cherish her alone, even to depose the empress and replace her with Yuqing. Hey, what are you thinking about? Yuqing waved her hand before Zhengxuan's eyes. What will happen regarding my father? I can assure you, if evidence proves your father innocent, I shall ensure Lord Xiao remains unharmed, though Xiao Qiyuan is merely a minor governor. He does not fear power and can be trusted. Under his governance, the capital has flourished. He is indeed a capable official. To execute him would surely dishearten loyal subjects, for both public and private reasons. I must protect him. Really? Yuqing beamed, rushing into Zhengxuan's embrace. This was her first initiative to hug him, albeit for only a fleeting moment. Zhengxuan inhaled the unique fragrance of her hair. Feeling somewhat entranced, alas, she quickly broke free, leaving the emperor wanting more. Well, I must take my leave. Goodbye. Yuqing darted out like a flash. If only he had known, he would not have agreed to her so swiftly. This way, he could have spent more time with her. The emperor suddenly found himself feeling quite ridiculous for harboring such thoughts. Nevertheless, her smile was truly beautiful. If he could win her enchanting smile, he would sacrifice his empire without hesitation. Now he finally understood why emperors throughout history had committed so many absurd acts in pursuit of a beautiful woman. Smile. The prime minister's residence. Wei Zhongxian went directly to his study after court, and soon the sounds of crashing filled the air. Everyone was puzzled as to what had enraged the master so, yet no one dared to approach him. This master had never regarded the lives of others as valuable. Working here required utmost caution. That wretched emperor, having grown wings, dares to defy my orders. Wei Zhongxian's room was in disarray. A trembling maid entered, carrying tea. Master. As Wei Zhongxian reached out to take it, the maid, in her fright, stumbled and spilled the tea all over him. He immediately slapped her, cursing. How can you? He was well-versed in the classics and recognized that he ought not to treat his father with such disrespect. Yet, he understood even more profoundly the concepts of righteousness and conscience. Those wretched commoners are not worth grieving over. Does father truly wish to avenge his cousin, or is it merely a guise to eliminate opposition? Exploiting the situation to his advantage? Never mind. Discussing this with you is futile. This will be my final plea to you upon my return. Please, let him go. Lord Shao Qiyuan is a good official. Consider it a blessing for both the common people and yourself. Please release him. It is impossible. Those who obey me thrive, while those who defy me shall perish. If he dares to resist, he shall meet his doom. Father, grant others a chance at life, and you may also secure a path for yourself. I have pleaded with him countless times, argued with him endlessly, yet it always concludes without resolution. Am I truly to stand by and watch him commit evil, ultimately facing a fate of extermination without the power to intervene? Do not utter another word. Otherwise, I shall slay you alongside him. Do not presume that I will spare you simply because you are my son. Wei Zhongxian's eyes glinted with malice. In truth, no matter the circumstances, he would always be his cherished son, and he could not bring himself to act against him. It seems we have exhausted our discourse. Son, I take my leave. He is indeed beyond salvation. Unworthy child, Wei Zhongxian bellowed at the resolute figure departing. He was nearly driven to the brink of a heart attack by his fury, shortly after Wei Ziqi's departure. The steward hurriedly rushed back in, though this time his expression was not one of joy but rather of terror. My lord, it is dire, my lord. You foolish servant, what nonsense are you spouting? I am already seething with rage, and everything around me is irksome. You deserve to be punished. The steward quickly knelt, realizing he had chosen the wrong moment to speak, fully aware that his master was in a foul mood. Even after serving him for over 30 years, should he misstep, his life would be forfeit. Yet, the allure of power is intoxicating. Though he is merely a steward, he is greatly esteemed in the court. And even third-rank officials must treat him with deference. The sensation is simply exquisite. Chapter 11. Departing the capital to investigate a case. What is it? Wei Zhongxian replied curtly, My lord, Prince Jin has left the capital. The steward stood, attempting to ingratiate himself. What is his purpose? Though Prince Jin is young, he should not be underestimated. Renowned since childhood, he is not only famous, but has also achieved countless feats, excelling in both literature and martial prowess. With a striking appearance, those wishing to marry him likely outnumber the populace of the capital, yet he has never shown interest in such matters. Why this sudden concern for the case of Shao Qiyuan? When young Master Qin annihilated the Zhang family, he left one survivor. What? Qin Zheng is careless in his actions. That person must not be allowed to enter the capital alive. Wei Zhongxian's murderous intent surged. Yes, that Prince Jin, Ouyang Zhengxuan, is not an easy opponent to contend with. Need I even ask? If I can seize this opportunity to eliminate him, it would be even better. Ouyang Zhengxuan will be a significant threat to him and a stumbling block on his path to success. Indeed, however, unbeknownst to them, a figure had been standing outside, eavesdropping on their conversation. He had initially returned merely to catch a glimpse of his father, perhaps for the last time. Before a dilapidated thatched hut stood several men clad in lavish garments. Appearing starkly out of place in such a desolate countryside, the creak of the door shattered the silence as an elderly man with graying hair emerged, inquiring, Who are you? Elder, may I inquire if you are the steward of the Zhang family in the capital? Ouyang Zhengxuan's personal guard, Han, asked. The old man's complexion turned ashen as he waved his hand dismissively. Know what Zhang family steward? I do not know him. He wished to avoid entanglements and disputes. In these times, it is wise to remain unobtrusive. Elder, are you aware that Lord Shao is entangled in a predicament while seeking justice for your family? Zhengxuan stated in a calm voice. Since he had come to visit, he was confident that the person before him was indeed the one he sought. What? Lord Shao? The elder looked momentarily startled. In truth, he was aware of Qin Zheng's considerable power. To oppose him would be akin to striking a stone with an egg, yet Lord Shao feared nothing and struck down Qin Zheng without hesitation. Old Master Zheng's kindness was boundless. Lord Shao avenging him is no less than a favor. Indeed, if the elder refuses to testify for Lord Shao, it would spell certain doom for him. I am but a mere commoner. What use could I possibly serve? Whether I can return to the capital is uncertain. The intrigues among these high officials are not lost on one of my age. Rest assured, as long as you are willing to testify for Lord Shao and reveal the truth, not only will you save him, but I shall also ensure your safety. Zhengxuan understood the elder's concerns. A king? Which king? Indeed, this is none other than the third prince. the brother of the current emperor. With a prince's assurance, you need not worry. Elder, Ihan explained, commoner pays his respects to the prince. The elder was taken aback. He had initially thought he was merely dealing with a high-ranking official from the capital, only to discover he was a prince of great renown. Elder, please rise. Accompany me to the capital. Yes, yes. To receive such favor from the prince is indeed an honor. Moreover, he could not bear to watch Lord Xiao perish unjustly while attempting to assist him. If that were to happen, how could he face his late master in the afterlife? His conscience would be troubled. As they approached the woods, the rustling of the wind stirred, creating a sense of ominous anticipation. Ihan and the guards tightened their grips on their sword hilts, sensing an impending battle. As the prince's guards, they were not ordinary men, being meticulously selected elite warriors. Jin Xian remarked indifferently, "Since we are already here, reveal yourselves." Suddenly, dozens of masked men emerged, exuding an air of menace. The leader pointed at the elder. "Keep him here." The elder, frightened, cowered behind Ihan, fearing that the prince might heed the assassin's words and leave him behind. Sealing his fate, Jin Xian replied with a faint smile, "What if I say no? You shall not take him from me." The assassin lunged forward with a long knife aimed at Jin Xian. But he exhibited no reaction until the blade was nearly in his chest, at which point he effortlessly pinched the knife with his middle and index fingers. The assassin stared in disbelief. Aside from the world's most formidable assassin, Wu Yi, no one had ever been able to block his blade. Yet Jin Xian had done so with ease, and when the assassin attempted to withdraw the knife, Jin Xian merely bent his fingers lightly, breaking the weapon in two. The assassin was utterly astonished, realizing he was no match for his opponent. Yet, having been paid to kill, he was accustomed to living on the edge of life and death. It was either kill or be killed. His life had long ceased to belong to him. He attacked Jin Xian with increased ferocity, deploying every skill he had mastered, yet could not inflict even a scratch on him. Merely managing to fend him off, the guards and assassins became entangled in a fierce melee, swords clashing amidst a flurry of strikes, despite the guards being capable of facing 10 foes at once. That was only true for ordinary street thugs. Clearly, Wei Zhongxian had invested considerable resources. Each of these assassins was a formidable opponent. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands. The guards found themselves at a disadvantage. Jin Xian was equally unable to extricate himself. These assassins were fighting for their lives. What is the most difficult opponent to face? It is not necessarily someone with superior martial skills or immense strength, but rather those who are willing to throw their lives away. Just as the situation grew dire, a figure leapt into the fray, also masked. He wielded his sword with extraordinary speed and precision, swiftly piercing the throat of one assassin. The assassins, taken aback by this unexpected ally, began to feel fear. This was precisely the assassin's greatest taboo. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted. The assassins were nearly all slain. Only the leader remained, engaged in a fierce struggle with Jin Xian. Jin Xian, wishing to end this conflict, recognized the leader as a respectable foe, yet he must die. Jin Xian swiftly subdued the assassin's hand, seized his knife, and with a swift motion, slashed at the assassin's neck. The assassin's eyes widened. He had never witnessed such a rapid strike. Ouyang Zhengxuan truly lived up to his reputation as the assassin fell. He smiled. This was the fate of an assassin. To die at the hands of a more skilled opponent was his honor. It was preferable to perish at the hands of an unknown thug. It was a fair duel of life and death. He felt fulfilled. "Thank you for saving me, valiant warrior." Jin Xian clasped his fists in gratitude. It is but the duty of a wanderer of the martial world to assist those in need. Jin Xian cast a fleeting glance at him. The masked man appeared somewhat frail, resembling a scholar rather than a hero. Who would have imagined that such a slight figure possessed extraordinary martial talents? "Since you possess such remarkable skills, why not serve the nation?" Jin Xian refrained from inquiring why he remained masked. Surely he had his reasons for doing so. Perhaps he did not wish to reveal his identity. Or he might even know him personally. Wei Ziki had contemplated serving the nation, but was unwilling to act on behalf of his father, nor did he respect his father's actions, yet he could not submit to another's authority. Nor could he bear to confront his own father. After all, that was the man who had birthed and raised him. Even if his father wronged the entire world, he could not forsake him. The world may scorn him, but he alone could not. Those of the martial world merely seek to live freely. Within the realm of martial arts, one can also serve the people. Very well. Should you ever wish to contribute to the nation or encounter difficulties, feel free to bring this to the border and seek me out. Jin Xian produced a gold token from his bosom and handed it to him. Wei Ziki, already aware of his identity, accepted the token without surprise or refusal, saying, "I take my leave." With a swift motion, Wei Ziki vanished into the woods. Jin Xian watched him depart, almost deciphering his identity. Leaping onto his horse, he hurried back to the capital. In the royal palace of Long Xuan, the imperial garden was alive with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms. Xiao Yuqing was in high spirits, enveloped in happiness. Who could it be? It turned out to be Xiao Zhirong. As Xiao Yuqing leaned down to inhale the floral fragrance, an unexpectedly shrill female voice pierced the air, causing her to frown and glance up to see who dared disturb her delightful reverie. Approaching her was a woman adorned in resplendent jewels, her face heavily made up, exuding an unmistakable allure. Yet, Xiao Yuqing felt an overwhelming sense of disdain. She had always abhorred ostentatious displays, believing that true beauty lay in simplicity. And what of it? Am I not allowed to be here? She thought, bewildered. How strange. The imperial garden is a public space. Has the emperor truly such poor judgment in selecting his consorts? Her temperament was notably fiery. No wonder she even barged into the emperor's study. Her audacity was indeed remarkable. Truly, there exists no secret in this world. The news of Yuqing's intrusion into the emperor's study had already spread like wildfire throughout the palace. Historically, those who dared to trespass into the emperor's private quarters seldom met with favorable outcomes, yet she had the audacity to do and emerged unscathed. The inner palace was undoubtedly a cauldron of jealousy. After this incident, many had already begun to view Yuqing as a rival. What is so impressive about that? It's not as if I invaded the underworld. Such boldness in addressing me. How dare that mere Zhirong act so brazenly? If she is already so audacious before gaining the emperor's favor, one can only imagine how insufferable she would become should she ever attain it. Who do you think you are? Do not assume that just because I have found myself in ancient times, I am an easy target for bullying. Not even in the present could anyone dare to intimidate me. Let alone in this era. I am, after all, a princess of the Ling Empire. Chang Guoren was truly incensed, raising her hand to strike Yuqing, disregarding any semblance of a lady's decorum. Ordinarily, such an act could have been easily delegated to a nearby young eunuch. Yuqing, being somewhat skilled in martial arts, was hardly a match for someone as delicate as Chang Guoren, who was incapable of even handling a chicken. With one hand, Yuqing seized Chang Guoren's wrist, while with the other, she swiftly delivered a slap to her face, leaving a stark imprint of 5 fingers, causing powder to scatter everywhere. Xiao Yuqing was not particularly special, her greatest virtue being her clear sense of justice. If someone rendered her a kindness, she would repay it tenfold. However, if someone bore her a grudge, she would not easily let it go. You dare to strike me? Seize her. At that moment, Chang Guoren realized that her most potent weapon was her higher rank compared to Xiao Yuqing. The dream concubine had arrived. From a distance, an enchanting woman strolled over, her face lightly adorned with makeup, dressed in a soft green gown, with a delicate jade hairpin adorning her locks. Yuqing had heard of this dream concubine. Rumored to be both talented and virtuous, known for her gentle demeanor toward her subordinates, earning their affection and being the emperor's most favored consort. Upon this realization, a pang of bitterness filled Yuqing's heart. Greetings, dream concubine. Chang Guoren quickly donned a flattering facade, bowing deeply. We are all of the same household. There is no need for such formality, dear sister. The dream concubine kindly replied. Yuqing observed her closely, noting her amiable nature and beauty. No wonder the emperor favored her. If she were a man, she too would find it difficult not to admire her. What is all this commotion about? The dream concubine inquired, having spied the two entangled in a scuffle from afar. Dream concubine, this wretched girl actually dared to strike me. Chang Guoren hissed, her teeth gritted, for no one had ever dared to strike her, not even the emperor himself. Feng Qin, of course he hasn't scolded her. The emperor seldom sees her. Xiao Zhirong, is what Chang Guoren says true? The dream concubine maintained her serene smile. Such events were not uncommon in the palace. Typically, the powerful would bully the weak. Yet how curious that a Zhirong would dare strike a Guoren. This revelation surprised her, but as someone accustomed to navigating courtly intrigues, she would not allow her emotions to betray her, even in astonishment. Her expression remained unchanged, a lesson learned from years in the palace. The best and most useful strategy within these walls was to preserve one's own safety. So what, if one does not offend me? I shall not offend them, but if one dares to offend me, I shall certainly retaliate. I have no concept of yielding. Sister, is there truly no way to resolve this amicably? Must we resort to violence? We are all sisters, the dream concubine continued, her tone still warm. Who would consider such a lowly person as a sister? Chang Guoren scoffed disdainfully. I have no desire for such kinship. I cannot possibly aspire to be associated with someone as noble as you. Yuqing emphasized the word noble with a flourish. Ladies, let us cease this quarrel. Why not sit down and discuss this matter amicably? The dream concubine suggested, attempting to mediate. The emperor was preoccupied with state affairs. How could he allow palace disputes to intrude upon his duties? As a consort of the emperor, it was her duty to alleviate his burdens, especially since the altercation between Chang Guoren and Xiao Zhirong was merely trivial and did not warrant troubling the emperor. The dream concubine mused. The emperor approaches. Today was indeed a momentous occasion. Why were all present so intrigued by the imperial garden? Not only were there consorts and nobles, but even the emperor himself had arrived. Yuqing observed the regal figure of Zhang Xian striding towards them. Long live the emperor! The dream concubine and Chang Guoren half-kneeled in greeting. Naturally, our proud Miss Yuqing would never be so docile, Your Majesty. I am here, she declared defiantly. You did not notice me until now. She could not bear his blatant disregard. Yuqing's previously elevated spirits had been dashed by these people, especially that insufferable emperor. Anger colored her tone. How bold, you dare to speak so insolently to His Majesty. Your Majesty, don't look. She actually hit me. Chang Guoren whined, her voice sending chills down Yuqing's spine. She clung to the emperor like an octopus. Does it hurt? Zhang Xian reached out to caress Chang Guoren's bruised cheek. Unbeknownst to him, this gesture was like a dagger to Yuqing's heart. With the emperor's affection, Chang Guoren grew even bolder, wrapping her arms around him tighter. While Zhang Xian did not resist, appearing to relish her embrace, Sui Feng, what on earth is the emperor doing? Emperor. I am the emperor. What business is it of yours? Feng Qing. Are you intentionally provoking Yuqing? Emperor. And what of it? I am the emperor. I hold the highest authority. How painful. Chang Guoren feigned fragility, surprised by the emperor's evident concern for her. Perhaps tonight we'll see her granted the honor of his bedchamber. Making the slap worth it, Yuqing glanced at the dream concubine, curious as to how the most favored consort of the emperor would react. Would she feel envy? Yet, the dream concubine maintained her serene smile, showing no sign of anger. This woman was remarkably magnanimous. If my boyfriend were to cheat on me before my very eyes, I certainly would not act as if nothing had transpired, Your Majesty. Yuqing rushed between them, separating their embrace, her voice sweet yet dripping with feigned innocence. How she loathed how syrupy her tone sounded. Is it not more than a mere flirtation? She thought defiantly. I, Xiao Yuqing, am not to be trifled with. Yuqing leaned against Zhang Xian, her form practically draped over him. Seizing the rare opportunity for such intimacy, Zhang Xian clasped her tightly, as if fearing she might vanish if he let go. Your Majesty, it was not intentional. Oh heavens, Yuqing had never realized her knack for dramatics until now. How careless of her. Zhang Xian listened to her sultry voice, feeling utterly captivated. This little woman was undoubtedly his natural nemesis. He deliberately maintained an air of nonchalance, attributing the situation to mere accident. Those present could discern the emperor's favoritism towards her, yet only Chang Guoren remained oblivious. Moving to the emperor's other side, she pouted. It could not have been an accident. She clearly did it on purpose. Sister, since Yuqing did not act with malice, why not forgive her? The dream concubine's favor was not solely due to her beauty. Her keen perception of the emperor's desires was equally critical. Satisfied, the emperor cast a glance at her. Meanwhile, Chang Guoren could only fume in silence, torn between the urge to lash out and the fear of doing so. With her aim achieved, Xiao Yuqing intended to withdraw gracefully, but Zhang Xian had no intention of releasing her easily, tightening his grip as he sensed her struggle. Fengqing, Yuqing, you have truly invited a wolf into your den. Yuqing, oh heavens, I regret this. Someone save me. Sui Feng, too late. You have already fallen into the trap. Haha. What are you doing? Nothing at all. Let go of me. The two stood so close that they were nearly fused together. Why should I release you? There are eyes upon us. As she observed the intimate glances exchanged between Chang Guiren and Meng Fei, Yuqing felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, wishing desperately to find a hole in the ground to hide herself. Yet, the more she squirmed, the more the emperor found amusement in her predicament, refusing to release her. You're aware that someone is watching, and yet you dare to be so disrespectful towards me. He taunted. Let me go, you lecher. Otherwise, I shall scream, Yuqing threatened, aware that this ploy was a familiar trope in nearly every film, though it typically bore little fruit. The next line would invariably be, go ahead and scream. Even if you cried until your throat was raw, no one would come to your aid. Indeed, who would dare to rescue you? Had the script been altered, Your Majesty, it was astonishing that someone truly dared to rescue Xiao Yuqing. Gratefully, she gazed at the newcomer, while the emperor fixed him with a glare filled with resentment. Li Gonggang, attuned to the emperor's murderous intent, could only chastise himself for his untimely arrival. Your Majesty. Lord Jin and several ministers seek an audience. Has my third brother returned? Announce him. Zhang Xian finally released Yuqing, intent on addressing matters of state, knowing that there would be ample opportunity to toy with her later. I wish to attend as well. Yuqing understood that this matter pertained to her father, and she felt compelled to observe. Otherwise, it would be a grave neglect of duty, for he was her only kin in this realm. That is not permissible. Those in the harem cannot interfere in state affairs. I do not wish to meddle in state matters, but this issue must pertain to my father, and I merely wish to listen. I will not intervene. Yuqing pleaded, her eyes fixed imploringly upon the emperor. Very well. However, you may only hide behind the screen and are forbidden from speaking. Her pitiful demeanor truly evoked sympathy. All right, Chapter 13. The Proposal in the Grand Hall. The emperor sat regally upon the lofty dragon throne, exuding an air of authority that rendered him seemingly unapproachable. Lord Jin, what is the progress on the Xiao Qiyuan case, Your Majesty? I have located the key individual who witnessed the entire ordeal. Who is it? The steward of the Zhang family. Bring him forth, commanded the emperor. Yet, he faced opposition from Wei Zhongxian. Your Majesty, how can a coarse countryman be allowed to enter the palace so casually? Zhang Xian managed a calm smile. Does the chancellor not wish to ascertain the full context of this matter, or is he intentionally concealing something? I would not dare. Wei Zhongxian felt increasingly powerless. As the court's influence seemed to wane by the day, what terrified him further was the emperor's regal demeanor, which surpassed even that of the late emperor, leaving him breathless. While they spoke, Steward Zhang was ushered into the hall. Unaccustomed to such grandeur, he immediately collapsed to his knees, trembling as he proclaimed, "Commoner pays his respects to Your Majesty. Long live the emperor. Speak the truth of what you know, without the slightest concealment." Yes. The steward recounted how Qin Zhang had committed heinous acts against the Zhang family's young lady, forcing her to take her own life, and how, in a single night, he had annihilated over 10 members of the Zhang household. Detailing how Lord Xiao avenged their grievances, his account was thorough and candid. What you say truly accurate. Every word is true. I would not dare deceive Your Majesty. Such lowly folk, what merit do they hold? Wei Zhongxian scoffed. Your Majesty, this man is likely a pawn of someone with ulterior motives, spewing nonsense. Who might this ulterior person be, if not myself? As Jin Wang spoke, the temperature in the hall dropped several degrees. Wei Zhongxian, feeling the chill, stammered, Jin Wang, do not misunderstand. I meant no offense. I merely believe that relying solely on one person's testimony may not suffice to convince the realm. Then surely, the signed confession of Qin Zhang must be genuine? Jin Xian produced the confession from his bosom, knowing that Wei Zhongxian would not easily concede, having long dispatched spies to the chancellor's residence. Upon seeing the document, Wei Zhongxian's expression shifted, now that both witness and evidence were present. It seemed impossible to eliminate Xiao Qiyuan, but, Your Majesty, Wei Zhongxian attempted to protest. But the emperor interrupted with a dark expression. "Chancellor, do you not believe that such a person deserves death?" The command was laced with an undeniable authority, further chilling the atmosphere. The emperor then smiled and inquired, "What do you all think?" The fickle nature of the emperor's demeanor drew parallels to the capriciousness of Mayweather. "He should die. He should die." Voices echoed in agreement, some genuinely outraged, while others simply followed the tide. The emperor surveyed his loyal ministers with satisfaction, secretly reveling in their folly. It seems the old fox ought to face some consequences. Yet he proclaimed, "In that case, Xiao Qiyuan is hereby released. I trust that the chancellor was misled by Qin Zhang and was unaware of the details of this matter." Indeed, with the emperor providing him an escape, Wei Zhongxian reluctantly acquiesced. Though he bore no gratitude, Xiao Qiyuan has rid the people of harm and is a paragon of integrity. Henceforth, he shall be appointed Minister of Revenue. The emperor's declaration astonished the court, as the elevation from governor to minister represented a leap of 3 ranks, placing him just below the chancellor. Minister Xiao, had indeed turned misfortune into fortune. Jin Xian, the moment he exited the court, he heard someone call his name. The only person daring enough to address him thus was Xiao Yuqing. "Yuqing," he replied without turning. "How did you know it was me?" "Intuition. Wow, they say women have a sixth sense. I did not expect you to possess it as well. Thank you for saving my father." "You should thank the emperor. It was he who pardoned your father. What does he have to do with it?" "I saw you exerting yourself. He was merely lounging," Yuqing retorted indignantly, adding, "Besides, my father was innocent and did not require his pardon. You have misjudged him." Had it not been for the emperor's foresight in dispatching heavy guards for secret protection, your father would have surely faced peril, and, even with witnesses, it would have been of no use. "Oh, is that so? Never mind. I shall not dwell on him. Regardless, thank you. I am pleased to assist." Jin Xian gazed at her with tender affection. I have heard that you have long guarded the frontier. Your martial prowess must be formidable, indeed. Not in truth. His skills were unmatched in the world. Can you perform lightness skills? Those ancient heroes on television all seem to soar through the air. I envy them. You wish to learn. Engaging in conversation with an astute individual was indeed rewarding. Yes, she nodded eagerly. This is something best experienced firsthand. What? Just as Yuqing was engrossed in the conversation, Jin Xian suddenly leapt up into a tree. "We can ascend like this. Indeed. Wow, this feels quite exhilarating. The view is entirely different from up here. I finally understand the sentiment of climbing high and gazing far." As Feng was curiously inspecting the tree, she remarked, "Does it resemble a building?" Feng Qing scrutinized and replied, "It does not quite seem like one." Which Feng jested, "Perhaps Yuqing has a problem with her eyesight. Should we take her to the hospital?" Feng Qing agreed. "Yes, I think so too." At that moment, Yuqing leapt out and playfully struck both of them. Yuqing stood up excitedly. The tree space was already limited, and with the two of them, it felt even more cramped. Yet someone, not content, stood up to peer around. Losing her balance, she fell squarely onto Jin Xian. How unfortunate it was that, every time she encountered him, she ended up tumbling into his arms. However, this man was undeniably extraordinarily handsome. Strikingly so, with an allure that was almost overwhelming, especially his eyes, which seemed to reflect Zheng Xian's image. They truly resembled brothers. "My apologies," she stammered as she struggled to rise, having a beautiful woman in his embrace. Jin Xian, being a man of stature, could hardly resist the stirrings of his heart, especially given that she was the object of his affection. Seeing her struggle, he felt a twinge of annoyance and grasped her firmly. "Jin Xian, what are you doing?" she asked, perplexed. "Wasn't it heavy to have such a large person on top of him?" "I do not wish to let go." Jin Xian's eyes brimmed with tenderness once more. And this time, Yuqing could perceive it clearly. What does that mean? It must be a misunderstanding. She had heard of the Jin Wang, known for his icy demeanor and sparse words, and could hardly fathom that he would harbor feelings for her. Are you not clever enough to understand? It was indeed time to confess his feelings. Yuqing was at a loss for words. Although she had been pursued countless times throughout her life, she had always rejected her suitors without mercy. Yet this man before her was an exceptionally handsome figure, and she felt a flicker of attraction. Moreover, their current position and the ambience were decidedly intimate. I have inexplicably developed feelings for you. Unable to help but fall for you, caught in an inescapable snare, Jin Xian professed earnestly, having never before uttered such a lengthy sentence conveying a singular sentiment, only because these words are his heartfelt confessions. Some sentiments buried deep within his soul. Yuqing was shaken and moved by his declarations, her mind blanked. "Do you wish to be my Princess Jin?" he inquired. He referred to himself simply as I. Rather than using the title of Wang, he did not intend to impose his princely status upon her. What he sought was her genuine willingness. She remained in a daze, while she was lost in thought. Yuqing noticed a bee flitting beside Jin Xian. Could it be? Even the bee was enamored by his beauty, unable to resist the urge to sting his face a few times. "The one confessing is me. Not you. Why are you intruding?" Without a moment to ponder, Yuqing instinctively raised her hand to shield him, inadvertently tumbling down towards the ground, embracing the earth intimately. She had expected Jin Xian to come to her rescue. With his skills, it should have been effortless. However, she saw the anxious expression on his face, showing no intention of descending. Unable to rely on others, she resolved to depend on herself. In those fleeting seconds, Yuqing desperately recalled Jin Xuan's lightness in movement, attempting a daring gamble. She helplessly closed her eyes, imagining herself falling in a heap, her lifelong reputation shattered. Cursed Ouyang Zhengxuan, just as wicked as his brother. Yuqing fumed internally. Yet surprisingly, her body did not register any pain. She opened her eyes in excitement, finding herself standing steadily on the ground. Jin Xian gracefully descended, so effortlessly, even someone like her, typically immune to the charms of men, was left spellbound. Chapter 14. The proposal. Yuqing opened her eyes in exhilaration, discovering she stood firmly on the ground. Jin Xian alighted with such grace. She, always impervious to the allure of men, was utterly captivated. Still dazed, Jin Xian affectionately patted her forehead. "Ouch!" Yuqing covered her forehead, feigning anger. "You saw me fall, and yet did not save me. This Wang believes in your ability to save yourself, even if he lacked confidence in her. He certainly had faith in himself. After all, the disciple he trained could not possibly be lacking in talent. But what if I cannot? Then I shall accompany you in your fall. It would be quite amusing to see the esteemed Prince Jin tumbling head over heels. Should anyone witness it." Jin Xian bore no anger, his gaze suddenly catching sight of Yuqing's swollen hand. "Your hand, huh?" Yuqing gasped in shock, and just as she was regaining her composure, Jin Xian seized her hand and pressed his lips against her wound. "Hey, what are you doing?" He was not supposed to be such a frivolous man. Yuqing forcefully withdrew her hand, yet Jin Xian held on tightly, simply stating, "It's poisonous. No way, I was merely trying to help." "Must you be so dramatic? Poisonous? Am I going to die?" "Truth be told, I am quite afraid of death." But as she watched Jin Xian extracting the poison from her, an unexpected sense of security washed over her. Dispelling her fears, he always provided her with an unparalleled sense of safety. Jin Xian expelled the poison onto the ground, only to find Yuqing gazing at him, and the usually impassive Prince Jin's face faintly flushed. Their eyes locked. It seemed they existed in a realm separate from the chaos of the world, with nothing but each other's reflections in their gaze. The maple leaves above drifted leisurely to the ground. "Will you be all right after extracting the poison for me?" Yuqing was the first to shatter the silence. Jin Xian suddenly embraced her, his eyes glistening. The bee had intended to sting him, yet she had instinctively shielded him without a second thought. Now worried about his potential poisoning, he was genuinely moved by her concern, solidifying his resolve to never let her go, while also affirming that she held a place in her heart for him. "Marry me." Yuqing was taken aback. "But we have only met twice. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, my heart was already certain. It was love at first sight, yet I am currently in a position that makes me somewhat of a minor concubine, which makes me your sister-in-law. Doesn't that count as incest? Moreover, Zhengxian would not easily allow me to leave. Do not worry, my elder brother has already consented, as long as you are willing. He will grant you to me." Yuqing's heart ached. She had believed she held a unique place in his heart, only to discover that to him, she was merely a gift, so I had no intention of intervening. Yet she stepped on my electric nerve. "Are you unaware of the adage that one must consider the master when chastising the dog? I have only heard that a dog reflects the nature of its owner. Given the dog's demeanor, one can only surmise that the owner is not much better. Observing the brazen demeanor of Concubine Rong, it is evident she is displeased. Frankly speaking, Concubine Rong possesses an unremarkable appearance. I truly cannot fathom what the emperor sees in her. How dare you insult me so? Guards, seize her. A young eunuch approached Yuqing, raising his hand. Proud as she was, how could she possibly submit? She seized the eunuch's hand and twisted it, causing him to grimace in pain, crying out for help. Concubine Rong did not anticipate such defiance. Her face drained of color as she pointed at Yuqing, shouting, "Arrest her!" At her command, numerous guards surrounded them. Though Yuqing had some prowess in the modern era, she appeared utterly defenseless before these skilled fighters of ancient times, especially with her injured hand, which now reopened and bled profusely. Before long, she was captured by the guards. Concubine Rong slowly approached. "You are quite skilled, aren't you? Let us see you try that again. You had better kill me, otherwise I will seek revenge," Yuqing retorted through gritted teeth. "Your Highness, what shall we do with her?" Ichian inquired, stepping forward. "Take her to the Empress." The rules of the imperial harem in the Long Xuan Dynasty were exceedingly strict. Typically, any transgressions by a concubine were referred to the Empress for judgment. The Empress was known for her ruthlessness. To be sent to her would likely result in severe punishment, if not death. Chapter 15. The Emperor's Concern. Longxing Palace. I pay my respects to your Majesty and the Empress. Concubine Rong knelt slowly. Initially, she intended to bring Xiao Yuqing to the Empress, but upon hearing that the Empress had come to the Emperor's palace, a scheme formed in her mind. She would bring Xiao Yuqing here and lament her transgressions. Knowing the Empress's character would lead to harsh punishment for Yuqing, this would allow her to feign generosity in pleading for Yuqing, thereby earning the Emperor's admiration. My beloved is with child. There is no need for her to kneel. The Emperor and the Empress sat high upon their dais. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Empress cast a disdainful glance at Concubine Rong. Such a sycophantic woman only served to cloud the palace with her intrigues. Especially upon noticing her swollen belly, the Empress felt a wave of discomfort. It had been some time since the Emperor had conferred the title of Empress upon her, yet they had not shared a bed. This position would eventually be usurped. "Your Majesty, please take my side." Concubine Rong's expression shifted as tears welled in her eyes. What a pity she did not pursue a career in the entertainment industry. "What troubles you, my beloved?" The Emperor approached, gently lifting her up, his voice soft. "I have been wronged," Concubine Rong whimpered, clinging to the Emperor. "Who dares to bully my beloved?" He was reluctant to involve himself in the conflicts of the harem, yet she was carrying his child. Today, a Zharong had intruded into her palace, creating a ruckus, assaulting her maid, and verbally abusing her. She had never endured such humiliation. "Concubine Rong, I have been tasked with overseeing the harem. Matters like this are for me to resolve. Why trouble the Emperor?" "Yes," Concubine Rong replied, glancing downcast. "Bring her forth," the Empress commanded. Xiao Yuqing was brought in, and upon entering, she saw the Emperor tenderly wiping Concubine Rong's tears. Her heart ached painfully. The Emperor looked up to see Yuqing being led by the guards and hurriedly pushed Concubine Rong aside, striding toward her. Yuqing's hair was disheveled, her appearance disheveled, and the Emperor's heart ached at the sight. He shouted at the guards, "Release her at once." No one expected such a fierce reaction from the Emperor, causing the guards to retreat in fear. Due to the momentum, Yuqing stumbled forward. Inwardly, she lamented, "Heaven, do you insist on making me fall today?" Zhang Shen swiftly caught her. Yuqing felt no gratitude and pushed him away. "What do you think you're doing? There are plenty of people who can hold me." Zhang Xian was taken aback. Why was she so angry? Upon reflection, he chuckled. She was surely jealous over the earlier incident. "What trouble have you caused this time?" the Emperor inquired, his mood inexplicably brightening. "Indeed, I have committed a grave offense." "You might as well kill me." Seeing his smile, Yuqing felt irritation bubble within her. "Your Majesty, do not harm the young lady. It is all my fault. Please spare her and punish me instead." Lanner knelt, pleading for mercy. Yuqing grasped Lanner's hand. "Lanner, please do not be so spineless. If he wishes to kill or torture, let it be." Zhang Xian chuckled. "Who said I would kill you? I cherish and protect you." How could I ever harm you, your majesty? You said you would take my side. Concubine Rong sensed something amiss. The emperor appeared particularly fond of the Xiao Zhurong, as if they were quite familiar. Ah? Zheng Xian suddenly realized that the Zhurong Concubine Rong mentioned was Yuqing. You insulted Concubine Rong and struck her maid. When will this girl stop causing trouble? Indeed, I struck her and insulted her. Do you feel sorry for her? Yuqing did not understand why her words dripped with sarcasm, as if she was compelled to speak thus. Before Zheng Xian could respond, an urgent voice interrupted. No, your majesty. The young lady only acted out in defense of me. Please punish me and spare her. Who are you? I am Loner. Loner, speak of what you know. It was impossible to extract information from Yuqing directly. It would be quicker to inquire of those around her. Your majesty, this matter should be handled by me. You are too busy to be troubled by such trivialities. The empress interjected, since I have taken it upon myself. There is no reason to neglect it. Loner continue. What a farce. How could he allow Yuqing to be at your mercy, only to have her skinned alive? Yes, it was the young lady's hand that was injured. I went to fetch some medicine for her, but before Loner could finish, Zheng Xian anxiously seized Yuqing's hand. What happened to you? How is your hand injured? Seeing her swollen and bleeding hand shattered his heart. Bring the imperial physician, Zheng Xian shouted. His concern and worry were evident to Yuqing, and her mind echoed with Jinxuan's words. The emperor has already promised that if you are willing, he will grant you to me. This thought reignited Yuqing's anger, and she withdrew her hand. I do not require your feigned compassion. At that moment, Zheng Xian was oblivious to her ire, solely focused on her injury. Do not be willful. I shall be willful. What of it? The empress, Concubine Rong, and all present stood in stunned silence. How could the emperor grovel and plead for her care, yet this Xiao Yuqing refused to grant him even a modicum of respect? Who did this? Zheng Xian inquired, his voice steady yet laced with a suppressed fury. The gathered crowd gasped. The emperor's wrath was no trifling matter. Yuqing, startled, obediently replied, It was probably during the scuffle with the guards. She had no inkling that her casual remark could lead to dire consequences. Bring those guards out and execute them, the emperor roared, causing Concubine Rong's complexion to shift dramatically. She had anticipated the emperor would punish Yuqing. Yet she found herself losing both the lady and her soldiers. The guards fell to their knees in panic. Your majesty, spare us. Your majesty, spare us. Wait, it was merely a brawl. Does it warrant such severe punishment? For the first time, Yuqing felt a genuine fear of the emperor. Realizing how many times she had crossed him, she wondered if one day he would decide to execute her as well. Very well. Take them out and administer 30 lashes. Thank you, your majesty. Thank you, your lady. The guards were dragged away, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. Does it hurt? The emperor, ignoring everyone else, grasped Yuqing's hand, asking tenderly. Such sentimental words, yet the recipient remained oblivious to the sentiment. Nonsense. Why don't you try it? Has the wound been treated? After all, her impoliteness toward him was not a new occurrence, and the emperor pretended not to hear. Yes, someone helped to draw out the poison. Who? How dare he kiss her hand? I must find him. What do you intend to do? I wish to properly thank him. Zheng Xian's demeanor suggested he might devour the man whole, rather than express gratitude. No need. I can thank him myself. At most, I will offer my body in return. Who is it? The emperor inquired, his patience waning as he contemplated strangling this little woman before him. Mind your own business. Just then, Li Gongjing rushed in. Your Majesty, Prince Jin requests an audience. The arrival of Prince Jin during such times could only indicate matters of state. The emperor would never prioritize personal matters over the kingdom's affairs. Empress, beloved, you may step aside. Yes, the concubines complied. And what about me? Yuqing pointed to herself. You too. Step back. At this, everyone retreated to the inner chamber. The inner chamber was merely separated from the main hall by a screen, and Yuqing sensed that Prince Jin's visit pertained to her, so she hid behind the screen to eavesdrop. Xiao Zhurong, I truly underestimated you. You were quite formidable just now. Concubine Rong's words dripped with venom. Yuqing chose to ignore her. Her thoughts were elsewhere. What could he possibly say? Would he speak of their affairs? What will Zheng Yan do? Will he agree? But how does one explain his recent concern for me? Xiao Zhurong, the emperor holds you in great affection, does he not? Rong Guifei, seeing her indifference, continued to provoke. Yuqing had no time to pay her any mind, pressing against the screen to listen to the happenings outside. Brother, she has agreed. She has truly agreed. As Jin Xian burst into the room, he excitedly shook Zhang Xian, his joy radiating from him. Stop. What do you mean she has agreed? Zhang Xian could hardly believe that this impetuous young man was his usually composed third brother. What could possibly have brought him such elation? It's her. Jin Xian was still caught up in his excitement. Oh, which her? Brother. Jin Xian looked at Zhang Xian with dissatisfaction, who wore a face full of amusement. All right, I am no longer jesting. That woman you admire has consented to you. Indeed. Jin Xian suddenly knelt on one knee. I beseech you, grant me your blessing. Very well. Zhang Xian helped him to his feet, but you must tell me the name of this lady. Xiao Yu. Qing. Jin Xian enunciated each syllable distinctly. That moment, the air grew thick with tension. Whom are you referring to? Surely, I must have misheard. How could it possibly be Xiao Yuqing? Xiao Yuqing. Jin Xian confirmed once more. Hearing this, Yuqing grew anxious, unsure of what to do, her limbs feeling awkward and misplaced. And her unease, she accidentally bumped into the screen, which was all too fragile, collapsing with a gentle push. All eyes turned toward her. And she found herself utterly flustered, managing only a sheepish smile. Hello. Goodness, what was she saying? Jin Xian was filled with surprise. He hadn't anticipated that Yuqing would be here as well, but this was fortuitous. She would eventually be called forth. He approached her, naturally taking her hand. Though the poison has been extracted, you must still be cautious. I shall summon the imperial physician to apply some medicine for you. Yuqing responded, casting a glance at Zhang Xian, whose face was a terrifying sight, coldly regarding them. Brother, she is the lady I admire, Xiao Yuqing, Jin Xian declared, holding Yuqing's hand. Zhang Xian found that hand irksome. He yearned to swat it away. To separate the two of them, nevertheless, he managed to force a smile. So the woman you adore is indeed her? Yes. Jin Xian turned to Yuqing, his gaze solely fixed upon her. Xiao Yuqing, do you share my sentiments? Zhang Xian also looked at Yuqing with deep affection, wishing fervently that she would give him a negative response. He never anticipated that he would find himself and his brother enamored with the same woman. He had imagined that Jinchuan's choice would be out of the ordinary, but surely the world was too small for such coincidences. Even if Jin Xian desired all the women in his harem, he would gladly grant that, but not Xiao Yuqing. She was beyond his reach. Yuqing glanced between Zhang Xian and Jin Xian, unsure of how to respond. Logically, she had already agreed to Jin Xian. A simple affirmation would suffice. Yet, it was difficult to refuse Zhengxuan's fervent gaze. She recalled Jinchuan's earlier words. The emperor has already consented. If you are willing, he shall bestow you upon me. Yes, since he regarded her as a mere gift. Why should she hold back? Say it again. Zhang Xian could not believe that Yuqing would truly acquiesce. Brother. Jin Xian was puzzled by the emperor's unusual demeanor. The way he looked at Yuqing, Jin Xian suddenly realized. Could it be that the emperor had also developed feelings for Yuqing? Yes, Yuqing answered loudly. Good. Zhang Xian, in a fit of pique, inhaled deeply, as if making a monumental decision. Xiao Zhurong possesses both virtue and talent. She is exceptionally astute and deeply favored by the emperor. Henceforth, I decree her as the esteemed Guifei Xiao. Yuqing, oh Yuqing, I have betrayed the trust of the realm for you. You must understand my heart. Everyone stood in stunned silence. The title of Guifei was only second to that of the empress. With only 2 such positions available in the entire harem, it had taken Rong Guifei years of effort to ascend to such heights, and she had to bear a dragon heir to achieve this status. Yet, Xiao Yuqing had only been in the palace for a month and had risen from Zhurong to Guifei, an unprecedented leap. Brother, you, Jin Xian pointed at Zhang Xian in a fury. He had promised to bestow Yuqing upon him. Why had he suddenly reversed his decision and elevated her to Guifei? Seeing something in Zhengxuan's eyes, Jin Xian sensed the truth, but he was unwilling to accept it. This is my family matter. You need not concern yourself with it. Jin Xian. Zhang Xian deliberately referred to him as Jin Xian to create a distance between them, leaving him without grounds for rebuttal. Then surely I have the right to intervene, Your Majesty, the Empress, who had remained silent. could no longer restrain herself. This incident had deeply unsettled her. She already felt her position as empress was precarious, and now the emergence of Guifei Xiao only added fuel to the fire. Your Majesty, the elevation of a Guifei is a grave matter. Xiao Yuqing was merely a zharong. To elevate her to Guifei so swiftly seems rather irregular. Regulations are established by man. Ancestral laws are not to be altered. I am the son of heaven. What is there to prohibit? Are you not concerned about the whispers within the harem? Am I to be criticized merely for elevating a concubine? Your Majesty, the harem requires careful management. Are you questioning my competence? Yuqing was utterly bewildered upon hearing the words Guifei Xiao, not because of the weight of the title, but because she had anticipated the announcement to be bestowed as the princess consort of Jinxian. It was only now that she realized the gravity of the situation. Watching the emperor and empress bicker heatedly, she could only helplessly exclaim, "Stop! I am the party involved. Must you not consider my opinion? This is infuriating. What do you take me for? To be made a Guifei? Is my sister perhaps still unsatisfied?" Wei Yinghuan believed her to be overly dramatic, having gained a considerable advantage yet still appearing discontent. Perhaps she had ambitions that reached beyond merely being a Guifei. I am certainly dissatisfied. I do not want this. Yuqing stamped her foot in protest. Brother, you promised me. Why have you gone back on your word? Your Majesty. The voices of 3 individuals clamored for the emperor's attention. My mind is made up. Should you speak further, you shall be deemed rebellious, Zhang Xian declared, sweeping his sleeve as he departed. Upon reaching the door, he turned back, uttering a phrase that shocked everyone present. Tonight, Guifei Xiao shall attend to the emperor. This announcement struck Jin Jian like a bolt from the blue. Without a moment's thought, he rushed to Yuqing. Grasping her hand, "Let us leave." "Leave for where? You foolish boy. To the ends of the earth. We shall find a place where no one can locate you. No emperor, no Guifei, no prince." Yuqing freed herself from his grasp. "I cannot go with you. If I do, I fear I would live a life of fugitive. He is so remarkable, with a promising future ahead. I cannot allow myself to be the reason for his ruin. To lose such an exceptional prince, the entire realm of Long Xuan would surely curse me, and the brothers would turn against one another. I would become a historical pariah." Jin Xian, in disbelief, asked, "Why? Is it merely because he has conferred upon you the title of Guifei?" His eyes brimmed with sorrow. The woman he adored should not be in such despair. "What? Do you perceive me as such a woman?" Yuqing felt anger surge within her, yet it was overshadowed by sorrow. She had believed him to be the only one who understood her, cared for her, but now, in his eyes, she appeared utterly unworthy. "I am sorry. I did not mean it. I only..." Though she did not intend to convey such hurtful words. Why did they escape her lips? In this matter, she too was a victim. Sui Feng. Does it not feel as if the emperor has torn apart a pair of lovers? Feng Qing. It was precisely that. Sui Feng. Is it truly so? Did Yuqing genuinely wish to marry Jin Xian? Feng Qing. Why not ask the person involved? Sui Feng picked up the microphone. "Miss Xiao, please share your thoughts." Yuqing. Speechless. Jin Xian slammed his palm onto a nearby table, rendering it a pitiful sight. Yuqing, feeling dejected, returned to the palace with Luoner. Had she encountered a streak of misfortune today? First, she was stung by a bee, then captured by Rong Guifei, and finally elevated to the title of Guifei Xiao. The glares from the Empress and Rong Guifei seemed as if they wished to devour her, and Jinxuan's sorrowful gaze made her heart ached. Mississippi Luoner observed her mistress's despondence and could not help but speak. "You are so kind to others. I wish for you to be happy." What had transpired in Longxing Palace, she had witnessed firsthand. It was hard to discern whether it was a blessing or a curse. To be adored by the 2 most exceptional and powerful men in the realm, and to have them vie for her affections should have been a source of joy, yet the rivalry between such men was not something an ordinary person could bear. "Luoner, what should I do?" Yuqing clutched Luoner's sleeve, gazing at her with a pitiful expression. "Mississippi, I am but a mere maid. What can I do? I am so hungry." Luoner nearly stumbled, thinking her mistress was troubled by a monumental issue, only to find it was merely hunger. "Miss, you're becoming increasingly peculiar, yet I find I quite like the sight of you." "Very well, I shall go to the kitchen and prepare something for you." With such a mistress, Luoner felt more at ease, becoming a little less restrained, though only in reference to her own young lady. Yea, I know that Lanner is the best. Yuqing excitedly kissed Lanner's delicate, rosy-cheeked. Lanner was no stranger to such displays of affection from her. Suddenly, a eunuch entered, kneeling respectfully and proclaiming, "This servant pays homage to the esteemed concubine. May you live 1,000 years." Yuqing helped him to his feet, saying, "There is no need for such formality, my lord." Although she was a young lady of high standing in the modern world, she had never experienced such a bowing ceremony. Truly, the palace could not conceal its secrets. Only moments after her title was conferred, someone was already paying her homage. "I dare not." The eunuch was somewhat taken aback. "His Majesty has commanded me to inform the esteemed concubine to prepare for tonight's bedchamber attendance." Yuqing leaped up in shock. "What? Bedchamber attendance?" I had been preoccupied with other matters, completely disregarding the emperor's terrifying words. Now that I reflect upon it, I am filled with dread. Bedchamber attendance. Does that not imply I must share a true marital bond with the emperor? I don't want this. I am not ready to step into the grave of marriage just yet, especially since I still wish to return to the modern world. Indeed, madam, it would be wise to prepare swiftly. This servant takes his leave. Yuqing numbly nodded. What ado? Bedchamber attendance. To serve him, she would rather die. Yuqing solemnly asked, "Is there a block of tofu?" Fengqing replied, "What do you need tofu for?" Yuqing responded, "I want to crash into it." Fengqing remarked, "You are still so young. Why resort to such drastic measures?" Lanner was amused by Yuqing's helpless expression. "Miss, you have just been conferred the title of concubine. It is only natural for the emperor to summon you for bedchamber attendance." Natural? What nonsense! The situation was dire, and she could no longer be concerned about maintaining a ladylike demeanor. She swore she had never uttered such coarse words, although she had longed to do so. But her noble upbringing had never afforded her the opportunity. "So, what does the young lady intend to do? You're exceptionally clever. Surely you must have a plan." Yet, between the emperor and the prince, whom did she truly favor? Having been around Xiao Yuqing for some time, she had learned her fair share of gossip. Chapter 17. The Assassin of No Night. The internet has been somewhat faulty these past 2 days, which is why I have not uploaded anything. I apologize to the nation, the party, and the masses. I bow once and then again. Please do not strike me. I shall strive to upload diligently in the future. Your continued support would be greatly appreciated. What else can be done? When soldiers come, let the generals face them. When water comes, let the earth be submerged. She refused to believe that, with centuries of wisdom at her disposal, she could not handle a mere emperor. All women exhausted themselves in pursuit of the emperor's favor, often resorting to unscrupulous means. If the emperor were to discover that she was lamenting her fate over the prospect of bedchamber attendance, she could only imagine his reaction. Xiao Yuqing wandered uneasily within the emperor's chamber. The emperor was indeed the emperor. Even his bedchamber was excessively vast, a true waste. She was amusingly toying with a wine cup when suddenly a chill washed over her, and a blinding light pierced her eyes. Even a fool would recognize that it was a sword. At that critical moment, the blade halted mere millimeters from her throat. Wu Yu coldly regarded the terrified woman before him, and for a fleeting moment, a flicker of pity stirred within him. His heart had long been encased in ice, devoid of emotion. Once his sword was drawn, it would not return, yet this time he found himself reluctant to strike. The sudden calamity startled Yuqing, but after a moment, she regained her composure and glared at the man who nearly took her life. Wow, could it be? Even an assassin could be so handsome. He was unlike Zheng Xian's imperial majesty or Jin Xian's gentle demeanor. Although he appeared cold to others, he had never been so towards her. His chill radiated from the very core of his being. "You're an assassin, are you not? Here to assassinate the emperor." Yuqing timidly pushed his sword aside with 2 fingers. Wu Yi allowed her to move the blade, silently observing her. "The emperor will arrive shortly. Let us sit and converse." Yuqing urged him to take a seat. Wu Yi was astonished, wondering how he had become her puppet, obeying her every word. Was this truly the world's foremost assassin, feared by all in the martial world? "Hey, what is your name?" Silenced. "I am Xiao Yuqing, and you? Do not be so cold. Speaking a little will not kill you. Come on, tell me." Yuqing playfully tugged at his clothing. An assassin? She had never encountered one. especially one so cold and handsome. It was quite the amusement. Wu Yi. Good. Now that is more like it. Are you married? Fengqing interjected. What kind of question is that? Yuqing replied with a naive smile. Just asking casually, Fengqing remarked. You just wanted to make conversation, didn't you? Yuqing chuckled sheepishly. I knew you understood me best. Married? What does marriage entail? Wu Yi found this woman perplexing. Rather than fear him, she engaged him in idle chatter. Had it been anyone else, they would have screamed for help. Yet here she was, dragging him into a light-hearted conversation. Surely, she must hold some special status to be found in the emperor's chamber, perhaps a princess? Or a concubine. Is it what you refer to as marriage? No, an assassin does not marry. His fate is to kill or be killed, unless he encounters someone for whom he would forsake everything. I suspected as much. A handsome man must have high standards. What type of girl do you fancy? None. His tone remained frosty, and he did not even glance at her. He feared that once he looked, he would never be able to look away. You do not like girls. Could it be that you harbor a particular preference, perhaps for the same sex? Such a shame for such a handsome man. Do not think such thoughts. Perceiving her ambiguous gaze, he surmised what she was implying. Hee, I was merely joking. The emperor has arrived. A shrill cry echoed from outside, just as Yuqing intended to signal Wu Yi to evade. She turned to find he had already vanished without a trace. His lightness of foot was indeed remarkable. She wondered how he compared to Jin Xian. Zhang Shen entered slowly, with eunuchly discreetly retreating to the door. Closing it behind him, my beloved concubine, have you been waiting long? Zhang Shen embraced Yuqing as soon as he entered. Yuqing hurriedly extricated herself from his grasp. Ouyang Zhengxuan, must you be so overly affectionate? I like it. Zhengxuan seemed to have taken on a rather rogue demeanor. Did you not bestow me upon your brother? Humph. Yuqing pouted in irritation. Zhengxuan grew anxious. I was unaware that he harbored feelings for you. Had I known, I would never have allowed such a thing to occur. He desired love as well as familial ties. You are breaking your promise. Yuqing felt a sweetness in her heart, as though she had consumed honey. Are you blaming me for tearing you two apart? The tone of her words sounded accusatory in his ears, prompting an outburst of anger. Yet, it seemed to be true. In a joyous mood, she playfully bantered with him. That's so. Humph. You have eavesdropped long enough. Should you not reveal yourself? Zhang Xian chuckled coldly and spoke with an air of nonchalance. Xiao Yuqing secretly admired the emperor for discerning their presence the moment he entered. If a concubine were to betray him, it would hardly be difficult to uncover. As soon as the emperor's words left his lips, a shadow appeared before them. Wu Yi coolly remarked, the emperor truly lives up to his reputation. The world's foremost assassin was not merely a title, it was evident that he could enter the imperial palace at will. The two men shared a mutual recognition of each other's prowess. Who sent you? I cannot disclose that. Assassins adhere to their principles, refusing to betray their employers. Wu Yu spoke. His sword was drawn. Rushing toward Zhang Xian, Yuqing gasped, her heart leaping to her throat. She did not wish for Zhang Xian to come to harm, for he had always treated her well. Zhang Xian maintained his calm demeanor, smiling as he leaped back at the moment Wu Yi approached. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged several blows. Yuqing watched in astonishment as Zhang Shen demonstrated impressive martial skills she had never suspected he possessed. Their skirmish alerted the guards outside, who rushed in, forming a protective circle around the emperor. The emperor looked upon the guards with annoyance, relishing the rare excitement of the fight. Wu Yi was taken aback by the emperor's skill. He had heard tales of the emperor's prowess, but had not anticipated such exceptional capability. And it seemed the emperor had not even exerted his full strength, coupled with the palace guards. Wu Yu feared he would gain no advantage here. Yuqing sensed that Wu Yu was at a disadvantage and did not want him to be captured. Pretending to be nervous, she accidentally shattered a wine jug, capturing Wu Yi's attention. Wu Yi immediately picked up on her unspoken signal, leaping behind her and pressing his sword against her throat. In simpler terms, he had taken her hostage. Zhang Shen was utterly unprepared for Wu Yi to target Yuqing, and his heart tightened with anxiety. He cursed himself for being so careless, placing his beloved Yuqing in harm's way. Wu Yi, release her, the emperor bellowed. And if I do not? This woman clearly held a special place in the emperor's heart, yet why did his own heart feel so troubled? An impulse surged within him to take her away, to flee this place. Try if you dared. If you do not release her, you shall not escape from here. Wu Ye's sword slightly relaxed, as though he were wavering. Hey, could you show a bit of professionalism? Yuqing quietly complained to the man above her. In such a dire moment, how could he afford even a hint of hesitation? You seem to have forgotten that you are the one being held hostage. Wu whispered in her ear, sending a tingling sensation through her. And what of it? Do not forget, you need me to exit. Your life rests in my hands, although it sounds like a threat. Yuqing feels no trace of malice and replies with a smile. If you wanted to kill me, you would have done so already. The emperor observes the two of them whispering, consumed by jealousy. Have you two finished your chatter? Yuqing responds dismissively, almost. Hey, what are you two planning to do? My legs are quite sore. Zhang Xian once again recognizes her uniqueness. Only she could maintain her composure and humor, even when held captive. Release her. And I shall allow you to leave. If I wish to depart, who could possibly stop me? While it may be difficult to kill the emperor, there is no one in this realm who can restrain me. Nor any place that can confine me. Do you still intend to kill me? I cannot kill you. From the moment they clashed, he realized he was incapable of doing so. Then what do you intend? Wu Yue released Yuqing, stating, we will meet again. With that, he leapt through the window. Yuqing stared blankly, realizing that had she known he could escape, she wouldn't have so foolishly relied on him for assistance. Suddenly, she felt quite foolish. Not merely ordinarily foolish. What are you still looking at? Hurry up and pursue him. Gonggang Li scolded the guards. The emperor waved his hand. No need. He acknowledged the truth in Wu Yue's words. If he wished to leave, no one could impede him, even if he personally intervened. Though somewhat displeased with his beloved being held captive, he still held a certain admiration for him in his heart. I asked my beloved a bit reluctant. After everyone departed, Zhang Xian, with a hint of jealousy, remarked, Are you speaking to me? Yuqing pointed to herself, still unable to accept the term beloved. Is that even a question? Is there anyone else here besides you? Zhang Xian rolled his eyes at her. It was then that Yuqing noticed that everyone had quietly withdrawn. More crucially, she remembered the purpose of her visit. Since everyone has left, I suppose I shall take my leave as well. Chapter 18. The Night Attendant. It was then that Yuqing realized everyone had quietly retreated. More importantly, she recalled the purpose of her visit. Since everyone has left, I shall take my leave as well. Just as Yuqing attempted to slip past the emperor, Zhang Xian pulled her before him. It seems you have forgotten the reason for your presence here. Would you like me to remind you? No need. I remember. Zhang Xian smiled alluringly, lifting Yuqing effortlessly and carrying her towards the bed. Fengqing. Wow, the princess-style carry. Yuqing, you are indeed fortunate. Yuqing, I am currently in dire straits, and you still just. With that smile, Yuqing's spirit was nearly captivated, gazing blankly at Zhang Xian until he placed her on the bed. Only then did she snap back to reality. That was close. I nearly succumbed. Your majesty, please do not be in such a hurry. Yuqing endeavored to muster a captivating voice. Why don't we play a game? What kind of game? The little girl seemed to have something up her sleeve, and he was intrigued. Let us play chess. Yuqing quickly produced a chess set from her bosom, specifically Chinese chess. She had previously learned that none of the locals understood the game. And having grown bored, she had commissioned a set and spent considerable effort teaching Lana how to play. Surely the emperor would not know either. Yuqing would not engage in a battle without assurance of victory. Zhang Xian watched her flurry of actions, a resigned smile gracing his lips. It appeared he had fallen into a trap laid just for him. What is this? Is there a game like this in Go? Where did you acquire such an oddity? Chinese chess. He truly does not understand. This time, victory is assured. You do not understand, do you? Come, allow me to teach you how to play. Yuqing eagerly explained the rules. And seeing his curious and amused expression, she could not help but feel a surge of pride in her own cleverness. Whoever loses a piece shall drink a penalty drink, shall we? We must get him drunk. Is my beloved attempting to intoxicate me? Zhang Xian saw through her plan with a single glance, causing Yuqing to feel a twinge of guilt. Nevertheless, I agree to this game. We shall see who ends up intoxicated. The emperor's confidence instilled a hint of fear in Yuqing as she wondered if he might be immune to alcohol. Let us begin, Zhang Xian declared, and the two joyfully engaged in their game. You are cheating. A true gentleman does not go back on his word, Yuqing exclaimed, vexed that the emperor had dared to retract his move. I made an unintentional mistake. There are no such excuses. Once a move is made, it cannot be retracted. Yuqing gleefully seized the emperor's rook, often breaking into a mischievous giggle. You are audacious, daring to capture my king. On the battlefield, there are no familial bonds, nor monarch and subject. Yuqing resolutely captured the king. Very well, you are ruthless. This emperor is indeed formidable, having swiftly learned the game and matching Yuqing move for move. Who is it who said, "A true gentleman does not go back on his word"? Observing Zheng Yan becoming increasingly adept, Yuqing resorted to tactics of her own. I am not a true gentleman. I am but a modest lady. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do I mean? You lost. Drink. The next day, hey. Get up. INA days. Yuqing heard someone calling her. Her head throbbed painfully. Please, no more noise. Without opening her eyes, she shoved the intruder away. Zhang Xian gazed at the sleeping figure on the bed. Reluctant to disturb her sweet dreams, he found her truly beautiful, breathtakingly so. It was a beauty untouched by the world's grime, and at times he questioned whether she were merely a dream, fearing the moment he might lose her. Gently stroking her softly quivering brow, reminiscent of a delicate butterfly, he found her rosy lips undeniably tempting and, unable to resist, lightly brushed against them. That moment. Yuqing opened her eyes to see Zhengxuan's face looming above her and instinctively pushed him away. Touching her lips, You actually took advantage of me? What nonsense is this? The emperor kissing his consort is deemed taking advantage. What an outrageous accusation. My beloved is merely shy. It is not as if we have not engaged in such activities before. Zhang Xian remarked with a wicked grin. Yuqing could not help but recall her first kiss, stolen by this insufferable man. Yet she felt her cheeks heat up, and even a hint of sweetness stirred within her heart. The sight of her blushing only amused Zhang Xian further. If you were blushing so easily, what would happen if we were to engage in more intimate activities last night? Would my dear Yuqing be so ashamed as to wish for her own demise? Zhangxuan's eyes sparkled with mischief. What are you saying? I am not that fragile. I am a modern woman of the 21st century, in an open era. Would I take my own life over something so trivial? Those women parading in bikinis on the streets would have perished long ago. Then why did you allow me to sleep on the floor? Zhang Xian, waking up to find himself on the ground while his beloved consort lay soundly on the bed, felt the injustice of it all. What kind of logic is this? Otherwise, what could I do? There is but one bed here. The notion of maintaining distance between the genders held no sway over her. Yet she was unwilling to show affection in this ancient setting. Perhaps she still longed to return to her modern life, or perhaps on a subconscious level, she wished to avoid the pain that came with loving a man like the emperor. Do you not wish to be with me? Zhengxuan's eyes flickered with a hint of loneliness. You have someone in your heart. Is it Prince Jin? No, Yuqing blurted out without thinking, unable to bear the sight of his pained expression. When did she start to care about the feelings of others? Zhang Xian immediately resumed his previous nonchalant demeanor. Then what is it? Unless it is true love, I shall not give myself to anyone. I am uncertain about my feelings for you. Perhaps I like you, though I cannot discern if it is love. She took a risk, echoing the words of a certain swallows. To risk a heart. To risk a life. What did I say? Did I actually admit that I like him? I must have taken the wrong medicine, or perhaps I am still under the influence of alcohol. Zhangxuan's expression became inscrutable, leaving Yuqing uncertain of his thoughts. Yet her honesty intrigued him. Who in the world would not bow and scrape before him? Countless women sought to climb into his bed, yet she confessed that while she had yet to fall for Prince Jin, she acknowledged her feelings for him. Thus, he still had a chance, did he not? Very well, I shall not force you. One day, you shall willingly fall in love with me, hopelessly so. After all, she was already his consort. Time was on his side. I asked that so. Yuqing raised an eyebrow in disbelief, a challenging look on her face. Had I known you were so easy to negotiate with, I would not have gone to such lengths yesterday, leaving me with this lingering headache. Since you are so agreeable, I suppose I shall reward you. What kind of reward? A fragrant kiss. In a flash, Yuqing pressed a gentle kiss to Zhengxuan's cheek. Zhang Xian had not anticipated such a reward. If she dared to reward others in this manner, the consequences would be dire. Does this count as teasing me? Yuqing burst into laughter. Indeed, are you planning to report me to the authorities for teasing a virtuous woman? No, a virtuous man. Ha ha ha. Yuqing laughed until she nearly collapsed. The ordinary authorities may not have jurisdiction over this. It shall be judged by me, given the misconduct of consort Xiao, which has caused a negative influence on the public. She is hereby sentenced to frequently tease the emperor. Only in front of Yuqing can he exhibit such a side of himself, unrestrained, speaking his mind freely and indulging in his whims without a care. It's hard to believe you still possess a masochistic streak, Sui Feng. Look, this is clearly a pair of flirtatious lovers. Yuqing, you must admit it. Yuqing, I will not admit it, I refuse to. Well then, how long do you intend to lie in bed? Remember to pay respects to the Empress Dowager at Xiangning Palace later, Zhang Xian remarked breezily. What? Meet the Empress Dowager? I don't want to. A homely bride must eventually meet her in-laws, especially when my bride is not homely at all. Zhengxuan's slender fingers traced her face, warmth radiating through to Yuqing's cheeks. Must I really go? Can't I avoid getting embroiled in the palace's intrigues? Yet, it seems that since encountering Zhang Xian, my fate was sealed. You must go. It is the rule of the palace. Rest assured, the Empress Dowager will not make things difficult for you. Provided no one speaks ill of you in her presence. All right then, if I must go, I shall brave the dragon's den and tiger's lair. Yuqing clenched her fists, striking a heroic pose. Now that's more like my Yuqing. Change your clothes, the emperor commanded, arms wide open. What for? She replied, utterly perplexed. To assist me in changing. You cannot be serious. She doesn't even understand the basics of being a consort. Is she truly a lady selected from the capital? Yuqing shot him an incredulous glance. I have hands and feet. I can dress myself. The emperor's command is absolute. Even dressing must be attended to by others. He turned to see her already buried under the covers, fast asleep. Alas, there's no helping her. Chapter 19. Scandal in the palace. A solitary figure appeared in the distance, the gentle breeze caressing him as if wary of causing him harm. The sun seemed to favor him as it lingered lovingly upon him, yet he bore a faint sadness mixed with a sense of helplessness. Jin Xian. Yuqing approached, patting his shoulder. Ouyang Zhengxuan slowly turned, revealing a haggard expression. What's wrong? Was he in such a state for her sake? Little did she know that while she played chess happily with the emperor, he drowned his sorrows in drink, seeking solace for her sake. I'm fine, he replied, struggling to face her, now that she was undeniably his sister-in-law, a fact that could not be altered. Though he was painfully aware of this, he could not stop himself from thinking of her, to the extent that the first thing he did upon waking was rush to the palace. Even if it was just to catch a glimpse of her from afar. What did you just call yourself? You are now the royal concubine. Your status has changed, and I must naturally refer to you as a subject. His words, though not intended that way, morphed into something else upon his utterance. What? Ouyang Zhengxuan? What do you mean? Just because I am a concubine now, does that mean we can no longer be friends? If that were the case, she would prefer not to be any kind of royal consort. She valued their friendship dearly, and truth be told, she had no desire to be a consort. Her words struck deeply within him. Indeed, he was moved. Suddenly, he pulled her into his embrace, unwilling to lose her again. What did titles matter, be it royal consort or prince, or the emperor's decorum? None of it mattered anymore. Seeing the sorrowful Jin Xian, Yuqing could not bring herself to push him away. She leaned against him like a fragile bird. His arms felt so strong, and she thought that perhaps as long as she remained there, she would be safe. Perhaps in this alternate realm, she was destined to cause him pain. Jin Xian held her tighter, fearing that if he let go, she might vanish. In a beautiful flower grove, a striking couple lost in each other's embrace presented a breathtaking scene. Until, how dare you? A high-pitched female voice thundered from behind, laced with fury. Yuqing felt Jin Xian stiffen, and turning, she saw a middle-aged woman accompanied by a group of palace maids, among them the empress. The woman, with her elegant brows and phoenix-like eyes, bore the marks of time, yet traces of her unrivaled beauty from her youth were still apparent, and she was clearly enraged. Mother, Yuqing gasped in shock. Could this be the legendary Empress Dowager, the mother of Zhang Xian and Jin Xian? The Empress Dowager slammed her palm down. In broad daylight, how dare you cross such boundaries? She could not believe that her normally composed and disinterested son would embrace his sister-in-law in public. Yuqing found it amusing. So, According to you, it's acceptable as long as it's not in broad daylight. You. The Empress Dowager pointed at her, momentarily speechless. How could there be such a shameless individual? Surely, Jin Xian must have been bewitched by her. The Empress Dowager inspected her seriously. Indeed, she was a beauty, speaking erratically and ambiguously, yet lacking any hint of seduction, rather. She possessed an ethereal quality, and oh wonder, both princes were infatuated with her. Keeping this woman around was bound to cause trouble. The Empress Dowager surprisingly displayed a hint of admiration for her, prompting the Empress to grow anxious. She had gone to great lengths to ensure the Empress Dowager witnessed the scene, and she could not let it go to waste. Xiao Fei, first you indulge in scandal within the palace, and now you show disrespect to the Empress Dowager. What punishment shall you face? Scandal in the palace? Offending the Empress Dowager, such were grave charges indeed. Sui Feng, you're practically on the brink of death and still so nonchalant. Yuqing feigned a pitiful expression. Are you really going to let me die? Sui Feng, Feng Qing, and others could only roll their eyes. The maximum penalty is beheading, the minimum 50 strokes of the cane, and banishment from the palace. 50 strokes may not be fatal, but it will certainly leave you half dead. How will you compete for favor then? What grounds do you have for this? The Empress Dowager, the very person involved, had yet to speak, so why was the Empress so eager to meddle? Sui Feng, can't you see she's looking for trouble? Yuri's so dense. How did you become the leading lady? Get someone else. Yuqing retorted fiercely. Are you certain? Absolutely certain, Sui Feng. Well. Could you be a bit quicker? Don't waste the audience's time. The most important thing is not to waste mine. I still need to go home for dinner, Sui Feng. So arrogant. Feng Qing, it's our fault for pampering her too much. It's fine, it's fine. Her difficult days are yet to come. Then how shall I address this? After a brief silence, the Empress Dowager spoke. Xiao Fei has delayed her visit to pay respects to me and has spoken disrespectfully. However, considering her youth and ignorance, I shall allow her to receive 50 strokes of the cane. Such a delightful girl. It was truly hard to bear to see her harmed. Jin Xian spoke up. Mother, please punish me alongside her. Yuqing looked at him with gratitude, offering a sweet smile. Jin Xian gazed at her radiant expression, feeling fulfilled. As long as he had her smile, he would gladly sacrifice anything, even his life. The Empress Dowager stared in shock at her kneeling son. My son, this matter does not concern you. I am not pleading for leniency. I am asking for punishment. My son. The Empress Dowager attempted to dissuade him with heartfelt words. Jin Xian chuckled lightly. If you do not punish her, then please allow me to take my leave. With that, he took Yuqing's hand and boldly walked out. Wei Yingjian tugged at the Empress Dowager's sleeve. Mother, look at her. The Empress Dowager waved her hand impatiently. Enough. How could I bear to punish Jin Xian? After Yuqing parted ways with Jin Xian, Lan'er found her. Miss, I heard that you and Prince Jin Xian were caught by the Empress Dowager. She didn't make things difficult for you, did she? Not at all. She almost wanted to kill me, but it's nothing serious. Oh, by the way, miss, the Emperor has bestowed a palace upon you, naming it Yuxuan Pavilion. The Emperor treats you very well. Miss, let us go have a look. Yuqing lazily leaned against the bathtub, luxuriating in her hot bath. Sui Feng, of course, there's no hot water heater. Yuqing, isn't it your fault for bringing me to this desolate place? Sui Feng, it couldn't be helped. It's necessary for the plot. She recalled Jin Xuan's words. Yuqing, come with me. The palace is not suitable for you. Yet again, she had rejected him. If she left, Zhang Xian would surely be heartbroken. Lost in thought, she heard a commotion outside. Lan'er's voice. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The Empress is bathing. Furious, Zhang Xian could hardly hear. Commanding, no one is allowed to enter. He kicked the door open. Yuqing's eyes widened as she beheld this unexpected visitor. Zhang Xian stood frozen, staring at the bare Yuqing. After a moment, Yuqing let out a piercing scream. Coming to her senses, she submerged herself deeply in the water, occasionally shouting at him, Pervert, stinky pervert, die, pervert. Why don't you turn around? Zhang Xian mechanically turned away, regretting it immediately. Why am I listening to her? I came here to be angry with her. No peeking. Yuqing hastily dressed. Zhang Xian suddenly felt a chill at his back, sensing an impending attack. Sure enough, before he could turn around, Yuqing's fist was already swinging toward him. Unfortunately, her half-hearted attempt was no match for him. Zhang Xian easily seized her hand, laughing. "What's this? Do you want to attack me?" Yuqing gritted her teeth. "Indeed, I wish to kill you." Her innocence had been so easily tarnished. Wretched fate. Feng Qing, please, you're already someone's wife. What innocence are you talking about, Yuqing? I am not his wife, Feng Qing. All right, not a wife, a concubine then. Yuqing, filled with indignation, found herself at a loss for words. Ouyang Zhengxuan's eyes flickered a chilling light. Kill me, so that you may be with Jin Wang in eternal union, is that your desire? It has nothing to do with him. How can it not concern him? That scene in the imperial garden was truly moving. Yet alas, I was not fortunate enough to witness it with my own eyes. 80 times, he pondered if he was in the wrong, if he should not have disrupted their bond for his own selfish desires. However, he could not bear to let go, especially since Yuqing had not clearly stated that she did not love him. Did you find out? He queried, a sense of guilt washing over him. I wish to hear your explanation. Explanation? Why should she explain? What is he to her? Merely her nominal husband. Nothing more. And she is but one among his many wives and concubines, perhaps a somewhat special and significant one, but is that not the truth? Think as you will. She truly so indifferent, not even willing to offer an explanation. Just then, a eunuch rushed in, kneeling before them. Your Majesty, Your Highness. Zhang Xian, already vexed with nowhere to vent his fury, found this young eunuch to be a perfect target. Who permitted you to enter? Do you wish for death? The eunuch, terrified, prostrated himself repeatedly. Your Majesty, spare me. It is the Empress who requests your presence. This task was indeed troublesome, yet being the Empress, he had no choice. Zhang Xian cast a glance at Yuqing and, with a hint of vengeance, commanded, proceed to Fengyi Palace. The eunuch, feeling as if granted a reprieve, stood and led the way. It was surprisingly easy. Everyone knew the emperor held little affection for the empress. Ever since the coronation ceremony, he had scarcely set foot in Fengyi Palace, and rumors abounded that he had never consummated his marriage with her. After Zhang Xian left, Yuqing, in a fit of rage, kicked the bathtub and cursed. That insufferable little Xuanzai, how dare he go where he pleases? What does it matter to me? So fickle, yet still has the audacity to blame me. Lanner, unable to endure any longer, stepped in. Miss, you have truly misunderstood the emperor. He went to the empress for your sake. What? He went of his own accord. What does that have to do with me? I did not force him at knife point. Miss, after you and Jin Wang left, the Empress Dowager was furious and sought to punish you. It was the emperor who intervened, ultimately agreeing to visit the empress, which quelled the matter. Yuqing's mouth fell agape. Was there truly such a thing in this world? What was the difference between this and coercing a maiden into prostitution? Infuriating. She, as the embodiment of justice, would never allow such occurrences. Chapter 20. Courtship in Fengyi Palace. Wei Yingzhan cautiously observed the emperor, who was deeply engrossed in his reading. Although she knew he had come for Xiao Yuqing, at least he had stepped into her palace. It was a rare moment of tranquility, allowing her to study him closely. He was indeed remarkable. Were he not an emperor and she not the daughter of a prime minister, perhaps they could have been an ordinary couple. A blush crept across Wei Yingzhan's cheeks as she approached the emperor, saying, Your Majesty, it is late. You should retire. The emperor replied nonchalantly, I am not weary. If the empress is tired, she may rest. If your Majesty is not weary, how could I dare claim to be the empress? Earnest in her demeanor, struggled to emulate the beguiling charms of others. She mused that this might be the reason for her lack of favor. Zhang Xian set aside his book, a smile illuminating his face. If the empress tires me, I could never bear it. The empress shyly lowered her head, a youthful bashfulness and happiness blossoming within her. It dawned upon her that this was the first time the emperor had spoken to her with such warmth. Perhaps after this night, their relationship would improve significantly. At the very least, he would no longer speak to her with cold words as if they were strangers. Many say the Empress is the most esteemed woman in the world. But who truly understands her heartaches? If given the choice, she would prefer a humble husband who cherishes her. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Zhengxuan's smile widened, his lips parting to speak when a palace maid rushed in. Kneeling and reporting, Your Majesty, Your Highness, the imperial concubine requests an audience. The empress furrowed her brow slightly, which imperial concubine, replying to Your Highness, it is concubine Xiao. Upon hearing this, Zhengxuan immediately rose. Admit her. What could she want? Is she here to apologize? Xiao Yuqing hurriedly approached Zhengxuan, ready to kneel. Naturally, she anticipated that he would assist her, and indeed, he reached out to support her, concern etched on his face. My beloved, what troubles you? Oh yes, I need a reason. A moment of inspiration, Yuqing exclaimed, Your Majesty, I have been wronged. The fact that she referred to herself as this humble servant was rather peculiar, yet he played along. Who dares to be so audacious as to wrong my beloved? Have they no fear for their life? The most unforgivable act is to bully the one I hold dearest, Xiao Yuqing. It was a cockroach. It ventured into my quarters and tried to bite me. Your Majesty, you must take justice on my behalf. Yuqing tugged at Zhengxuan's sleeve, adopting an endearing demeanor. Such audacity in the depths of the palace was astonishing. Xiao concubine, rest assured, I shall seek justice for you. And with that, he made to leave. Your Majesty, the Empress called out, inwardly resenting this unwelcome intruder who disturbed her dreams, given the Emperor's affections towards her. He would surely favor his own chambers over anyone else's, and now he could not even spare her a single night, treating her, the Empress, with such disregard, seeing the pleading look in the Empress's eyes. The Emperor's heart softened momentarily, yet he quickly adopted a stern expression. This matter concerns the dignity of the royal family. I must take action. It is late. The Empress should rest. With that, he turned and strode out, leaving no room for further discussion. For others, he might show a semblance of compassion, but for her, he could not afford to be lenient. She could only blame her unfortunate birth into a treacherous minister's family. The Empress slumped dejectedly into her chair, tears brimming in her eyes as she watched the Emperor disappear from her sight. Was he truly so heartless? Did he disregard even the slightest semblance of marital affection? It seemed that in his eyes, only Xiao Yuqing mattered, but whom could she blame? For Xiao Yuqing's unparalleled beauty, or for her own naive charm and vivacity? Perhaps her father was to blame. The fleeting glimmer of compassion in Zhengxuan's eyes did not escape Yuqing's notice. Reluctant to part, are we? Then return. I am certain she is still waiting for you. Why the sour tone, Sui Feng? Yuqing, are you jealous? Yuqing, jealous? Not at all. I simply prefer beverages. Do not be foolish. I will not grant her any opportunities. Huh? What does that mean? His words were half-spoken, leaving her to ponder. You are clever. Think for yourself. Zhengxuan sought to gauge just how perceptive Xiao Yuqing truly was. I can think for myself. I am a genius beauty. After all, it can't be that you mean not allowing her to bear your child. Indeed, now that she occupies the central palace and her father is the prime minister, a man second only to the emperor. Should she bear a dragon heir, the Wei family's power would undoubtedly soar, posing a grave threat to imperial authority, would it not? For the sake of the so-called country and its people, they leave a young girl to live like a wife without a husband, keeping her in solitude, merely a pawn in the power struggle. In truth, I do not dislike her. He had not anticipated her to see the situation so clearly. Perhaps she could be a capable and virtuous partner. Then why allow Rong Guifei to bear your child? What a promiscuous fellow, wasting the lives of so many unfortunate girls. In the court, the only one capable of contending with the Wei family was the formidable General Nangong. Zhengxuan wore a subtle smile, as if everything was well within his control. Rong Guifei, originally named Nangong Ronger, allowing Rong Guifei to bear his child could lead to a future heir, thereby controlling the Wei family while ensuring the Nangong family's unwavering loyalty to the Long Xuan Dynasty. Even the act of procreation lay within his calculations. This emperor was indeed cunning. Yet, what role did she play in this grand scheme? Would there come a day when he would treat her as he did the others? A chill crept through Yuqing's heart. Zhengxuan noticed her fear. What is it? Are you frightened? Who is afraid? I will endure. I refuse to let him see my vulnerability. Rest assured, I shall never sacrifice you, Zhengxuan vowed. Suddenly asking, who is this Xiao Chang? Yuqing momentarily froze, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? Seeing her laugh so hard, Zhengxuan genuinely worried she might choke. Ha ha ha. It's nothing, I'll tell you. Xiao Chong is a cockroach. A cockroach? Yes. In Tang Bohu Dian Xiao Xiang, when Stephen Chow laments Xiao Chang's demise, it is simply hilarious. A classic. Stephen Chow. Who is that? Is he your beloved? He asked, a hint of jealousy in his voice at ITS Zhou Xingqi. He is an idol adored by countless girls. Yuqing clasped her heart, feigning a swoon. Long Xuan's ire flared. Is that so? I would very much like to meet him. Meeting him is not so simple. Am I not the esteemed emperor? Not worthy of an audience. No, it's just that you cannot meet him at all. To see him, one would have to journey to the modern era, but I cannot even return myself, let alone you. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by a deafening rumble of thunder. The crowd failed to react as rain began to pour. Lanner and Li Han hurriedly brought umbrellas to shield them from the downpour. Yuqing elegantly emerged from beneath her umbrella, twirling in the rain, creating a stunning arc as she did so. The first rain of spring arrived a tad earlier than expected. The cold droplets invigorated her, rendering her quite comfortable. In that moment, she transformed into a mischievous sprite, dancing wildly in the rain, leaving Zhang Xian utterly mesmerized. Xiao Su, let us dance. She playfully blinked her large, crystal-clear eyes, with beauty beckoning. Zhang Xian had long been entranced. Although the rain was frigid, he felt an intense fire igniting within him. Your Majesty. Jin Han attempted to intervene, for the emperor's well-being was paramount. Should anything happen to him, he would bear the brunt of the blame. He understood all too well that the emperor's decisions were immutable. As he beheld the emperor's resolute gaze, his hands fell limply to his sides. That gaze was so steadfast, it seemed he would brave any peril ahead. Yuqing grasped Long Xuan's hand, resembling an enchanting sorceress. Follow my lead, she said, dancing in the rain. How romantic. What kind of dance is this? It's most peculiar. I have never witnessed such a thing. Of course, you have never seen it. This is called waltz, and legend has it that only two souls in love can conjure the most beautiful and moving melodies. Is that so? Zhang Xian's enigmatic smile made Yuqing's heart flutter. Do not misinterpret. I am merely being polite. What must I do for you to love me? She had thought she had come to terms with herself, yet she remained unaware of what she truly resisted. You must not fall for me. I am but a transient presence, destined to depart one day. Loving me will only bring you sorrow. Yet, unbeknownst to her, her heart had already tilted in one direction. Though she could not admit it, she wished to leave this place with a smile, devoid of anyone's emotions, including her own. Now, that seemed increasingly improbable. Even if you are poison, I must drink. Zhang Xian sealed Yuqing's lips with a fervent kiss. Yuqing's eyes widened in shock as she desperately tried to push him away, but Zhang Xian was unyielding, denying her that opportunity. With his tongue parting her pearly teeth, he delved deeper, savoring her sweetness, her astonishment. She found herself yearning for his kiss, whether tender or forceful. Gradually, she relinquished her resistance. Since evasion was futile, she might as well embrace it. Let us indulge in a romance here. It shall not be in vain for my sojourn in this realm. She believed she could maintain her composure and still leave gracefully. Not far away, Lanner and Chen Han exchanged knowing smiles. Chapter 21. The feast at Hongmen. After a period of tranquility, the Empress suddenly sent word, stating that for the sake of harmony within the harem, she wished to convene the concubines, particularly insisting that Concubine shall attend. What is the purpose of this gathering? Yuqing pondered, torn between attending or abstaining. To decline would surely leave her subject to gossip, as the Empress wielded considerable influence. On the other hand, attending felt like walking into a trap. After much contemplation, Yuqing resolved, I shall go. Let them come at me. I refuse to believe they can devour me. The Empress organized the gathering at Yangxie Pavilion. Upon Yuqing's arrival, all the concubines had gathered, each adorned in splendid attire, rivaling the blossoms before the pavilion. Among them were the expectant Rong Guifei, the ethereal Meng Fei, and the alluring Cheng Guiren. Upon Yuqing's entrance, all but the Empress and Rong Guifei rose to pay their respects. We pay our respects to the Empress. Having been in the palace for some time, Yuqing found the customary bowing tedious, yet she conformed to tradition, mimicking the other concubines as she slightly bowed. I pay my respects to your Majesty. The Empress had heard that Yuqing refused to kneel before the Emperor. She was pleasantly surprised by Yuqing's compliance today, Feeling a swell of pride, "You may rise." Yuqing's legs ached, and she eagerly awaited this command. "Thank you, your majesty," she replied. "Sui Feng, when will you rid yourself of that stubbornness?" "Yuqing, I have no intention of changing." Sui Feng shook his head in resignation. "Your temperament will eventually lead you into trouble." Standing. She soon realized that no seat had been reserved for her, suggesting a deliberate attempt to humiliate her. Cheng Guoren smiled sweetly. "In our gatherings, we seem to have overlooked the fact that Concubine Xiao is new. What shall we do about her lack of a seat?" Yuqing, not one to be easily fooled, understood the underlying message. In this court, they were the seasoned ones, and even the new favorite must bow to their authority. This served both to assert dominance and to diminish Yuqing's standing. As a newcomer, I naturally cannot compare to my esteemed sisters in experience. I humbly ask for your guidance, she retorted, her tone laced with irony. The older concubines, who had languished in obscurity for years, paled at her words. In a realm where beauty flourished, age was the greatest fear, for it signified a dwindling chance of favor. Rong Guifei, her smile concealing daggers, remarked, "Sister jesting, you are now the emperor's cherished one. We shall be relying on you to speak kindly of us to him." Before Yuqing could respond, Cheng Guoren interjected, "Indeed, it is said the emperor spends every night at Yuqing Pavilion. Shouldn't the empress share a portion of that with her sisters?" "Enough," the empress retorted impatiently. Such matters were private. To discuss them openly was inappropriate, and Cheng Guoren's insensitivity stung the empress deeply, fueling her resentment towards Yuqing. Perhaps even more out of envy. "Someone, please escort the empress to her seat." With Meng Fei's directive, no one dared to object. A young eunuch swiftly brought forth a chair, while the empress merely shot Meng Fei a disapproving glance. Prior to Yuqing's arrival, Meng Fei had been the favored one, enjoying an exceptional position in the emperor's heart, making her a figure that even the empress dared not offend. In the stillness of the imperial study, an air of awkwardness enveloped the room as the emperor cleared his throat. "Ahem, third brother, reports from our scouts indicate that fourth brother's disaster relief efforts have been remarkably effective. The flood in Hangzhou has been resolved." "Is that so?" Jin Xian replied coolly, devoid of any emotion. The emperor, attributing his demeanor to a natural coldness, continued, "When he returns, I intend to host a banquet in his honor." "Very well." Jin Xian's tone remained aloof, akin to conversing with a stranger, making it hard to fathom their bond as brothers. "If your majesty has no further orders, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to exit. "Stop," Zhang Xian called out. "Does the emperor have further instructions?" Jin Xian simply turned slightly, responding coolly, "Jin brother, do you truly wish to sever ties with me over Xiao Yuqing?" Zhang Xian lamented. "It is you who has disregarded our brotherly bond. Are you unwilling to even address me as elder brother? After all, they were blood relatives. How could he not feel sorrow?" Jin Xian, too, felt a pang of emotion. You should not take what belongs to another. Throughout their childhood, he had always willingly yielded to his brother, yet Yuqing was the first desire he wished to claim for himself. "Yuqing is also beloved by me," Zhang Xian declared without hesitation. "Are you certain you love her? Have you truly forgotten Miss Situ?" "Jin Wang," Zhengxuan's voice rose in indignation. A figure gradually emerged in his mind, becoming increasingly vivid, a smile amid lanterns, a dance among blossoms, her gaze tenderly fixed upon him as she played enchanting melodies. She cherished painting, and he composed poems for her. "Should I become emperor one day, you shall be my empress." She had nestled against him, blissfully content. Blood stained the pure white snow as the sword pierced her chest. She reached out with delicate fingers, gently caressing his face, murmuring, "Our fate has reached its end. This love shall not extinguish. I long to walk hand in hand with you, to grow old together. But alas, I can no longer accompany you. I hoped that in the next life, you are not the crown prince, and we may reunite." Her hands fell limply, and her bright eyes closed for the last time. Ouyang Zhengxuan understood that he was unearthing painful memories. Yet for Yuqing's sake, he had to press on. Yuqing is a woman of lofty aspirations. The love she desires is singular and absolute. If you cannot offer her that, then I implore you, my brother, to let her go. Perhaps Jin Wang spoke the truth. Zhang Xian recalled Yuqing's words. Marriage is sacred. It involves two people. I will not share a husband with anyone else, nor will I ever be the third party. Lost in thought, Li Gonggang entered. Your Majesty, Ninger requests an audience. Ninger is Meng Fei's personal maid. Could something have happened to Meng Fei? The clever maid hurried in. I pay my respects to your Majesty and to the Wang Yi. Ninger, what is amiss? It is Lady Meng Fei who instructed me to inform your Majesty that the Empress is hosting a banquet for the Empress Xiao at Yangxia Pavilion. She fears the Empress may act against the Empress Xiao and requests your Majesty to intervene. The Emperor's expression darkened. He had long heard of the Empress's ruthlessness, and it was as he suspected. Even his beloved consort was not spared. He promptly set forth for Yangxia Pavilion. Jin Xian, observing from the side, wore a look of concern. Inside Yangxia Pavilion, after the concubines had feasted, Cheng Guren proposed, since we are all in such high spirits today, I have a suggestion. Shall we indulge in some entertainment? Finally, the main event seemed to be at hand. Yuqing smiled, eager to see what tricks they had in store. The Empress nodded. Proceed. Turning to Yuqing, she said, I have long heard that Consort Xiao is the most talented lady in the capital. The Emperor often speaks highly of her, praising her unparalleled intellect and exceptional skills. Might I request Consort Xiao to perform for us? Is this the game you wish to play? Huh. You simply say perform, yet Yuqing dismisses her. Your Majesty flatters me. I am but a novice, unworthy to showcase my talents before my esteemed sisters. It seems the Empress will not rest until she has put me in an awkward position. Surely, the imperial noble consort does not dare to do so. One can easily discern that this sharp remark originates from Consort Cheng. The two seem to be in cahoots, having likely plotted this beforehand. Yuqing cannot abide by such provocations, and just as she rises, Mingfei tugs at her sleeve and whispers, the imperial noble consort should not reveal too much brilliance, remembering how Mingfei had previously come to her aid. Yuqing looks at her with gratitude, offering a warm smile. Mingfei, momentarily taken aback, quickly responds with a gentle smile of her own. She stands and declares, Ladies, let us not press Consort Xiao further. Instead, allow me to dance on her behalf. How does that sound? With Mingfei making such a generous offer, who would dare to object? Consort Cheng, who has long sought to curry favor with Mingfei, seizes this opportunity. If Sister Mingfei is willing to grace us with her performance, it is indeed an honor for us all. Mingfei's dancing skills are renowned. Even the Emperor has sung her praises, and the crowd is eager for a glimpse of her artistry. I am the pavilion. Only Yuqing and the physically limited Rong Guifei remain. Glancing at Rong Guifei's prominent belly, Yuqing feels a pang of discomfort. How has she, Xiao Yuqing, sunk to sharing a husband with another woman? A few months? Though jealousy stings, her curiosity lingers. What do you intend to do? Rong Guifei regards her with suspicion, as if fearing for her unborn child. I merely inquired how many months along you are, Yuqing replies. Taken aback by the hostility, why must you act as though I am a feral beast? It is rather disheartening to one's pride. Fengqing, are you truly so fragile? Yuqing, do not air my shortcomings before others. Feng, isn't that a virtue? Rong Guifei gently caresses her belly, a hint of pride in her voice. 7 months. They say 10 months of pregnancy, so is it not premature to deliver in just 3 months? Yuqing, intrigued, reaches out to touch her belly. Yet, before her fingertips can make contact, Rong Guifei suddenly cries out in agony and collapses, clutching her abdomen in torment. Chapter 22. The Cold Palace. Part 1. Yuqing is taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Regaining her composure, she hurriedly crouches down, asking, What is wrong? Observing her pain, she wishes to help but is at a loss, afraid to touch her for fear of causing further harm, rendered helpless in her anxiety. The Empress and others, alerted by the scream, rush in, accusingly demanding, Consort Xiao, what have you done to Consort Rong? I cannot defend myself. Consort Qing seizes the moment to stoke the flames, asserting, it is evident she acted with malice. Jealous of Consort Rong and waiting for the perfect moment to push her down, is this truly the time for such accusations? Quickly, summon the imperial physician. Are these individuals genuinely enraged on behalf of Consort Rong? Or are they reveling in her misfortune, eager for her downfall? A figure clad in yellow abruptly enters, pushing Yuqing aside as they urgently lift Consort Rong and hastily depart. Indeed, that figure is none other than the current emperor. Ouyang Zhengxuan. Yuqing falls heavily to the ground, watching the retreating figure, feeling as if the distance between them is ever widening. Inside Liuxiu Palace, the emperor sits with a furrowed brow, worry etched across his features as eunuchs and palace maids bustle about, preparing medicine and fetching water, creating a scene that stirs his agitation. Yuqing approaches to offer comfort. Do not fret so. I believe she will be all right, even if he holds no affection for consort Rome. She is still his child, and his concern is only natural. Yuqing tries to convince herself not to dwell on it. The emperor glances at her but remains silent. Is her concern genuine? Can he trust her? What expression does he wear now? Does he suspect that consort Rong's plight is somehow her doing, that she intentionally caused her to fall? In his eyes, does she truly appear capable of such actions? I, Xiao Yuqing, am not one to resort to underhanded means for the sake of favored. If you dare to think so, your fate is sealed. Just then, the physician emerges from within, and the emperor strides forward. Dr. Wang. What news of consort Rome? The physicians kneel in unison, their faces a mix of guilt and fear. Serving in the royal court is no easy task. We are incompetent, having failed to preserve the royal child. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. The emperor's countenance reveals little, but a fleeting look of sorrow crosses his face. Consort Rong stares blankly upward, seemingly lost in thought, her gaze hollow, tears streaming down her cheeks. I end moments of marital intimacy. A bond is formed. Zhang Xian, not devoid of compassion, gently speaks. My beloved. Consort Rong appears not to hear him, muttering to herself, just now I saw my child. He is so adorable. He said he wants to leave. That he does not want me as his mother. It must be because I have not cared for him well enough, so he refuses to come, correct? The emperor soothes her, saying, My dear, do not dwell on it. Focus on regaining your strength, Your Majesty. My child is not dead. They are all lying. My child is destined to be the future crown prince, our heir. How could he perish? He has the heavens' protection. He will not die. Your Majesty, do not heed the slanders. Our child is alive. Consort Rong, in a state of confusion, begins to speak nonsense. The emperor, discontented with her ambition, furrows his brow, remembering her grief at losing a child, and refrains from reproaching her. Consort Cheng, incensed, steps forward. Look at what you have done to Consort Rome. Xiao Guifei, Consort Cheng, do not be disrespectful, the emperor admonishes. Your Majesty, I speak the truth. Only Consort Xiao was present at the time. And we all witnessed her push Consort Rome, witnessed it firsthand. The emperor turns to the physician. Dr. Wang, what caused Consort Rong's miscarriage? Dr. Wang pales, kneeling prostrate, stammering, Your Majesty. It was a heavy blow to her abdomen that led to the miscarriage. It must have been caused by someone pushing her. Consort Xiao, what do you have to say for yourself? If only she could provide an explanation, even a mere admission of fault, he could manage to suppress this incident. Yuqing observes the unfolding events with a cold gaze, a sinister smile curling at her lips. You do not believe me. He truly suspects her. Mengfei, you speak. Zhengxuan's heart tightens. Should he place his trust in her? Only Mengfei would never deceive him. Your Majesty, I believe that Sister Yuqing did not act with intent. Please do not hold this against her. Zhang Xian, maintaining his composure, commands, Consort Xiao, apologize to Consort Rong. You ultimately do not believe me. A single remark from Mengfei suffices to discredit me, does it not? His heart has always belonged to Mengfei. Why then does he entangle himself with me? Why play the role of a passionate prince? Tears threaten to spill from her eyes, her heart aching with injustice. Tears brim in her eyes, yet her pride prevents them from falling. The emperor, with a patient tone, insists, Consort Xiao, I command you to apologize. Why is this girl so obstinate? Does she not understand the gravity of the crime of plotting against the royal bloodline? Apologize? Preposterous. I will not apologize. I am not at fault, and I shall never concede. By what right do you command me? Do you think that just because you are emperor, you can act as you please? Step by step, Yuqing advances towards Zhang Xian. You think I would submit to you as your other consorts do? Allowing you to manipulate me? I tell you this, you may kill me, but you cannot trample upon my dignity. You cannot distinguish right from wrong. You are a tyrant. Slap. The sound of a hand striking flesh echoes, leaving 5 red marks on her delicate cheek, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Qinger. Zhang stares in disbelief at his own hand, astonished that he has struck her. In his rage, the weight of imperial authority feels unbearably heavy. And before so many witnesses, he cannot bear to lose face. Yuqing covers her face in shock, unable to fathom that Zhang would truly hit her. She has never been struck before, staring at him in fury. Ouyang Zhengxuan. How cruel you are. Never has she endured such humiliation. Once, she was vibrant and sought after, a throng of suitors vying for her attention, yet she never deigned to acknowledge them. At home, she was the cherished daughter, adored and pampered like a precious gem. How many envied the aura of the little princess of the Ling Empire, yet here she finds herself, having squandered her fortune, reduced to such a state by a careless jest. She vows that if she can return, she will never again defy her parents. Observing the injustice done to the fair maiden, Jin steps forward in a fit of anger, positioning himself protectively before her, demanding, "Your Majesty, what have you done? How could you strike her?" Zhang turns his back to them, obscuring his expression. "Consort Xiao has committed a grave offense. I hereby decree her confinement in the cold palace for reflection." The phrase "committed a grave offense" is vague, failing to clarify whether it refers to insubordination or an attempt on the life of the royal heir. This is a desperate measure, a necessary yet regrettable delay. Jin accompanies Yuqing to the cold palace, gazing at the desolate surroundings, unwilling to see her enter. "Yuqing, if you wish to leave, I stand by my word." In that moment, Yuqing longs to agree with him. Zhengxuan's heartlessness renders her indifferent to his feelings. Yet, agreeing comes easy for her. But what of Jin Xian? This is open defiance of the emperor. It would not only cost him his title, but could very well lead to a life on the run. Of utmost importance is the profound bond between them as brothers, a rarity within the royal sphere, which cannot compel him to become a person devoid of loyalty and righteousness. If she must depart, then she shall do so alone. "I am sorry, but I cannot leave." "Why? Have you truly fallen in love with him?" Observing the glances exchanged between them, Jin has already discerned much. How could this be? He is so heartless, so cruel. Anyone who loves him must be a fool. The memory of that slap incites her anger. Jin seems to read her unspoken thoughts. Do not harbor hatred for him. Had that slap not been delivered, the Nangong family would not have rested. It is incomprehensible why she feels compelled to play the role of the Good Samaritan, defending her rival. Is that so? If so, does that mean he can be forgiven, even slightly? The remnants of pain on Yuqing's face tug at Jin heartstrings, yet he muses that the emperor's hand was indeed too heavy. Just as Jin raises his hand, Yuqing comprehends his intent, her actions overtaking her thoughts. She takes a step back, evading his outstretched hand, realizing that her movement is rather abrupt, with her head bowed. Biting her lip, her fingers twist in a nervous dance. Jin, this gesture appears endearing. Regrettably, his hand feels out of place, awkwardly lowering it, his heart in turmoil. What does this motion signify? How could one as astute as he fail to notice? To lighten the mood, Jin jestingly remarks, "The imperial consort is sent to the cold palace by the prince. You must be the first in history. Am I not fortunate then?" Yuqing replies, continuing his playful banter. Is it not possible for a pure friendship to exist between men and women? They share a laugh. Yet, Jin heart is laden with bitterness. Could Yuqing genuinely have fallen for the emperor? Might it be so? The cold palace is desolate and lifeless, and one would be driven mad if confined for too long. Am I to languish here, allowing my life to wither before it has even had the chance to flourish? I have yet to truly savor life. Most importantly, I have never even bid farewell to my parents. Why? Yuqing sighs heavily, gazing at the heavens. Mississippi Lawn Air observes Yuqing's troubled expression and her sighs. Wishing to console her but unsure where to begin, she believes her mistress would never stoop to such depths. Lawn Air, I am sorry for dragging you into this suffering. Lawn Air's eyes well with tears, her nose tinged with sorrow. "Miss, do not say that. To have a mistress as wonderful as you is a tremendous blessing for me. Wherever you go, I shall follow you always." Moved, Yuqing embraces her, recalling her only modern friend, Xiaoro. Xiaoro was her sole friend in the modern world, while Lawn Air is the first in this ancient realm to treat her sincerely. Truly, The bond between master and servant is profound. Zheng Guoren applauds in praise. Huang Xunyang comes to pay New Year-esque greetings to the chicken. Her intentions are not pure. Yu Qing remarks with disdain. What brings you here? As the imperial concubine. Xiao Xinji rejoices, and I must naturally come to offer my congratulations. Zheng Guoren retorts sarcastically. Should I then express my gratitude? Yu Qing rolls her eyes in exasperation at the insincerity of this person. How could I, a mere servant, deserve a thank you from the esteemed imperial concubine? You are the emperor's cherished one, after all. How splendid it must be in this cold palace. If you cherish it so much, why not take up residence here? A gentleman does not covet what others hold dear. This cold palace is best left for you to inhabit at your leisure. What sort of gentleman are you? Then I shall take my leave. Wai Yu Qing, wishing for her to depart swiftly, has never held Zheng Guoren in high regard, having encountered many such duplicitous individuals. Do not think that because the emperor has favored you for a few days, you have truly ascended. You are but the daughter of a small provincial governor. Once in the cold palace, do not harbor illusions of escape. To conspire against the royal bloodline is sufficient grounds for extermination. The emperor shall never tolerate you. There is no need for Zheng Guoren to fret. Let us not forget that the emperor merely instructed me to reflect in solitude and did not strip me of my title as imperial concubine. Your slander against the current state and the imperial consort is a punishable offense, Yu Qing retorts with a smile that lacks warmth, her imposing demeanor startling all present, especially Lan Er, who stands agape. Her mistress, typically so gentle, has transformed into someone so formidable. Having grown up in a family of merchants, Xiao Yu Qing has absorbed the nuances of negotiation, albeit unwittingly. Zheng Guoren is momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, her earlier disrespect has crossed a line. However, she is merely a discarded individual. With this thought, Zheng Guoren's arrogance resurfaces. Just as she prepares to speak, a group of eunuchs enters, tools in hand, without a word. They roll up their sleeves and begin to clean with fervor. In no time, the cold palace is revitalized. Though it may not be resplendent, it exudes a tranquil elegance. Wai Yu Qing marvels at the transformation. A eunuch kneeling before her, respectfully inquiring, "Might the esteemed Xiaofei have any further commands? I shall attend to them at once." How audacious of you, servant, who permitted you to renovate the cold palace without authorization? Zheng Guoren seethes with rage, replying to the esteemed lady, "It is the emperor's decree," the eunuch states, maintaining his composure. Zheng Guoren mutters, "The emperor, how could he treat her so well?" Jealousy burns fiercely within her. If looks could kill, Yu Qing would have perished countless times. Observing the furious Zheng Guoren, Yu Qing cannot help but smile. Seizing the opportunity to assert her authority as the imperial consort, she declares, "Indeed, I have but one command. I wish to see no one I do not wish to see, so please escort her out." This feels quite agreeable. For the first time, she perceives that being an imperial consort is not entirely unpleasant. Yes, the eunuch bows to Zheng Guoren, gesturing for her to leave. "Madam, please." Zheng Guoren cannot abide such indignity. "You wretched servant, how dare you command me?" The eunuch, caught in a dilemma, is unsure how to proceed, as he cannot offend either party. Understanding the eunuch's hesitation, Yu Qing speaks softly. "It is quite dusty here. I believe it would be best to change the cleaning crew." The eunuch pales, suddenly alarmed. The emperor's affection for Xiaofei is well known. Even her confinement to the cold palace comes with special privileges, a first in history. It is likely she will soon be released. Entering the cold palace is merely a formality. In the palace, regardless of one's status, if favored by the emperor, one reigns supreme. Contemplating this, the eunuch gathers his courage and politely addresses Zheng Guoren. "Madam, please take your leave." "Wretched servant." Zheng Guoren raises her hand, only to be restrained by a group of eunuchs. She twists around, glaring at Yu Qing, cursing, "Xiao Yu Qing, I will not let this go. Remember." Lan Er gazes at her mistress in admiration. "Miss, you are so brave." "It was nothing." Zheng Guoren, quick to anger, wears her emotions openly. Unlike those who possess depth, a person of her caliber is unlikely to be the one plotting against me. But who could it be? Everyone present at that moment is a suspect. Could it be that Rong Guifei sacrificed her child to frame me? Yet her sorrow appears genuine. Logically, the empress, who hosted the banquet, is the most likely culprit. Lan Er, Noticing Yu Qing's distant gaze, waves her hand in front of her. Miss. What troubles you? Nothing. Suddenly, Yu Qing grins mischievously at Lan Er. That stunning smile sends shivers down Lan Er's spine. After spending so much time together, she knows her mistress all too well. Whenever she wears such a smile, it always precedes an unexpected idea. Miss, please do not smile like that. It frightens me to do not fear. I will not harm you. Why Yu Qing places her hand on Lan Er's shoulder, resembling a wolf eyeing a lamb. Lan Er, shall we leave the palace? No. Leaving the palace without permission is a serious offense. If you are caught, what is there to fear? We shall not return. Miss, you do not intend to return to the palace. Of course not. Who would be foolish enough to fly back into this cage after escaping? I have long since scouted the route out. It should not pose much of a problem, after all. I managed to escape from my technologically advanced home. A mere palace gate is hardly a challenge. Lan Er teases. Miss, can you bear to part with the emperor? Who would not? Yu Qing's confidence wavers. A twinge of pain lingers in her heart. She truly prepared to leave, to never see him again. Humph. So what if they do not meet? What is so significant about it? In a single breath, she asks, will you come with me? If I leave you behind and am discovered, you would suffer. I will. Lan Er responds without hesitation, having resolved to follow her mistress since the day she was saved. As night envelopes the land, darkness cloaks the earth, bestowing an air of mystery upon the sky. Tonight, devoid of moonlight, only a scattering of stars graces the heavens, marking the opportune moment for Xiao Yu Qing's heist. A sumptuous feast lay spread across the table, tantalizing enough to induce salivation in onlookers, yet two busy figures flitted past, oblivious to its allure. Such indulgence from the emperor, even granting her a wealth of gold and jewels while relegating her to the cold palace, was unmistakably an effort to provide her with travel expenses. At least, that was the interpretation of Yu Qing. She and Laner were diligently preparing their belongings when a sudden announcement echoed from outside. The emperor has arrived. Their expressions changed dramatically upon hearing this. Laner, in her fright, let her bundles scatter across the floor, while Yu Qing inadvertently toppled a nearby chair. The chaos they had already caused was only compounded by this new calamity. Miss, what shall we do? The emperor is here. Why did this little Xuanzi choose to come at such an inopportune moment? Quick, put everything away. If he sees us, we are doomed. We cannot afford to fail. Escaping will be impossible afterwards. Laner scrambled to gather the items, breathlessly asking, where do I put them? Just then, the figure of the emperor came into view, causing Yu Qing to panic. Anywhere will do, in their haste. They tossed the items onto the bed and hastily covered them with a quilt. As the emperor stepped over the threshold, he surveyed the disorder and the untouched food on the table, only to be met with Yu Qing's icy demeanor. He furrowed his brow, irritation evident in his voice. Are you staging a hunger strike? Pray, understand that I am merely preoccupied with affairs and lack the time to dine. Yu Qing retorted disdainfully, do I need to starve myself for your sake? Her dismissive tone pierced Zheng Xian's heart, prompting him to wonder if he truly meant so little to her. I merely seek an apology. If it were anyone else, well, only you would dare to be so audacious. I do not believe I have erred. I witnessed it myself. Do you still wish to argue, Xuanzi? With your wisdom, I cannot fathom that you harbor no suspicions regarding this matter. You merely wish to quell the storm and make me the scapegoat, correct? This infuriated me. Just days ago, you swore you would never sacrifice me, and now, this matter should not be blown out of proportion. I shall pretend you simply stumbled and knocked over consort wrong. I will continue to treat you as before, and you may return to Yushuan Pavilion at any time. That is impossible. Yu Qing stubbornly lifted her chin. I ask you, how could you fortuitously be present at that moment? Surely you do not expect me to believe it was mere coincidence. Clearly, someone intended for you to see. Zheng Xian was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, but it was fleeting. Was passing by. Yu Qing turned her face away, her voice quivering. Then leave. He truly had come to protect someone, though she remained unaware of the individual's identity. Yet, in Zheng Xian's heart, this person must hold immense significance, perhaps even surpassing her own. Yu Qing's heart ached at the thought. Are you still blaming me for striking you? In front of so many witnesses. You showed me no respect. Zhang Shen disregarded Yu Qing's dismissal, his large hand caressing her face tenderly. Does it still hurt? His rough palm brushed against her delicate skin, igniting an unfamiliar sensation within her. A flutter of emotion. She ought to retreat from him just as she had from Jin Xian, should she not? Yet, at this very moment, she found herself yearning for the warmth of his touch. The thought of him casting her into the cold palace for another woman left her seething with anger, and she forcefully shook off his hand. You think that by stabbing someone and then showering them with tender care, I would be grateful for your so-called benevolence. Zhang Xian had never been so patient with anyone, and he had reached his limit. His masculine pride surged within him. Xiao Yuqing, do not be ungrateful. Unfortunately, I was born unable to read others' expressions. The emperor pondered how to deal with her suffering while he himself felt even more tormented. Why could she not understand his heart? Return to the palace. He no longer wished to argue. Further contention would yield nothing but heightened discord. I will not see you out. Yu Qing was equally furious. Miss, are we leaving or not? Laner inquired, sensing her mistress's lingering feelings for the emperor. Of course we are leaving. No one can change my mind. Not even Ouyang Zhengxuan. I and the shadows. Two figures stealthily traversed the depths of the palace. Miss, must we be so secretive? We have already donned eunuch attire. We could simply walk out openly. We must exercise caution. Do you wish to be captured? Such actions would only raise further suspicion. When did you become so naive? Yu Qing pulled Laner behind a rockery. Someone is there. In the depths of the rockery stood two individuals, a man and a woman. The man was familiar to Yu Qing. It was Wang Tai. The woman, veiled, obscured her features. Wang Tai, you have executed this task admirably. The master is most pleased. Wang Tai ingratiated himself. Thank you, my lord. It is a privilege to serve you. I hope the young lady will speak well of me in front of the master. That will depend on your performance. This matter must not leak. Should anything go awry, the master cannot protect you. Know this. Even if something truly occurs, the emperor will not punish the master. I understand. The gravity of harming the royal bloodline was a capital offense. He would never gamble with his life. Yu Qing's heart trembled at the mention of harming the royal bloodline. Could consort Rong's miscarriage be connected to them? She leaned in closer, carefully eavesdropping on their conversation. No one will suspect that consort Rong was given an abortifacient, will they? Rest assured, the emperor has assigned me to restore consort Rong's health. No one will suspect a thing. Excellent. The master has stated that after this matter, the position of Tai will be yours. The tone was decidedly arrogant. If even the maidservants were so brazen, the master must have significant backing. Wang Tai knelt at the woman's feet, unable to conceal his joy. Thank you, my lord. I will ensure this matter is handled meticulously, living up to your expectations. Such flattery. Enough. We cannot linger here. Once they were certain the two had departed, Yu Qing and Laner revealed themselves. It turned out that consort Rong's miscarriage had nothing to do with the young lady. Miss, we must hurry and inform the emperor. Let him deliver justice for you. Laner was incensed, as if she herself were the wronged party. But how can we? We have no evidence. You truly believe the emperor would believe me? Daring to call the emperor that fellow. You are truly unprecedented. If we capture them, we will have evidence. The naive little maid. Are we simply going to run out like this? Yu Qing gestured to their eunuch garments. We would surely be the ones captured. Besides, judging by their demeanor, even if we apprehend them, they will not speak the truth. They might even turn against us. What truly troubled Yu Qing was her earlier remark. Even if something were to happen, the emperor would never punish the master. It seemed Ouyang Zhengxuan genuinely cared for that individual. Are we just going to let them go? I refuse to accept that. Then what do you propose? I wish. Laner, too, was unsure of what to do. She merely wished to stand up for her mistress. Miss, do not fret. We must leave. Yu Qing grasped Laner's hand and set off, with the power to appoint the Tai and the ability to poison at a banquet. Could it be that the instigator was indeed the empress? Yet, given Zhang Xian's attitude towards the empress, she could not possibly be the one he cared for. Then who could it be? Never mind, she mused. The palace was rife with intrigue, a realm unsuitable for her. It would be best to extricate herself as soon as possible. In Longxing Palace, having just quarreled with Yu Qing, Ouyang Zhengxuan was in a state of vexation, his frustration palpable. The sight of the brocade box on his desk became increasingly irksome, and in a fit of rage, he flung it to the ground. Chief Eunuch looked on in trepidation at the enraged emperor, who had always been composed and adept at managing his emotions. Why was he behaving so unusually today? Inside the box lay a jade pendant, a tribute from a small nation on the western frontier, known for its translucence and natural texture. The pendant bore the image of a phoenix, a rare find. There was a fascinating legend that if two people in love possessed it, no matter the obstacles they faced, they would remain together for life. Upon seeing it, the emperor had been utterly enamored and even tied a love knot upon it himself. All the palace concubines had eagerly anticipated the royal favor. What they did not know was that upon returning to his chamber, he had excitedly inquired, "Do you think Qing'er will like it?" If that sentiment were to reach the ears of the other concubines, they would surely be consumed by jealousy. Do not pick it up, Zhengxuan commanded the chief eunuch, who hesitated to comply. The emperor's intentions are inscrutable. Just then, a young eunuch rushed in. "Your Majesty, consort Meng requests an audience." In his current fury, Zhengxuan had no desire to see anyone. "Refuse her. Send her away, Your Majesty." The young eunuch hesitated, for consort Meng had never been denied an audience. She was the emperor's longest favored consort, and he had never scolded her even once. "Do you not comprehend my words? Is it now that even eunuchs dare to defy me?" Chief Eunuch, sensing the tension, hurriedly signaled for the young eunuch to withdraw. "Yes, Your Majesty." The young eunuch complied hastily. The emperor was not one to be trifled with. Consort Meng was known for her consideration towards those beneath her, so she would likely not make things difficult for him. "Halt!" Zhengxuan called out to the young eunuch, who was almost at the door. "Inform consort Meng that I am busy with state affairs and will visit her when time permits. Also, have her check on consort Rong's condition." Zhengxuan wished to ensure that consort Meng did not feel neglected. How could he ever doubt her? Her temperament is gentle, and she possesses an extraordinary kindness. I have never heard of her engaging in rivalry or jealousy with the other concubines, and she is, after all, her sister. This matter cannot possibly involve her. Yet, why did I resort to deceit with Qing'er? I could have straightforwardly told her that it was Meng Fei who feared for her safety and implored me to rescue her. But why must I test Meng Fei? A shadowy figure flickered before the emperor's eyes. It was Qin Han, the personal guard of Zhengxuan. "Your subordinate pays respects to Your Majesty. Rise, Your Majesty. Trouble is afoot. Consort Xiao has left the palace." "What?" Zhengxuan exclaimed, rising in shock. This girl truly possesses remarkable abilities. She has actually managed to escape. What are these guards doing, unable to keep watch over one person? She has really run away. Her yearning for freedom has evidently been ignited by her confinement in the cold palace. Knowing she cannot endure the slightest grievance, the emperor began to regret his impulsive decision to drive her away. "Your subordinate is incompetent. It was you, Your Majesty, who ordered that the lady not be treated as a criminal, forbidding the guards from watching her and granting her freedom of movement. Of course, even if you gave Qin Han 100 times the courage, he would not dare voice such words. Hurry and search for her. She should not have gone far. Given her nature, she would not return to the minister's residence. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, this matter should not be made public. If the Empress Dowager learns of it, I fear you are correct. In that case, send a few trusted men to discreetly pursue her. It is imperative that we locate consort Xiao. The Empress Dowager already harbors disdain for Qing'er and will undoubtedly exploit this incident." As soon as Qin Han departed, the Empress Dowager arrived, storming in with an air of righteous indignation. "My son pays respects to mother." Zhengxuan was already overwhelmed, and his mother added to his troubles. "Surely, the matter of Yuqing's departure has come to light. Mother, I did not expect you to come at such a late hour. I am truly unfilial. You're aware of your unfiliality. Lady Rong is with child, a descendant of our Ouyang lineage, a prince of the Long Xuan Dynasty. You." The old matriarch lamented the loss of her hopes for future grandchildren. "My son, I know it is not your fault." The Empress Dowager firmly dismissed his protest. "It is that Xiao Guifei, is it not? My son, as emperor, you must be clear in your rewards and punishments, balancing the harem without favoritism. I understand you cherish Xiao Yuqing, but you must also consider the other concubines. The harem is now rife with murmurs against you. Consort Xiao has caused Consort Rong to lose her child, yet you not only fail to punish her, but even send men to renovate her quarters. Have you thought of Consort Rong's feelings? The harem was once harmonious, but has been thrown into chaos by this Xiao Yuqing. I care not for her feelings. What matters to me is Yuqing's sentiment. Given her bold and accountable nature, if she truly is responsible, she would not shy away from admitting it appears I have wronged her. And what of the Nangong family? This child is strikingly similar to his father. Displaying cold-heartedness towards those he dislikes, I will soothe them appropriately. In truth, he need not fear the Nangong family with his current strength. On the surface, it seemed he had granted them considerable power. Yet their influence waned little by little. However, being a venerable family, they had committed no grave misdeeds and deserved a graceful exit. The only concern was the alliance between the Nangong and Wei families. So, you do not intend to deal with Xiao Yuqing? Truly, beauty can lead to a nation's downfall. The truth remains uncertain. It is premature to discuss punishment. Mother, rest assured, I shall strive diligently to ensure you have a grandchild to hold. It all hinges on whether Yuqing is willing to cooperate. Observing Zheng Xian's half-pout, half-serious demeanor, the Empress Dowager could not help but chuckle, her earlier anger dissipating. Very well, let these young ones do as they please. As long as they do not create a major uproar, on the streets appeared two strikingly handsome young men, particularly the one in front, with bright eyes and a charming smile, effortlessly captivating the hearts of countless maidens. The instigator was blissfully unaware, curiously glancing around. Mississippi, how long are we to play this game? Since yesterday, upon leaving the palace, you have been proclaiming long live freedom, and refused to return home. Now, you are insisting on dressing as a man, claiming it is more convenient for wandering the world. What did you call me? Xiao Yuqing feigned anger. Young master, when shall we return to the minister's residence? I shall not return. That wretched emperor is surely waiting for us to walk into his trap. I refuse to deliver myself to the jaws of a tiger. Master, why speak of the emperor in such terms? Although he has indeed wronged you, does he truly merit being called a wretched emperor? I have been quite polite. Alas, how dull. Even without thievery, there must at least be a scene of abduction to enact. I have been deprived of the chance to act as a righteous avenger. Such scenarios abound in the dramas I have seen. Lanner gazed at Yuqing in disbelief. I ask this truly my miss? How wicked. Building one's joy upon the suffering of others. Father, save me. I do not wish to go with him. I do not want to be taken to such a place. Upon hearing the cries, Yuqing frowned, thinking it was mere jest. Had heaven truly become so obedient? A disreputable man in lavish attire seized the delicate hand of the crying girl, declaring, "It is your fortune that this master wishes to buy you. Do not refuse this generous offer. Becoming a girl of Yanyu Tower will bring you wealth and comfort, far better than enduring hardship with your impoverished father." The girl disregarded his threats and pleaded, "Father, save me. Father, humans are not mere reeds, devoid of feelings, especially when the person in question is one's own flesh and blood." Old Gua knelt, begging, "Master, do, I implore you, spare little shoot. I am willing to serve you as your humble servant, grateful for your great kindness. I have no need for a decrepit old man like you. This master buys your daughter not to hear her wailing for her father." Dukeis kicked old Gua down and forcibly dragged Gua Xiaoshu away. Many onlookers were present, yet none dared speak out, perhaps fearing his family's power, only able to seethe in silence. They have expressed their disinterest. Why must you force them? Yuqing elegantly fanned herself, stepping forth. Who is this impudent young man, daring to meddle in my affairs? Alas, I have not fought in a while, and my hands have grown restless. You, on the other hand, are precisely the sort that makes one want to strike. Do not blame her for judging by appearances. Master Du's looks were simply unremarkable. Upon seeing Yuqing, Gua Xiaoshu felt as if she had encountered a great savior. Rushing behind her, tears glistening as she pleaded, "Master, I beg you to save me. You foul brat, you seek death." Dukeis swung his arm at Xiao Yuqing. Yuqing smiled calmly, turning, causing Dukeis to fall flat on his face. The onlookers erupted in applause. Even a bully could meet his match today. Seeing this, the servants of the Du family rushed to assist their young master, only to be met with a scolding from Dukeis. "You fools! Why do you not help me? Yuqing was accustomed to such scenes. Countless suitors had pursued her, while most buried their affections deep within. Some sought to force her, yet none succeeded without receiving a sound beating. Her taekwondo skills might not suffice against experts like Zheng Xian, Jin Xian, or Wu Yi, but against these brutes, they were more than adequate. A swift kick dispatched them easily. Duke Hei's retreated in fear. Vowing, "You wait, I shall make you suffer a fate worse than death." With that, he fled in disgrace with his servants. With the main characters gone, the crowd lost interest and began to disperse. The father and daughter knelt before Yuqing, expressing their heartfelt gratitude for her rescue. "Please, rise." It was but a trifling effort. She found it baffling how these ancients were so fond of kneeling. She helped Gua Xiaoshu to her feet. She noticed the flush on her cheeks and the shyness in her eyes. Yuqing was taken aback. Could it be that she had developed feelings for me, reflecting on her current handsome appearance? She mused that it would not be surprising if someone were enamored. How troublesome. She did not wish to stir up a whirlwind of romantic entanglements. "How did you incur the wrath of that bully?" Old Gua looked remorseful. "It is entirely my fault. Recently, I borrowed a substantial sum from Master due to treat your mother as illness. How could our humble family afford such a debt? He then lured me into selling my daughter to him. And in a moment of folly, I agreed. Sure, I am so sorry. Father, do not speak like that. I harbor no resentment towards you." Seeing their deep bond moved Yuqing's heart, she withdrew a stack of silver notes from her bundle. "Take this. Should that bully return, repay him with this. Although Master Du's actions are reprehensible, your father still owes him money. It is only right to settle debts." This, Gua Laodai hesitated, feeling immensely grateful for the unsolicited assistance he had received, and thus dared not accept any monetary compensation. "Please, do take it," Yuqing insisted with unwavering resolve. Gua Laodai expressed his gratitude profusely, saying, "Thank you, my lord, thank you." However, he cautioned, "My lord, you must be extremely cautious. That young Master you encountered earlier is the son of the newly appointed governor. He abuses his father's power and, since you've rescued my daughter and me, he will undoubtedly seek revenge. Alas, the likes of Governor Xiao are far superior." "Governor Xiao? You mean Lord Xiao Qiyuan?" "Precisely. Under Lord Zhao's jurisdiction, the common folk live in peace and contentment. He is now a minister." At this point, Gua Laodai's face lit up with joy, revealing that Lord Xiao Qiyuan was well loved by the people. Yuqing exhibited a knowing smile. After exchanging countless thanks, the father and daughter of the Gua family departed, and Yuqing, accompanied by Laner, went out for a lavish meal. "Miss, did you notice how Gua Gongnu gazed at you with such longing and reluctance?" "I dare say she has taken a liking to you," Laner teased playfully. "You are truly enchanting. Mississippi, if I didn't know she was a woman, I might be smitten myself." "Oh, you mischievous imp, cease your banter," Yuqing replied with a laugh. Laner paid no heed to her reprimand, fully aware that her mistress would not genuinely be upset with her. "Miss, I never expected father to be held in such high regard by the common people." "Of course, he is my father. After all that I and her dreams." She often heard Aoshue, the former Yuqing, recount how she and Xiao Qiyuan relied on each other, showering her with affection. Unbeknownst to her, she had already begun to regard Xiao Qiyuan as her own father. "Miss," Laner murmured, pressing her temples in a daze. "Laner, what is the matter with you? Yuqing suddenly felt dizzy as well, and her vision darkened. "Is it raining? Why does it feel so cold?" When Yuqing opened her hazy eyes, the first thing she saw was a face that bore ill intent, accompanied by a sinister grin. Her mind raced as she recalled going out to eat with Laner, only to be suddenly overcome by dizziness. It turned out she had been drugged. Glancing around her surroundings, she realized she was in a prison cell. "But where is Laner?" Yuqing anxiously searched, spotting Laner curled up in a dark corner, ignoring the man blocking her path. She hurried over to Laner and whispered, "Laner, wake up, wake up." Laner murmured softly, gradually opening her eyes in confusion, asking, "Where are we? Weren't we supposed to be enjoying a grand feast?" Relieved to see Laner awake, Yuqing turned coldly to the man. "Might I inquire what business young Master Du has in going to such lengths to invite us here?" Chapter 26. Fallen into the dust. Seeing Laner awake, Yuqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. She turned to the man with a frosty demeanor. Might I inquire what business young Master Du has in going to such lengths to invite us here? You dare to thwart my plans? I certainly won't let you off easily. Du Kai snarled menacingly. Do you not realize that kidnapping is a crime? Where's the awareness of the law around here? Is there no system of obligatory education in place? Here, I am the law. Such tired rhetoric from a villain. How bold of you. Do you know who our lord is? And now alert Lena retorted, my mistress is of noble birth, and she cannot be subjected to the indignities of such a person. Oh, given his attire, he seems to be a wealthy young master himself, yet he has forgotten the unwritten rule of the rich not contending with the powerful. We are of the household of Lord Xiao, the Minister of Revenue, and of the current imperial concubine. Lena refrained from mentioning that Yuqing would not appreciate being associated with the imperial court. Du Kai's paused, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, who are you trying to fool? If you're going to lie, at least choose a credible subject. Everyone knows that Minister Xiao has no sons, only a daughter who has become the concubine. If it weren't for his daughter, would he have achieved the rank of minister? Yet, his daughter is truly capable, having bewitched the current emperor into a stupor. The position that should have been given to his father was unexpectedly snatched away by someone else. Too bad he doesn't have a beautiful daughter like Xiao Qiyuan. You mustn't speak so. You mustn't, Lena exclaimed, her anger boiling over, almost rushing at him. Du Kai's, growing impatient, raised his hand, ready to strike Lena. Seeing this, Yuqing rushed forward to protect her. In the ensuing chaos, she felt her hair being swept aside. Without warning, her hairpin was yanked free, causing her flowing locks to cascade down like a waterfall. Du Kai's eyes widened in astonishment. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful, a natural enchantress capable of driving all men to madness. She surpassed even the capital's foremost courtesan, Long Yen, by several measures. The masculine attire she wore only added to her allure. Gone was the ordinary-looking girl, replaced by an unparalleled beauty. The attendant beside her must also be of noble birth, for she too was quite striking. Du Kai's spirit soared. He was certain he could fetch a handsome price for them. However, before that, he intended to savor this stunning beauty for himself. Yuqing felt immensely uncomfortable under his gaze, wishing she could pluck out his lecherous eyes. I sincerely apologize for any offense caused earlier. My lady, Du Kai's purred, his face a mask of ingratiation. He was all too aware of the effect his features could have. Then, might I suggest you let us go? Yuqing retorted with a sardonic smile. There's no rush. No rush that in truth, I was captivated by you at first sight. If you agree to be mine, I shall treat you with utmost reverence. My father is the prefect of the capital. Should you marry me, you will enjoy endless wealth and luxury. He cast a grandiose bait, confident that no woman could resist such an offer. I beg your pardon, but I have little interest in wealth and luxury. What a joke. I have no desire for the emperor or the princes. Why would I settle for you? A mere prefect's son, especially one as unattractive as you. My lady, I advise against futile resistance. If you yield to me, you shall suffer less torment. Du Kai's expression twisted into a menacing leer as he seized Yuqing by the wrist. Yuqing, with a feigned smile, replied, It seems young Master Du has a poor memory. Du Kai's was taken aback, uncertain of her meaning, just as Yuqing's fist swung toward his eye, instantly giving him a black eye. In the midst of this violent tableau, not suitable for children, Ouyang Zhengxuan strode into Longxing Palace. His face darkened, causing Li Gonggang to refrain from intervening. Upon seeing his expression, Zhengxuan immediately understood the cause for his ire. The only person capable of evoking such emotions in him was none other than Xiao Yuqing. Have you visited Concubine Xiao? Zhengxuan idly flipped through a book, his true intentions concealed. Where is Yuqing? Where have you hidden her? The cold palace is not a suitable place for the esteemed prince to tread. Is it? Concubine Xiao is your imperial sister-in-law. You shouldn't address her by her given name. Yuqing, that has a rather intimate ring to it. Where is she? He dismissed the pretensions of feudal propriety and idle gossip. Caring little for either. Third brother, you have defied my edict. Zhengxuan continued to evade the topic. To prevent news of Yuqing's situation from leaking, the emperor had stationed guards outside the cold palace around the clock, forbidding anyone from visiting. Some jealous concubines returned empty-handed. I knew the Jing prince wouldn't comply so easily. He must have uncovered the truth. Brother, why do I sense you are stalling? Could it be? Yuqing has already left the palace? The emperor's expression confirmed his suspicions. It seems I was correct. Yuqing cherishes her freedom too much. This grand palace cannot contain her. Jin Xian smiled knowingly. His understanding of Yuqing far exceeded Zheng Xian's expectations. He had often heard her express a desire to leave the palace and had never given it much thought. He never imagined she would actually act upon it, leaving without a trace of attachment. Despite spending these days in close proximity to her, his understanding of her paled in comparison to Jin Xian's. A twinge of jealousy rose within him. Indeed, she must have departed on the very first day she entered the cold palace. Truly the Xiao Yuqing I know, Jin Xian remarked, his demeanor carefree. What are you planning to do? He wouldn't dare. Of course. I am on my way to find my imperial sister-in-law, Jin Xian replied, walking away while waving a hand back at Zheng Xian. Jin Xian could even make such a humorous remark. The influence Yuqing had over him was indeed significant. No, I must hasten to find her. Otherwise, she may fall into someone else's grasp within Yanyu Tower. Melodies and dances filled the air, creating a scene of revelry. The architecture was quite remarkable, with a stage constructed of jade at its center, adorned with golden pillars, epitomizing extravagance and luxury that showcased the capital's prosperity and the nation's strength. The black cloth covering Xiao Yuqing was lifted, the bright light stinging her eyes, revealing a middle-aged woman with her hands on her hips standing before her. The woman waved a handkerchief, cooing, "Young Master Du. I have no lack of servants, Yun Yang. Perhaps you should take a closer look at whether she is a boy or a girl." Initially intending to indulge himself first, he had forgotten that she was a rose with thorns. Though beautiful, she could inflict pain. One glance at Du Kai's battered face was all it took to understand that. However, this worked to her advantage, as preserving her purity would make her all the more valuable. Yun Yang scrutinized Xiao Yuqing carefully, and suddenly her eyes lit up. She is a woman, and an extraordinary one at that. Yun Yang, your discernment is commendable. What do you think? Is she not a fine specimen? If you decline, I shall sell her to someone else. She had already set her sights on the plump prize. I want her. Let us stick to the usual price. This was a lucrative opportunity. With proper cultivation, she would surely flourish, bringing in wealth beyond measure. Yun Yang, are you jesting? How could those past individuals possibly compare to this? It appears you have no intention of keeping me here. Perhaps I should simply take my leave. No. How much does Master Du desire? One must risk losing a child to catch a wolf. For this exquisite beauty, she is willing to gamble everything, as for their incessant chatter. Xiao Yuqing is utterly displeased. She longs to rush forth and slap them both, but alas, her hands are bound, and her mouth gagged, leaving her with nothing but a glare. From their words, she can discern the nature of this place. What could an ancient brothel possibly be like? A flat price of 10,000 taels. Du Kai's is indeed audacious. Yun Yang grits her teeth. Very well, 10,000 taels it shall be. Surely, she will not encounter any trouble. She appears to have a noble background, even disguised as a man. Could she be a daughter of a wealthy family or perhaps of a high-ranking official? What? Only 10,000 taels. This lady is worth no less than 10,000 taels. After all, I am the heir of the Ling Dynasty, valued at over 100 billion. Ranging glares furiously at the two schemers before her. Yun Yang graciously bids farewell to Du Kai's, then releases Ranging and Lanner from their bindings, occasionally exclaiming in admiration, "TSK, TSK, TSK, the young lady is truly beautiful. My, I have seen countless people, yet I have never encountered a girl as stunning as you. Indeed, I recall my own fame in my youth. How the years have aged me, rendering me unable to compare to these fresh and alluring young maidens. Thank you for the compliment," Ranging replies nonchalantly. Yun Yang is taken aback by her indifferent demeanor. Those who arrive here are usually either wailing for their kin or seeking an end to their lives. None are as composed as she. The noble aura she exudes is beyond the reach of ordinary folk. This subtle aloofness is likely to captivate those fickle-hearted men, for what is often unattainable is deemed most precious. This 10,000 taels is well spent. My lady, what is your name? Xiaoyud. Perhaps it is best not to reveal my true name. Zhengxuan must be searching for me everywhere. I cannot allow him to find me, lest he drag me back. Xiaoyu, a lovely name. Her signature is Yanyu Tower, and with the presence of the cold and peerless Long Yan, It seems fate has conspired for this girl to bear the character for reign in her name. Now that you have entered here, we shall be family henceforth, as long as you serve me well. I shall not treat you poorly. No, Lana interjects, positioning herself protectively in front of Rainching. You cannot make my lady do such things. I am willing to take her place. Any sacrifice to save my lady is worthwhile. Yun Yang raises an eyebrow at her, unexpectedly finding that this girl is also quite beautiful. If adorned, she would rival Lang Yan. Strangely, she perceives a familiar shadow in Lana. It is a woman of unparalleled beauty. The foremost courtesan of her time, yet she was later wounded by love and has since vanished without a trace at Lana. I forbade you from doing this. Not the ancients treasure purity and reputation. Those ephemeral constructs, if she allows Lana to take such actions, how could Lana live with herself thereafter? Yun Yang, I can agree to your proposal, but you must consent to 3 conditions. Chapter 27, A Reunion with Wu Yi. Lana, I cannot permit you to do this. Not the ancients value purity and reputation, those fleeting illusions. If she allows Lana to proceed, how will Lana live with herself in the future? Yun Yang. I can agree, but you must agree to 3 conditions. What conditions? Whatever she proposes, I shall acquiesce, as long as she promises to obey. First, ensure that Lana is neither a courtesan nor a servant in this establishment. She must not be bullied by anyone. Second, I shall not sell myself. Third, I shall have the final say on which patrons I entertain. Being a courtesan seems rather amusing, and Zhengxuan could never imagine I would be here. This have her relinquish Lana, this beauty, while accepting such stringent conditions. Yet, my lady is undoubtedly far more beautiful than Lana. Trading this maid for her would not be a fair exchange. Yun Yang is certainly not foolish enough to agree. Refusal, if you decline, so be it. Rainching shrugs indifferently. Then do not blame me for creating chaos here. Yun Yang catches the glint of cunning in her eyes and suddenly feels a twinge of fear. Very well, I consent. This girl seems to be a natural-born ruler, instilling a chill in her bones. An ominous premonition arises that this girl may bring her great trouble. Yun Yang prepares an elegant chamber for her. It is fresh and refined, devoid of vulgar allure, perfectly aligning with Ranking's tastes. It appears the legendary matron of a brothel is not so wicked after all, having fallen into such a life. She must harbor unspoken sorrows. Rainching has changed into women's attire, her innocence radiating in full bloom. She sits gracefully before a bronze mirror as Lana diligently styles her hair. Suddenly, Lana lets out a piercing scream. The comb slipping from her grasp at Lana. What is it? Rainching turns to her, only to see her face drained of color. My lady. There seems to be someone over there. She is more concerned that it might be a ghost. Xiao Yuqing follows her pointing finger and indeed spots a shadow lying in the corner by the bed. My lady, do not approach. She, Xiao Yuqing, is wise and courageous and has no fear, pushing the figure gently. She receives no response. Blood pours from a gaping wound, flowing relentlessly as if unwilling to cease. Rainching watches, a pang of sympathy swelling within her. Why? She does not know him, yet her heart aches. Confirming that the person is gravely injured and unconscious. Xiao Yuqing turns him onto his side. She is certainly not taking advantage of him. Upon recognizing his face, she gasps. Wu Yi, is he not a master of martial arts? Who has injured him? Quickly, call for help. What help? My lady, why do you always speak in terms I cannot comprehend? Xiao Yuqing suddenly recalls that she is still in ancient times. Lana, fetch a basin of water. After much effort, they finally manage to lift Wu Yi onto the bed, staunch his bleeding, and wipe the sweat from his brow with a towel. Gazing upon his chillingly handsome face, Rainching slows her movements. What manner of place is the Long Xuan Dynasty? It produces an abundance of stunning beauties. Even an assassin is so striking, it is simply unfair. My lady, do you know him? From your expression, it seems you recognize him, yet you have spent your life in the confines of a noble household. With no reason to know such a rogue, he is none other than the assassin who attempted to slay the emperor in the palace. Back then, Rainching was summoned to the emperor's bed. And it was thanks to him that she was saved from that fate. Indeed, he has done her a favor. Thus, she considers this an opportunity to repay his kindness. She feels that her story with Wu Yi is far from over. This is merely the beginning of their entwined fates. Lana gasps. Ah, he is the assassin who held my lady hostage. My lady, why do you still wish to save him? It is hard to believe that such an ethereal beauty could be a killer. In his current unconscious state, he is utterly defenseless, resembling an innocent child, albeit with an overwhelming aura of menace. Even Lanner, who possesses no martial skills, feels a sense of dread. Why not save him? Regardless, he is still alive. And he is not truly a villain. He is merely a pawn of circumstance in this world. Besides, he is undeniably a handsome man. Previously, she had been immune to handsome men, save for a fleeting admiration for Yin Xiaofeng. She has heard he is now the boyfriend of Ao Shui. Why is it that upon encountering Zhengxuan and Jin Xian in this ancient setting, she finds herself swooning? Has her resistance waned? But what if he poses a threat to you and the Emperor? You do not think of your own safety. Do you not care for the Emperor's well-being? Ranking's special feelings for the Emperor are evident to Lanner, yet the one embroiled in this situation remains oblivious. Lost in the moment. If he intended to harm me, he could have easily killed me during our last encounter. Furthermore, Zhengxuan possesses formidable martial skills, surrounded by numerous palace guards. Wu Yi has also mentioned that he could not harm him. My instincts tell me that I must save him. Out of the corner of her eye, she catches sight of the sword in Wu Yi's hand. What differentiates the sword of the world's greatest assassin from an ordinary blade? The moment she touches the sword, a chilling aura envelopes her, an inexplicable coldness coursing through her. Ranqing shivers. This sword possesses an eerie quality. However, Xiao Yuqing is not one to be intimidated by such a mere sword. As soon as the sword is drawn, Wu Yi abruptly awakens, sitting up with no warning. He glares at Ranqing, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I apologize. I did not mean to take your sword. I was merely curious and wanted to play with it. Truly, he is a swordsman of the martial world. Upon contact with his sword, he awakens instantly. Is it true what they say? As long as the sword exists, so does the person. If the sword perishes, so does the person. The murderous intent in Wu Yi's eyes suddenly dissipates. He recalls having seen her in the palace, the woman who, upon discovering he was an assassin, displayed no fear, pulling him in various directions and even inquiring if he had settled down. She aided in his escape, though he did not require her assistance. Nonetheless, he remembers her kindness. Her playful and charming demeanor often surfaces in his thoughts. Lingering in his mind, no, she is a consort. Then this place is no way. He cannot have wandered into the palace. Where is this? The surroundings do not resemble the palace at all. Yanyu Tower. How could he not even know where he is? Listening to Yin Yang recount, the Misty Rain Tower is the largest establishment of its kind in the capital, with 90% of men being well aware of its existence. It seems that Wu Yi is indeed an innocent and naive young man. Wu Yi shook his head, indicating his genuine ignorance. Misty Rain Tower is simply a brothel, Yuqing stated unabashedly. The shock that coursed through Wu Yi was akin to stumbling into the imperial palace by mistake. Wasn't she a consort? How could she possibly be found in such a place of indulgence? Given how anxious the emperor appeared around her, how could he allow her to be in such an establishment? Could it be that he had mistaken her for someone else? No, that thought was quickly dismissed. He was certain that the woman before him was indeed the Xiao Yuqing from that day. Why are you staring blankly? Have you forgotten me? I am the one you captured in Long Xuan Palace last time. Yuqing assumed he had forgotten and attempted to jog his memory. I remember. Wu Yi's tone was as frigid as ice, sending a chill down Yuqing's spine. You are merely an assassin, not an iceman. Why the cold demeanor? She retorted, noticing his injuries. Ambushed, Wu Yi replied curtly. Is that all? No dramatic twists. Surely there should have been a grand battle of 300 rounds. And then how you managed to defeat the 8 major sections? Yuqing fell into her own fantasies, as if she were watching a martial arts drama. Enough with the nonsense. Wu Yi suddenly drew his sword and placed it against Yuqing's neck. Yet, she showed no fear. Let's speak calmly. You haven't even unsheathed your sword, she remarked. Although she was unaware of martial arts, she could tell that Wu Yi had no intention of killing her. Kill you. There is no need to draw the blade, that is the truth. Yuqing pouted in discontent. How can you treat your savior in such a manner? Wu Yi moved his sword away. Thank you, miss, for your assistance. Now, that's more like it. You're indeed teachable. Yuqing affectionately ruffled his hair. Why does this feel so strange? She mused. Hey, where are you going? Seeing Wu Yi rise, She hastily called out to him, "Tio, do what I must do." "What is it that you must do? To kill? In your current state, you would only be the one to be killed. You, on the other hand, should obediently lie down and rest." Yuqing forcibly pressed him back onto the bed. Wuya, wanting to resist, caught the murderous glint in her eyes and could only lie back in resignation. "What a turn of events for you, Wuya. Miss Xiao, are you there?" A clear feminine voice accompanied by a knock echoed. Yuqing barely blinked before Wuya's figure vanished. Despite his severe injuries, he had evaded her gaze with such agility. Impressive indeed. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by two young women, while not extraordinarily beautiful. They were certainly lovely, albeit a bit heavily perfumed. "Might you be here to cause trouble like those women from the harem?" she thought. Alas, beauty can indeed be a curse. "Miss Xiao, I am Zilin, and this is my sister Zifei. Yunyang sent us to inform you that in 5 days, it will be your time to shine. According to our customs, newcomers or those who have yet to be opened must take the stage for guests to evaluate, which will determine your future standing here. Miss Xiao, you should prepare well. Tio think the ancients possess such business acumen. Satisfaction is it? No problem. I assure you, I will leave these ancients astounded. Just hope their hearts can handle it. I don't want to inadvertently create a few more vengeful spirits. Miss Xiao, why not invite us in to sit?" the girl named Zifei suggested, entering without waiting for Yuqing's consent. She appeared rather bold. Yuqing, realizing the invitation was unnecessary, thought, "You likely did not come merely to deliver a message. If there is something to discuss, please speak plainly." Zilin hesitated. Words stuck in her throat, but Zifei, unable to contain herself, broke the silence. "We have come to seek your assistance. Please, go on." Yuqing responded with a warm smile. "Recently, I inadvertently offended Leng Yan, and she has threatened Yunyang to send us to Lu Yuanwei as concubines. Lu Yuanwei already has over a dozen concubines and is known for his cruelty, often venting his frustrations on his wives, some of whom have even been beaten to death or left severely injured. We do not wish to marry him. Even as courtesans, we have our dignity. What assistance can I offer you?" Yuqing felt a surge of indignation at the absurdity of it all. Such ridiculous plots could only happen on screen. "We wish for you to plead our case before Yunyang." Zilin finally spoke after a long silence. "What makes you think I can help?" Yunyang does not seem the type to be easily swayed. However, if she could truly assist them, it might not be a bad deed after all. "With your beauty and intelligence, Yunyang listens to Long Yan because she is the top courtesan here, and Yunyang relies on her for profit. Therefore, if you speak up, Yunyang will surely comply." Yuqing readily agreed. "Very well, if I can help, I shall. Is Long Yan quite domineering here?" she inquired. "We are all women, having fallen to this fate. If we do not support each other, what is the point of tearing each other down?" As she spoke, Zifei's resentment boiled over. She is not just domineering, she is absolutely insufferable. Alas, she has a prince as her backing. The prince of the Long Xuan Dynasty. It couldn't be, Yuqing exclaimed, leaping to her feet. Ouyang Zhengxuan, he actually frequents brothels. Wasn't it said that he shuns women? It appears he is merely hiding a beautiful woman away. Men truly cannot be trusted. Zilin quickly urged her to sit. "How dare you speak the prince's name so freely?" Yet, it was revealed that Long Yan's patron was not the third prince, but the fourth prince. How could the third prince possibly come to a place like this? His cold demeanor is well known throughout the land. Yuqing nearly forgot that they had a fourth brother. What was his name again? Ouyang Zhengxuan. I hear he is currently in Hangzhou for disaster relief. He should be returning soon. She was curious to see what this fourth brother looked like, especially since both Zhang and Zhengxuan were quite handsome. Surely their brother would not fall short in the looks department either. After all, the emperor's consorts were all stunning beauties, and such pure, perfect genes would naturally produce handsome offspring. After Zifei and Zilin departed, Yuqing quickly slipped behind a screen, yet found no trace of Wuya. Had he truly left? Disappointment washed over her as she lowered her head and collided with a solid chest. "Oh, Wuya, did you not know that scaring someone could lead to dire consequences?" She had thought he had already departed, feeling a twinge of disappointment. "I apologize." His tone remained as cold as ever. Yet there was an unmistakable sincerity in his voice. Wuya could apologize. It seemed she should take it upon herself to reform him. "It's fine. Bumping into someone won't kill anyone. Will you stay here to recover?" always eager to help. She believed in aiding the weak. But, considering the two of us alone together, it may jeopardize your reputation. Moreover, I am already someone's wife, and not just any wife. Rest assured, I am more than capable of finding a place to sleep. Yuqing confidently declared, pulling Lanner into her embrace. I will sleep with her. Mississippi Lanner clearly felt that this arrangement was inappropriate. Helping others is commendable, but not in such a manner. What would the emperor think if he were to discover this? What would the world think? Muya attempted to decline, but Yuqing's determination prevailed, insisting that he recover fully before departing. With no choice but to acquiesce, Muya accepted her thoughtful care, for the first time, aside from his master. Someone had managed to compel him, and for the first time, his icy heart felt warmth, devoid of ulterior motives. Her presence brought a glimmer of light to the dark night. Two imposing men strode into the misty rain tower, their attire indicating wealth or nobility. Fourth brother, why have you brought me to this place? I am busy searching for someone. One of them frowned. The other laughed heartily. Second brother, I heard you've been lovesick lately. I thought this would do good. The women here are plentiful. We could easily drown our sorrows and drink. You two have moments of sorrow, the first brother teased, for the fourth prince had long since surpassed his youth, yet sometimes acted like a child. Why would I seek beauty in such a place? I have all the beauties I desire at home. Indeed, he was the current emperor, Ouyang Zhengxuan. Second brother, the flowers at home cannot compare to the wild ones here. If our third brother finds out you brought me here, you will be in serious trouble. Ouyang Zhengxuan feared no one, not the Empress Dowager, nor the emperor, except for his third brother. You wouldn't dare to tell. Would you? His fear was palpable. Ouyang Zhengxuan, when enraged, was a force to be reckoned with. Even the king of hell would avoid him. By the age of 13, he had single-handedly subdued a notorious gang. By 15, he was leading troops, even breaching enemy camps to capture their general. Currently, he seemed too preoccupied to concern himself with Zhengxuan. Rumor had it he was using both legitimate and underhanded means to find Yuqing. Yet she had seemingly vanished without a trace. What is he so busy with? He hasn't even had the time to acknowledge my return, though their third brother was known for his coldness. He was generally quite good to Zhengxuan. Zhengxuan sipped his wine leisurely. He mused, what if I told you he is doing all this for a woman? Instantly, Zhengxuan's demeanor darkened, for it seemed their bond had been strained by Yuqing's presence, creating an invisible barrier between them. Zhengxuan, upon hearing this, spat his drink in shock. What? You mean our third brother is acting for a woman? This is utterly unbelievable. I thought he was destined for solitude. The woman undoubtedly possesses extraordinary qualities, and I am quite eager to witness them firsthand. Is it truly necessary to be this astonished? At the time, one could hardly ascertain who was equally as shocked as he was. As Yun Niang sauntered in with an abundance of grace, she slowly performed a respectful greeting. I pay my respects to the prince and young master Long. Little did she know the true identity of Ouyang Zhengxuan. Yun Niang, it seems particularly lively here today. Has anything intriguing occurred? Upon entering, he immediately noticed the unusually large crowd, especially the young gentlemen of notable status. Your Highness, you possess an astute eye. Today marks the debut of our esteemed Xiaoyu. This Xiaoyu is breathtakingly beautiful. The multitude gathered here is entirely to catch a glimpse of her enchanting visage. She was not mistaken. Xiao Yuqing was indeed her golden goose. Xiaoyu, is she truly as beautiful as you claim? Zhengxuan inquired. Xiaoyu, only a single character differs from Yuqing. Nevertheless, no beauty could rival that of his Yuqing. Oh my, young Master Long, I assure you, every word I speak is the truth. I have never encountered such a stunning young lady. To stand alongside the prince, her status must be significant. Those in her profession must tread carefully, particularly with such a wealthy patron. Observing Zhengxuan's growing interest, Zhengxuan decided to stoke the flames further. Young Master Long, why don't we go and behold this legendary beauty? Yun Yang arranged for them the finest seats from which to witness the entire spectacle. The stage remained motionless for a while, causing some in the audience to grow impatient. Is anyone even going to take the stage? I did not spend my money merely to gaze at thin air. This remark elicited a wave of laughter from the audience. Suddenly, the sound of a guqin rose, silencing the laughter as if one could hear a pin drop. A group of young women gracefully emerged from either side of the stage, their attire identical yet distinctly unique. The women of the Long Xuan Dynasty differed from their northern counterparts, who were known for their boldness. These women exuded the gentle elegance characteristic of Jiangnan, adorned in elaborate and flowing garments. In contrast, the performers on stage wore light and simple attire, embodying a lively beauty. Their dance was peculiar, devoid of the delicate artifice typical of women. Instead possessing a boldness akin to men, their fiery dance captivated each individual present. Yet, not a single soul entertained lewd thoughts, nor did any disrespect linger. Just as the excitement reached its peak, the dancers formed a circle, within which stood one solitary figure. In an instant, the dancers parted, revealing a woman clad in a purple princess gown before the audience. Her attire was markedly different from that of the other dancers. Her skirt shortened and adorned with lace, lending her an even more charming appearance. Surrounded by the dancers, she stood out distinctly, singular and exceptional. However, her beauty was slightly marred by the fan she held, which obscured half her face, evoking the image of a maiden coyly concealing herself. Guests craned their necks, eager to glimpse the mysterious woman's countenance. At last, she slowly moved aside her fan and bestowed a gentle smile upon the crowd. A collective intake of breath resonated among the audience, their eyes reflecting awe and intrigue, with some even appearing to drool. Xiao Yuqing boldly tossed her fan aside, and at once, the accompaniment began. Xiling and Zifei, eager to repay her, took it upon themselves, one to play the guqin and the other the pipa, perfectly complementing each other and creating a splendid effect. She opened her mouth to sing, "The landscape is so alluring, drawing countless heroes to bow. The beauty is so enchanting that heroes forsake the land. With every glance and word, she exudes such delicate charm. No matter how beautiful the land, it pales beside her smile. Like a bird unbound, it cannot be confined in time. Like blooming flowers, its radiance cannot be contained. The youth, vibrant and spirited, is all she embodies in the tumult of life. Who inquires after the solitary beauty? The great river flows east, washing away the legendary figures of yore. By the western ruins, people speak of Zhou Lang and the Red Cliffs. Amidst the chaotic rocks and crashing waves, the snow rises high, with a feather fan and silk scarf. He laughs as enemies turn to dust. Without you, love cannot exist. Now that you're gone, how can I live on? Generations of beauties are but dreams, awakening from slumber. Only legends remain. The landscape is so alluring, drawing countless heroes to bow. The beauty is so enchanting that heroes forsake the land. With every glance and word, she exudes such delicate charm. No matter how beautiful the land, it pales beside her smile. With a backward glance and a smile, 100 charms are born. The hues of the palace beauties fade away. In the spring chill, the warm waters of Hucking Pool cleanse. It begins with the new grace of the era. Golden hair sways gently as the hibiscus curtains warm the spring nights. The nights are fleeting and the sun shines bright. From now on, the monarch will not rise early to court. The legendary figures of your gaze upon the present day, raising a cup in song. Laughter is all that is needed. Who still pines for the Ming Dynasty and its heroes, only for beauty, forgetting the realm, surrounded by songs of sorrow, one can laugh freely. What land can compare to the beauty's bloom? The gates of the grand city open, smoke and dust arise. 1,000 chariots march southwest. The 6 armies remain still, unable to act. With a delicate brow, she departs before the horse. The monarch covers his face, unable to save her. Time and space may come to an end, yet this longing, can it ever cease? You are beautiful, beautiful, I retreat, I retreat. Her figure danced among the dancers, like a joyful fish, her happiness contagious. Some began to clap in rhythm. In this harmonious atmosphere, it seemed as though they were no longer in a brothel, nor were they simply patrons and courtesans, but merely a star and her admirers. As if she were hosting an ancient concert. I apologize, dear readers. Recently, I have been overwhelmed with the pressure of final exams. As a boarding student, I can only return home on Saturdays, and previously, my sister would assist me in posting. With summer break approaching, she too will be heading home, thus severing the school's internet connection. Consequently, I can only post on Saturdays. However, after the summer, I shall endeavor to write with great diligence. I seek your understanding. Chapter 29. A confrontation at the brothel. People were enraptured by her melodious voice, a refreshing musical style. Suddenly, all the candles in the room extinguished. The darkness enveloped them, and some screamed in fear, while others shouted, "What is happening? Quickly, light the lamps." Moments later, the candles were relit, illuminating the stage with a kaleidoscope of colors, casting an eerie ambience. The dancers had quietly withdrawn without anyone noticing. To everyone's astonishment, the singing woman had transformed in mere seconds. Her previous attire vanished, replaced by a completely different outfit. She was no longer in a dress, but donned trousers, a suit, and a tie. Exuding an air of dashing elegance, it must be noted that she had invested immense effort into crafting this ensemble. Initially, she had sketched a design and submitted it to the tailor, only to find that the renowned tailor could not comprehend it, necessitating her to provide hands-on guidance, even teaching the dance and lighting design. Achieving so much in just 5 days left her marveling at her own ingenuity. Qin Han instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of Zhang Xian. The sudden extinguishing of the candles led him to suspect an assassination attempt on the emperor. Zhang Xian disregarded those in his way, his gaze fixated on the woman on stage. Was this not the Xiao Yuqing he had longed for, the one who had dared to appear in a brothel? Unquestionably, she was beautiful. He had once believed he had witnessed her most stunning side, yet he now realized that Yuqing was an inexhaustible treasure, of which he had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. When he caught sight of the yearning and adoring gazes from the men in the audience, he was consumed with rage. He wished to gouge out their eyes, denying them the chance to behold her beauty. He yearned to rush forth, embrace her, and proclaim to the world, "She is his woman." Yet, he was no tyrant, and would not resort to such cruelty. "Hello, everyone, I am Xiao Yu, and I am delighted to meet you all here today. Next, I will perform Pretty Boy." Singing in English, I doubt these ancient people will understand. Right. Yuqing chuckled softly as she sang, suddenly feeling an icy gaze tracking her, sending chills down her spine. The concert was progressing so smoothly that it seemed unlikely for anything to go awry. Indeed, while the audience could not comprehend her lyrics, they remained entranced. Upon concluding her song, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Ouyang Zhengxuan stole a glance at his elder brother, only to find Zhengxuan's expression darkening ominously. A fearsome sight. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Zhengxuan's eyes sparkle with delight when the woman on stage had removed her fan. How could he now appear so sinister and terrifying? Frightened, he dared not utter a word. Although the third brother was terrified, the second brother's wrath was equally formidable. Alas, what choice did he have but to endure, lamenting that he wished he had been born a few years earlier. Yun Yang gracefully entered, accompanied by someone. "Your Highness, young Master Long, this is Miss Xiao Yu." Yun Yang bowed deeply. Xiao Yuqing slowly lifted her head, and upon seeing the figure before her, she gasped in disbelief. "What? Is this truly my misfortune? She has come all the way to a brothel, and yet he has followed her here. Upon reconsideration, it strikes me as quite absurd that he would attend a brothel. With so many women in the palace, one would think he would lack for nothing. Yet here he is, seeking the pleasures of the flesh." The individuals nearby are seething with rage, yet Yunong remains blissfully unaware. Flaunting her allure as she calls out, "Where? Come forth to greet His Highness, Prince Long. Very well, I shall endure." Yuqing gritted her teeth and declared, "Where greets His Highness, wishing him boundless prosperity and peace, yet she pointedly disregards you." Prince Long. Very well, very well. Zhengxuan approached Yuqing, remarking that the young lady's earlier performance was indeed spectacular, enlightening him greatly. "I am honored by your praise, Your Highness. It is undeserved." She replied modestly. "Do not be so humble. You are indeed the finest of our nation's extraordinary women. Yunong, it seems your presence is no longer required here." Zhengxuan regarded Yuqing with a commendable air of respect. "Yes," Yunong conceded, taking her leave. "Where? Attend to His Highness and Prince Long diligently." After casting her a suggestive glance, she departed. "Where? What was the title of that song you just sang?" Zhengxuan took her hand and led her to a seat. "It was Nian Nu Jiao. What do you think of it?" "Your Highness," Yuqing expressed her fondness for the song, praising its beautiful lyrics. It is indeed lovely, yet the line such beauty is most captivating, that heroes would forsake their kingdom seems rather exaggerated, does it not? Is there truly an emperor who would relinquish his realm for a mere woman? He knew there were such instances. His own father was a prime example. The Xuanji emperor of the Qing dynasty epitomized this notion. Indeed, though such cases are exceedingly rare, throughout history, emperors have often been heartless. One moment, they may elevate you to the heavens, and the next, cast you into the abyss. Genuine affection is as rare as a mythical creature. Yuqing cast a meaningful glance at Zhengxuan. You seem rather dismissive of the current emperor. Fair maiden, what are your thoughts on His Majesty? Yixuan, intrigued, turned his gaze back to Yuqing. Miss Xiaoyu, I assure you, I am not attempting to ensnare you. I merely hope you do not tread upon a landmine. He certainly did not belong to the category of rare creatures. Rather, he was fickle and unfeeling, lacking any sense of right or wrong. Miss Xiao Yuqing, you dare to speak so harshly of His Majesty? Yixuan was taken aback. How could this woman harbor such intense disdain for his elder brother? Yet Zhengxuan appeared unfazed, displaying no sign of anger. Curious indeed. Is it the emperor who incites your discontent? Zhengxuan inquired. He has not treated you poorly, has he? I merely wished to temper your pride for a few days, yet you fled on the very first day. Indeed, I am exceedingly displeased. Very well, come here and attend to me. How dare he express dissatisfaction? Yixuan, ever charming, did not wish for Yuqing to occupy his side. Zhengxuan wore a sly grin, captivating as it was, but at that moment, she longed to rend his beguiling visage to shreds and cast it into the Pacific to feed the sharks. She shot him a covert glare and sweetly remarked, Your Highness, is this Prince Long a friend of yours? Why must you be so boorish, lacking any semblance of gentility? Do you expect this young lady to serve you? Dream on. Yixuan broke out in a cold sweat. This woman was far too audacious. Glancing anxiously at Zhengxuan, he found him in high spirits, radiating warmth without a hint of anger. His second brother had become increasingly unpredictable. In such a place, did one still dare to hope for kindness? He forbade anyone from treating her with tenderness. How could there be no one? Is not the prince an example? Yuqing, with all her charm, wrapped her arms around Yixuan's neck, unlike others who would embrace multiple partners and cast those who displeased them aside into the cold. Yixuan found her words increasingly peculiar, unable to pinpoint why. Zhengxuan's eyes burned with fury. This audacious woman was brazenly enticing his younger brother before him. If stealing one brother's heart were insufficient, she would not spare the other. This heart thief had rendered his own heart unrecognizable. He worried for her, lamented for her, rejoiced for her. He glided before the pair, deftly removing Yuqing's arms from around Yixuan's neck, smirking wickedly. Indeed, the young lady is quite bold and passionate, hearing the mockery in Zhengxuan's words. Yuqing retorted, Better to be bold than to possess a heart of stone. Then, is it commendable to depart without notice, to run away from home? She had the audacity to appear at a brothel, which cast a shadow on his imperial dignity. The mere thought of the lecherous gazes of those men below made him wish to seize her and treasure her away. Yet, it was a forced departure. Moving slowly risked being devoured to the bone. The palace was a place that consumed its inhabitants, and this was her most profound realization since her arrival. Once favored, one became the enemy of all within the harem. The palace was the most resplendent yet also the most sordid place. Was this merely an excuse? I have vowed to protect you and will never break my promise. Why do you refuse to believe in me? Preferring to descend into debauchery, selling your beauty for a living rather than returning with me? Or is it that you have never cared for me at all? Chapter 30. A confrontation at the brothel. Yuqing wished to retort, but Yixuan, who had long been treated as invisible, finally erupted. He was never one to remain silent. Ladies, please do not quarrel. Let us discuss matters calmly. What kind of world is this? Prostitutes behaving not like prostitutes, emperors not acting like emperors, and even princes failing to embody their nobility. Have you ever witnessed a courtesan treating her patrons with such audacity? Have you ever seen an emperor engage in a heated argument with a courtesan? You would never expect that the illustrious fourth prince would take on the role of a mediator. This was hardly his usual style. He typically thrived on chaos. Yet, it was fortunate that his reputation held weight. As both parties merely huffed before taking their seats, pour the wine, Zhengxuan commanded, intent on not letting this wayward concubine escape easily. What, you want me to serve you wine? After several days apart, had he lost his mind? Isn't this your duty? He countered, emphasizing her current status with the weight of his words. A courtesan's paramount responsibility is to please her guests, not to vex them. He could easily lodge a complaint against Yuqing's service with the establishment's owner. Zhang Xian leaned closer, whispering into Yuqing's ear. I recall someone mentioning the importance of professional ethics. The proximity of their bodies allowed Zhengxuan's masculine energy to envelop Yuqing's face, causing her heart to skip a beat. Setting her on edge, just as she resolved to end this ambiguous interaction, she caught a glimpse of her alabaster neck and, in a sudden fit of mischief, gently nipped at it. Ah, why did you bite me? Yuqing exclaimed, clutching her neck and glaring at him. Did I? Zhang Xian feigned innocence. Yixuan, did you witness that? Zhang Xian pressed. I did. Yixuan longed to answer affirmatively but dared not. Despite his genuine affection, he was powerless. I did not see it. Miss Xiaoyu, do not blame me. Circumstances dictate my actions. Oh, so you two are colluding. Yuqing mentally cursed the entire Ouyang family lineage, sparing only Ouyang Zhengxuan from her wrath. Displeased, she rose to pour him wine. Fantasizing about lacing it with poison, mere fantasies would not suffice for her vengeance. She resolved to take action, lifting her foot to stomp on Zhengxuan's. He winced in pain, unable to retaliate. After all, he was quite concerned about his image. Yuqing felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Even the raucous sounds outside seemed melodious. Just as she prepared to depart, Zhang Xian pulled her into his embrace, causing her to land squarely in his lap. The position was undeniably intimate. Release me, Yuqing protested, struggling, but her strength paled in comparison to Zhengxuan's. After stepping on his foot, did she expect to leave so easily? Such indulgences were rarely granted in this world. What sort of reasoning was it to bite someone yet expect them to serve you wine? Clearly, he was in the wrong from the outset. You have witnesses to your misdeeds, Zhang Xian declared, using Yixuan as a shield. Yixuan once again suppressed his conscience. I saw it, clear as day. Brother, please spare me. I fear the wrath of heaven. What is the matter with you, brother? You were so reluctant to bring me here. Yet now you appear so keen to tease this lady, making it seem as though you are a bully harassing a virtuous woman. He is your brother. Of course he would assist you. Yuqing remained undeterred, striving to extricate herself from his grasp. Yixuan finally discerned the source of the peculiarity. How did you know we are brothers? Do you know of my second brother's identity? Who is she? An assassin sent by the Wei rebels, or a spy from a foreign land? Yixuan grew wary, ready to protect himself. How could I know? Ouyang Zhengxuan, you dare to accompany me to a brothel? Yuqing transformed into a jealous wife catching her husband in the act. I merely accompanied my fourth brother here, Zhang Xian stammered, fully aware of the impropriety of his presence. He hoped Yuqing would not misconstrue his intentions. Yet, he felt no regret. On the contrary, he was thankful he had come, for otherwise, he might never have found her. Who would believe that a noble consort would hide in a brothel? To think she would attempt to shift the blame onto him. Yixuan could compel him, and the sight of Zhang Xian reacting like a mouse confronted by a cat was utterly implausible. Indeed, it was I who wished to come. My beloved consort has personally made her entrance. How could I not attend? Not only was he at fault, but she too bore responsibility. Zhang Xian thought, if she could come, why could he not? Beloved consort. Yixuan nearly spat out his drink. What beloved consort? You have only just met her and already bestow such a title. Brother, you are too impulsive. I doubt mother would approve of a woman of ill repute entering the palace. Prince Yixuan, allow me to formally introduce you. This is Miss Xiao Yuqing, the esteemed Xiao Guifei. Yi Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you the one who has recently caused such turmoil in the palace? The infamous Xiao Guifei? Xiao Yuqing shot back at him. What turmoil? I am but a law-abiding citizen. She had not stirred up much trouble. Compared to her past heroic exploits, this was merely a trivial matter. Yet, was she not supposed to be in the palace? How did she end up in a brothel? Yi Xian blinked his innocent, clear eyes, his adorably naive demeanor starkly contrasting with his robust physique. What if she carelessly wandered into a place where she could be led astray? This was also a question that Zhang Xian wished to pose. Their gazes, both seeking answers, fell upon Yuqing. Being faced with two handsome men, she felt compelled to respond, though a tad embarrassed. Well, I was meddling in affairs that did not concern me, and then someone drugged me. Before she could finish, Zhang Shen anxiously grasped her hand. Who is he? Did he do anything to you? If that man had indeed harmed her, it would not be excessive to annihilate his entire clan. Yuqing was startled by his sudden outburst, realizing how much he cared for her. I am fine. I gave him a good beating. The mere thought of Du Kai's pig-like face made her smile. Your Highness, a sultry voice interrupted. Yuqing's skin prickled with goosebumps, yet it seemed such attention was quite effective with men. The moment Lang Yan entered, she clung to Yi Xian like a piece of taffy. Your Highness, why have you not come to see me for so long? Have you lost interest in me? Yi Xian, relishing the moment, wrapped his arms around her slender waist. How could that be? I cherish you above all. He planted a kiss on Lang Yan's face. Witnessing this display from the two performers, Yuqing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Having never encountered such a scene before, she had seen Lang Yan a few times and recalled her as a proud and aloof figure. Yet now she appeared to be a fiery and passionate woman in Yi Xian's presence. This was intolerable. How could she remain in a brothel? It would be best if you did not stay here. Come back with me. Who says I can't? Xiao Yuqing defiantly lifted her head, only to meet Zhang Xian's teasing gaze, causing her heart to race as she realized she had been sitting in his lap. She hastily jumped up, miscalculating the force of her movement, inadvertently knocking the delicate Lang Yan to the ground. I am so sorry. I did not mean to. Yuqing reached out to help her. However, Lang Yan rebuffed her with a fierce glare. You dare to bump into me, Your Highness? Lang Yan called for help, hoping Yi Xian would assist her up, but he seemed unwilling to help, leaving her no choice but to rise on her own. For it would not be a good look for a courtesan to be sprawled on the floor. I apologize. Are you all right? Acknowledging her fault, Yuqing felt it necessary to apologize, regardless of whether Lang Yan accepted it. There is no need for your feigned kindness. Lang Yan clung to Yi Xian again. Your Highness, you must stand up for me. Perhaps it was the nature of women to resent each other. From the moment she laid eyes on Yuqing, Lang Yan felt an overwhelming sense of threat, especially since Yuqing seemed to contradict her at every turn. After she had finally persuaded Yun Yang to send off the two clumsy Xiling and Zifei, Yuqing had effortlessly undone her efforts with just a few words. It was clear she was out to undermine her. Reflecting on her own performance today, Lang Yan felt deeply ashamed, aware that her position as a courtesan was precarious at best. Since Miss Xiao has already apologized, let us leave it at that. After all, she is your imperial sister-in-law. Given how much your second brother dotes on her, who would dare lay a finger on her? Moreover, he holds her in quite high regard. She has lowered herself to apologize to you. That is a great honor for you, Your Highness. Lang Yan exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that you two have been enchanted by her? No, that cannot be. The prince belongs to me. Your Highness does not favor me any longer, does he? Have you taken a liking to her? She understood she had no right to voice such concerns. Being merely a courtesan who could only hope to be remembered by occasional patrons, especially someone as esteemed as him, she was acutely aware that for men, her worth was fleeting, and few were genuine. Yi Wang was notoriously known for his fleeting affections. He would not linger for anyone, least of all for her. Yet, she could not suppress her emotions, could not restrain her heart, falling for someone she ought not to love. The image of a weeping pear blossom easily stirred a man's heart of compassion, a tactic that had always worked for Lang Yan. However, this time, she faced failure. Yi Xian not only felt no sympathy but rather a growing disdain. How dare you speak such words? Remember your place. Some things are better left unsaid. Yi Xian stated coldly, devoid of any warmth. You wish to meddle in my affairs. Humph. If you had only kept to your own business, I would not mind engaging with you further. But since you presume to involve yourself in my matters, I regret to inform you that you have been dismissed. Your Highness. She could hardly believe that her usually gentle and affectionate prince could utter such harsh and heartless words. She was aware of her status, yet being so starkly reminded of it still stung deeply. Leave, Yi Xian commanded, his demeanor a stark contrast to the charming, oppressed Yi Xian from earlier. Perhaps it was his royal lineage that granted him an inherent authority, capable of erupting at any moment. Yes, Lang Yan, with tears in her eyes, stormed out, casting a furious glare at Yuqing on her way out. This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, the prince would not have treated me this way. Hey, how can you be so heartless? She is but a girl. Yuqing patted his shoulder from behind. I acid a trait of royals to be so unfeeling. Yi Xian, with a sigh of exasperation, turned his head. Imperial sister-in-law. His tone was perhaps the politest he had ever been. Enough. Who are you calling your imperial sister-in-law? Who else but you? Return to the palace with me, Zhang Xian stated, laying down the law. As long as she agreed to return, he would overlook the past and not hold her departure against her nor confine her to the cold palace again. He had already been exceedingly accommodating. I will not go back, she retorted defiantly. After all, she had finally escaped the palace. There was no way she would return. Her luck was abysmal, having been found so quickly. Are you forcing me to comply? He would tie her up if necessary. I detest when others force me. Had he pleaded with her, perhaps she might have softened and agreed, but that was not an option now. She would never go back. Not even if it meant risking her life. I am not forcing you, but this matter is non-negotiable. He could not leave her in a brothel. She had to remain within his sight for him to feel at ease. Is that so? Yuqing raised a confident smile, and one could coerce her into doing what she did not wish to do. Approaching the window, she declared, if you pressure me further, I cannot guarantee I won't do something drastic. Wait, Chiner, do not act impulsively. Then what do you propose we do? How about you stay a few more days and then return with me? Zhang Xian suggested, taking a step back. No, Yuqing advanced defiantly. Hold on, fine, I promise you. I will not pressure you. Given her character, the likelihood of her jumping out the window in a fit of desperation was low, but he could not afford to take that gamble. Yuqing smiled in satisfaction. This outcome had been anticipated. She had him right where she wanted him. I do not trust you. Then what do you wish for? He yielded, for he was utterly smitten with her. A written agreement. The document he signed would be akin to a royal decree. Would he not fear her reneging on it later? Truly remarkable, coming from a family of merchants. Zhang Xian hesitated, observing Yuqing's resolute and brave demeanor. Before reluctantly nodding, Yuqing's expression instantly brightened as she skipped off to fetch the writing materials. Zhang Shen watched her, feeling as though he had been played, if not for the fact that she was present. Yi Xian would have laughed heartily. His second brother was experiencing quite the turn of events. This imperial sister-in-law was indeed amusing, cool, and proud. No wonder his brother was utterly enchanted. Fortuitously, she was not his wife. Otherwise, he would be in quite the predicament. Your Majesty, a gentleman's word is his bond. Wonderful. With this golden ticket to safety, I need not hide anymore. You have my word. Once the agreement was signed, Xiao Yuqing gleefully waved her victory. Striding out with flair, goodbye, little Xuanzi, she turned back playfully, adding, oh, I forgot to tell you, this is the second floor. Jumping down won't kill you. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xian's face darkened as he watched her leave. After her departure, he suddenly broke into a smile, filled with affection. He simply wished to pamper her. Second brother, you are just going to let her walk away? His brother had surprisingly endured such treatment. He had truly changed. Yi Wang, do not speak of today's events to anyone, not even your third brother. He did not want Jin Xian to have any further entanglements with Yuqing. It was best to sever any notions he had as soon as possible. He would not relinquish Yuqing, not even to his brothers. Why? There are rumors that the two imperial brothers nearly came to blows over Xiao Yuqing. Could that be true? This is a royal decree. Understood. I shall comply with your command. He had even invoked the authority of the emperor. She was merely curious. Had he not been disinterested in the throne back then? The current emperor. Chapter 31. The assassin's affection moonlight streamed through the window, casting a serene glow on Xiao Yuqing's tranquil sleeping face, a smile lingering at the corners of her mouth, likely the result of a sweet dream. We watched her quietly, sharing in her joy. Gently, he lifted her, as if cradling a rare treasure, careful not to disturb her, and placed her softly on the bed. He tucked the blanket around her, ensuring she was warm, mindful of the chill in the air that could be harsh for a delicate woman like her. To avoid raising suspicions, Xiao Yuqing moved back to her own room, but insisted that Wu Yi occupy the bed while she took the floor, citing his severe injuries as the reason. Without the night, he did not wish to offend her goodwill. In truth, his injuries had nearly healed, yet he lingered, reluctant to depart. Once he fully recovered, he would have no reason to remain. After spending these days together, He was no longer the cold-hearted assassin he once was. He had learned to smile and to treat her kindly. He gazed tenderly at her, reaching out to caress her exquisite sleeping visage, yearning to genuinely feel her presence, to assure himself that this was not merely a dream. He feared that his calloused hands, accustomed to wielding a sword, might hurt her delicate skin. His hand hesitated in midair. The renowned assassin, Wuya, was so timid and hesitant. What a source of amusement it would be if this were to spread. Wuya needed no glance to discern who approached. The enchanting woman before him was his training partner, the one who had fought alongside him and could be considered his junior sister. Who would have thought that such a beautiful and passionate woman would be the fearsome specter that haunted the martial world? Driving men to madness, she was called Spectre not only for her unparalleled agility, akin to a ghost, but also for her beauty that made men willing to sacrifice their lives for her. This was also why she had never failed in her endeavors. "What brings you here?" she inquired. "Naturally, I came to see if my dear senior brother has healed," she replied, her voice laced with mockery. "It is your doing that has caused my injury. Had you not drugged my drink, I would not have been hurt," he thought, chiding himself for trusting her too readily, falling into her trap. "I never intended to harm you. I merely wished to teach you a lesson," she retorted, blaming him for never looking at her. She was stunningly beautiful, captivating countless men. Why, then, did the one person she cared for most refuse to spare her a glance? It was also his fault for never sweet-talking her. "I know," he replied coldly. He was no stranger to the methods employed by Spectre. Although his martial prowess surpassed hers, his cunning did not compare. Otherwise, how could a mere girl have killed their master, the one who taught them martial arts? Though the man had indeed deserved it, who was this woman? She had never witnessed Wuya treat anyone with such tenderness, as if attending to every minute detail. To be honest, she felt a pang of jealousy. "It has nothing to do with you," he retorted, maintaining his icy demeanor towards her. "You'd have developed feelings," Spectre probed tentatively. Wuya displayed no emotion, yet she understood, for they were of the same ilk, destined never to become emotionally attached. Yet ironically, they had both succumbed to feelings. "Do you not know that in our line of work, the greatest taboo is to have emotions? When one has feelings, they cannot strike with resolve, and are likely to perish at the hands of others. Have you not been moved?" She was fond of him. He had long been aware. Spectre boldly confessed, I have fallen in love with you." Love was love. She, the Spectre, feared not the world's judgment. If Wuya were willing to be with her, she would gladly embrace a mundane life with him, finding joy even in the simplest of meals. "I do not love you," Wuya stated frankly. "Do you love her?" Spectre accused, pointing fiercely at Yuqing, who remained blissfully unaware in her dreams. "Yes," he affirmed, aside from Xiao Yuqing. He would allow anyone to know. Then she must die. Spectre employed her agility, darting towards Yuqing's bedside. Yet, as she neared, she found herself unable to approach her. Turning back, she realized Wuya had seized her foot. "I will not permit you to harm her." Wuya pulled her down with force. Spectre waved her sleeves, producing her weapon, a curved blade, which she spun before Wuya. He deflected her strike with his sword, drawing it out in response. This marked their first formal confrontation. Suddenly, Yuqing rolled over, and Wuya, fearing to wake her, grasped Spectre and leapt out the window. In the dead of night, what was all this commotion? Yuqing sat up, irritated, finding the surroundings eerily silent. She lay back down, still intent on teaching Aoshua English in her dreams. Upon landing, Spectre broke free from Wuya's grip. "Your sword lacks killing intent," she remarked. He perhaps was no longer suited to be an assassin. "Do not touch her, or I will not spare you." "What do you intend to do to not spare me? If I kill her, what will you do?" She could not believe that years of feelings would be outmatched by a mere Xiao Yuqing. "I will kill you," Wuye replied coldly. Yuqing was the first to offer him warmth. He would protect her with his life. "Wuya, you will regret the words you speak today." Spectre cast him a deep gaze before vanishing into the horizon. Wuya felt an ominous premonition. No one understood Spectre better than he. She was a woman of her word. If she set her mind to it, no matter the means, be they vile or base, she would see it through. In the bustling marketplace, a group of children gathered, hand in hand, singing, "Such beauty in the land," compelling countless heroes to bow. Today, Xiao Yuqing had rarely escaped the watchful eyes of a multitude, taking Lanner for a stroll. Unexpectedly encountering a delightful surprise at Lanner. "Aren't they singing Nian Nu Jiao, the song I performed?" "Yes, miss. This song has become widely known. Everyone is eager to sing it," Lanner chirped excitedly. "However, the song you sang afterward was appreciated, though no one knew the lyrics, so they couldn't sing along. Also, have you noticed that many women in the streets are wearing the clothes you redesigned? The tailor who made your outfits is thriving." Lanner, like a joyful little sparrow, chattered away. Unexpectedly, having gained little fame in the modern world, she had become a sensation in this ancient time. Yuqing felt an overwhelming joy. "Miss, you are now quite famous. Everyone adores you. They take pride in seeing you," Lanner exclaimed. They're a fan culture in ancient times." A nearby vegetable vendor caught sight of her and screamed, Xiao Yu. "Everyone, look, Xiao Yu is here." Her shrill cry immediately attracted attention, and a crowd surged towards Xiao Yuqing, clamoring, "Miss Xiao Yu, I love your songs. Your designs are beautiful. Can you design an outfit for me? Can you teach me to sing? I admire you so much." The excitement grew, and Yuqing had never experienced such a scene, momentarily dumbfounded. It was only then that she understood the hardships behind the glamorous lives of stars she had seen on television. She would rather hide in the shadows, a happy little mouse nibbling on bread. Lanner was equally stunned, gazing at the crowd surrounding her mistress, unsure of what to do. Quick-witted, Xiao Yuqing seized the opportunity to pull Lanner away and escape. The crowd pursued relentlessly, their numbers swelling. After a strenuous effort to evade her pursuers, Yuqing found herself breathless, realizing she had no idea where she was. A throng of men swirled around her, displaying a range of emotions. Some elated, others dejected, and a few cursing, creating a cacophony of noise. "Lanner, where are we? Have we stumbled into a den of thieves? Miss, we must hurry. This is a gambling house. The place is a mix of good and bad characters. As a delicate woman, you will surely be at a disadvantage." "A gambling house? How intriguing." Xiao Yuqing ventured into the crowd. On the tables, a collection of pieces lay scattered, with the crowd betting on whether the count would be odd or even. The dealer hastily covered some pieces, calling out, "Bets are closed. Bets are closed." Yuqing surveyed the scene. Noting that most were betting on even numbers, defying the trend, she declared, "I bet odd." Her crisp voice cut through the rough male tones. And a man beside her scoffed, "Little girl, you'd be better off at home sewing." Sewing, truth be told, she had no skill in that. Wasn't there a law against women entering gambling houses? A little gambling could be entertaining. Xiao Yuqing threw down a hefty sum of 5,000 taels. The crowd erupted in whispers, some astonished by her audacity, others mocking her naivety. Recognizing her as a novice, the dealer was overjoyed to have such a lucrative target in front of him. Ready to take full advantage, he reached to unveil the results. "Wait, I will open it," Yuqing interrupted, her authority commanding attention. The dealer's expression soured, yet he refrained from retaliation. After all, it was reasonable for a customer to make such a request. "If you don't open it, I shall question the fairness of the game," she asserted, inciting uproar among the onlookers. Under pressure, the dealer's gaze darted nervously, and he slowly withdrew his hand. Yuqing raised her victorious smile, her slender, fair hand lifting the cover. The dealer, disheartened, began counting the pieces. Many gathered to assist, counting together. 10, 11, 51, 52, 53. The last piece was counted. "Miss, we won," Lanner exclaimed, joyfully pulling Yuqing into a dance. "Thank you." Yuqing accepted the winnings, while the dealer, begrudgingly, returned the money, casting a resentful glance. Today, misfortune had befallen him, encountering a cunning little lamb in disguise. Unbeknownst to the victorious Xiao Yuqing, two individuals observed her from a distance, slowly drawing closer. Their appearances were indeed peculiar, one tall and thin, the other short and stout, with the most distinctive feature being a bald head, reminiscent of parched earth yearning for a sprout. Chapter 32. Abducted one was tall and slender, while the other was short and plump. The most distinctive feature was that bald head. Just like a parched desert yearning for a few blades of grass, it was no easy task. "Brother, do you think that woman resembles the one the prince is searching for?" the lean man inquired, bending slightly. "She bears some resemblance. She seems to be a girl from the Misty Rain Tower, but how could the flower among flowers, whom the prince seeks, be a girl from the Misty Rain Tower? Everyone knows the third prince never lingers in places of frivolity. In the bustling streets, gossip flourished, distorting the image of Xiao Yuqing into something almost divine, a celestial maiden descending to earth, yet the lean man remained unconvinced. But she truly looks just like her. Exactly as the prince described. Brother, you must think this through. The prince has placed a bounty of 100,000 taels, a full 100,000. If it is indeed her, we will strike it rich. Even if not for the money, we would still fulfill our duty to find her. Though the prince was a figure of the court, he wielded considerable prestige in the martial world, having even bested the current leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. The lean man was an ardent fan, and serving his idol was a privilege. Then, I shall go to the Jin Wangfu. You keep an eye on her. The plump man hesitated for a moment. The allure of wealth was too strong, as many had perished for money, and many had met their doom for it. All right, brother. You must hurry. This woman is quite clever. I fear she might discover me. Upon leaving the gambling den, Xiao Yuqing generously gave all her winnings to the beggars, leaving them overwhelmed with gratitude, revering her as if she were a living bodhisattva. When it came to wealth, Xiao Yuqing was never stingy, for one cannot take riches with them upon death. Miss, how did you know the pieces were odd? Are you perhaps the reincarnation of Sun Wukong, possessing a pair of discerning eyes? Lanner could no longer contain her curiosity. How could I possibly know? My memory isn't that exceptional. If my cousin Ao Jun were here, our chances would be greater. Ao Jun is quite knowledgeable about military strategy and has inherited her mother's teachings. Sweeping through the underworld, now she is the head of the largest gang in our region. So, miss, it was merely luck. How disappointing. I thought you had some extraordinary insight. Of course not. What a coincidence that would be. Lanner, did you not notice that the total amount of money on the table from all the others combined does not exceed mine alone? Moreover, the dealer's thumb has been bent the entire time. Lanner recalled the situation and confirmed it was indeed so, yet she remained perplexed. It wasn't that she was dim-witted, it was simply that the miss was far too clever. The dealer's thumb had been bent because he was concealing the pieces within it. When we had not yet placed our bets, many had wagered on even. Thus he declared the pieces to be odd, having already manipulated them. However, he did not anticipate my sudden intervention to bet on even. He could only slip his pieces in or out during the brief moment he uncovered the lid, for even if he lost my wager, he could still profit from the others. That's why the miss insisted on taking the lead. You are indeed astute, a quality I can never match, but why didn't you expose them on the spot and bring them to justice? Winning the money is sufficient. They too are simply trying to make a living. They did not coerce anyone to gamble. This is akin to Zhou Yu striking Huang Gai. One is willing to fight, the other willing to suffer. The naive Lanner could not grasp such convoluted reasoning. Nodding in a state of partial comprehension, she wanted to ask who Zhou Yu and Huang Gai were. Just then, the call of a vendor selling candied hawthorns caught Xiao Yuqing's ear, her eyes lighting up. Lanner, it seems someone is selling candied hawthorns. I want to eat some. Her childlike demeanor in seeking sweets was utterly endearing, but we have no money. All the funds went to help the beggars. The miss is so adept at aiding others, yet she fails to fill her own stomach first. Lanner pouted, dissatisfied with the miss's lack of financial prudence. Under Xiao Yuqing's diligent guidance, Lanner had grown bolder. Embodying the capriciousness and mischief appropriate for her age, no longer relegating herself to mere servitude, Xiao Yuqing affectionately linked arms with her and playfully said, "My dear Lanner, I know you must have saved some for yourself." Right? Lanner was the quintessential housekeeper, and it was thanks to her that Xiao Yuqing had not starved on the streets. Lanner chuckled at her pitiful act, surrendering. All right, I will go buy some. Just remember to buy some for Wu Yi too. He must have never tasted it. Just imagine how moved he will be. Do you think he might cry? Lanner hesitated, her foot halfway out the door, casting a doubtful glance. Miss, why are you being so kind to young Master Wu Yi? You haven't changed your affections, have you? What about the Emperor and the Prince? He is my good friend. Now hurry and buy, Xiao Yuqing urged. I feel like I'm going to starve to death. Then wait here for me. Do not wander off. The Miss's childish nature made her worrisome. Understood, housekeeper. Xiao Yuqing hurriedly pushed her along, lest she continue her incessant chatter about when she would finally get to eat her candied hawthorn. It had never occurred to her how bothersome Lanner could be. Ever since they left the palace, Lanner had become much more cheerful. Perhaps this was her true nature. The oppressive weight of feudal morality had indeed been a brutal machine that crushed one's spirit. And she hoped Lanner would remain this joyful in the future. However, when Lanner returned with the candied hawthorns, Xiao Yuqing was nowhere to be seen. A sense of foreboding surged within her as the candied hawthorns tumbled from her hands. Scattering across the ground, the scorching sun bore down on the crowd, creating an oppressive heat that stirred irritation. Su Guantian, the leader of the Holy Sword sect, drained a bowl of wine, commanding his men to open the burlap sack placed in the center of the hall. Emerging from the darkness, Xiao Yuqing slowly acclimated to the intense light, her gaze falling upon a rugged man with a scraggly beard, causing her to frown involuntarily. Su Guantian was taken aback by her beauty, his eyes widening in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. He had once believed the goddess of his heart to be the most beautiful in the world, only to discover that there existed another who could rival her grace. Such a beauty, to kill her would be a difficult decision indeed. His lecherous gaze only intensified Xiao Yuqing's disdain, and she slowly rose from the burlap sack, regarding him coldly. Her indifferent gaze pierced through Su Guantian's days like a chilling blade, reaffirming her status as an unparalleled beauty. The rumors circulating in the market were evidently not unfounded. I find it rather strange, my lady, that you do not resist. If it were anyone else who had been kidnapped, they would undoubtedly struggle and cry out for help. Yet you remain calm and composed. Since you have captured me, you surely do not intend to let me go easily. Is there any point in my resistance? My martial skills are inferior, and my strength pales in comparison. Resisting would merely be a waste of energy, she mused, exhibiting a modicum of practicality. Such bravery. Su Guantian genuinely admired her. Too many women were merely beautiful, lacking in intellect, let alone courage. They would weep for days over trivial matters, yet this woman possessed beauty, courage, and wit, or perhaps she was simply putting on a brave face, her core likely gripped by terror. Today, I dare to request something from you. What is it? She thought she had nothing of value to lend him, though if he truly needed something she possessed that was of little importance to her, she wouldn't mind lending it to him. I wish to borrow your head, Su Guantian announced with a calm demeanor. Xiao Yuqing scoffed. You wish to borrow my head? But pray tell, what will you offer in return? What a preposterous joke. While I may be generous, I am not so generous as to lend out my life. I value it too highly. You may state any demands you wish, if you have family or children. I would be willing to care for them in your stead. It is indeed unreasonable to demand a life without cause. However, to possess a beauty such as yourself, and to dominate the martial world. I must play the villain this once. Killing someone and then offering to care for their family, what logic is that? How brazen of you to suggest it. Xiao Yuqing thought disdainfully. I can care for my own family. There is no need for you to concern yourself with that, she retorted, recalling her solitary existence here, with only her father and the Xiao family as sparse lineage. My lady, why must you be so obstinate? You shall not leave here today. A weak woman was of no consequence to him. He gestured, and one of his men raised a knife to Xiao Yuqing's neck. Inside, she was drenched in cold sweat. But on the surface, she maintained her composure. If she were to die, she would do so with dignity. But she did not wish to die. Who would come to her rescue? According to Su Guantian, he had no personal vendetta against her. Nor had she wronged him. Wait, I wish to know who sent you to kill me. You need not ask. You are not worthy of such knowledge, Su Guantian said, lost in thought. He recalled the striking figure of the woman in black at the martial arts tournament. Her image etched deeply in his mind. Now that she had called upon him, how could he refuse her plea? The woman before him was merely a courtesan. How could she possibly compare? Your vision is rather limited. Xiao Yuqing inwardly scorned him further. She was certain that the one he coveted was indeed a beautiful maiden, and from Su Guantian's expression, she could almost ascertain that. But what kind of woman could drive a man to such madness? And what deep grievances lay between them? How do you know? This woman was far too perceptive, regardless of how you came to know. You must die, daring not to continue the conversation with her. He feared that the more he spoke, the more he would be captivated by her intelligence, making it increasingly difficult to bring himself to end her life. Yet, for the sake of the one he cherished, he found himself compelled to act. Su Guantian seized the knife from one of his subordinates and aimed it at Yuqing's throat. Xiao Yuqing, in agonizing despair, closed her eyes, bracing herself to meet the arrival of death.